Good chow. Yeah. Okay, this game's gonna lock in there soon. Perfect. Hope you're all having a good weekend. It's pretty overcast and gray out here today. So, you know, not a bad day to be staying in. Hey, Ziggle. Hey, Levitar. How you? Hope you're both having good weekends so far. Yeah, we got more Mermaid's Curse today. I guess imagine where you are. It's gonna be like really bad if it's like really sunny and such. So, I mean, yeah, no, I got another just like another. No, actually, no. Today I got 2 SRs, but they were both like stuff that I have already fully uncapped. So I was like, well, that's good. That's cool. I actually did get 1 Ayabe card yesterday, but like 1 isn't gonna do much. Like I want you kind of need a lot more, but at least it's only 98 after you. Woo! Well, good luck, Tel. Sending you vibes, sending you good vibes. No, this is like the worst run of 10 pulls I've had at any of these because they've done like 3 10 pulls before, and like I've usually like you don't always get something, but I've gotten stuff in them before. This one has been like just completely dry, both the trainee pulls and the card pulls. Ooh. Yo, nice, nice. Yeah, I tried pulling for her and it did not go well, but... Is my controller not plugged in? There we go. Yo, Sweep and Seeking the Pearl, your 2 favorites. Well, actually, the Sweep card's pretty good, although I haven't used her much anymore. I've switched to Shinko Windy for the most part. Gotta get that race bonus. So yeah, today's gonna be a longer stream until, you know, my voice decides doesn't wanna talk anymore. So we'll see how long that lasts. But last time we let me see what happened here. Yeah, we got to the tragedy. We found out who the person stabbed. No, that was the stream before too, I think, actually. No, actually, no. We actually did do Sato this last part. Yes, last time. Sometimes I like that. Sometimes you're just at the mercy of whatever. Like I had one Gold City run where like she kept losing like all the races, and I could not afford anything in the shop because she kept losing. And like there was one where like again it was the Satsuki show, and she like it was like I used up all my clocks. It was like second, and then the final clock 11th, and I was like, you gotta be kidding me. You gotta be joking. That was miserable. Yeah, right? And then it was just like, okay, this is like, I have like no items for summer camp. Like, I have no like good things. Megaphones, the right training weights did not show up. This run is like doomed. This run is like beyond doomed. Okay, the tragedy of Kamishima. Yeah, so that one we found out who was the curse bearer. And then we did this, and we learned about Arnie. We did find this guy too. This guy that is interesting, because he was supposed to have disappeared a while ago. What's her aptitude in miles? Because like, it is kind of rough. Because like, do you want to sacrifice pink sparks just to get mile aptitude up? I'm lucky that like Rice Shower at least has a C in mile. So like 1 mile spark at least gets her to B, and it's not like tragic to get her to run miles. Although sometimes it's still a little iffy, but She's at sea. But what is the... Oh, I guess that's what she's naturally. That's not too bad. It's a little rough when you're playing, running like... Meisho Dodo or something like that. Or Teamapro. And they're natural G's in Mile. And it's just like, well, this isn't worth... wasting a bunch of pink sparks on. Okay, so yeah, last time we went on a treasure map. We found something in the treasure map, so we're gonna go treasure hunting. It's full swing, having pinpointed the likely location of their mysterious map. They ask Kipe Ikoma to investigate on their behalf. However, yeah, time for mermaids. Maybe we'll find a mermaid this time. Hello, this is Ikoma. I'm calling about the Seaford investigation. I asked an AMA diver to investigate the area because I was keen to get results as soon as possible. Oh, is this where all of them are where like 2 AMA divers disappeared? Is this what it is back to back? Like they're both diving in the same spot and they both vanish? However, she has not returned. Which is why we're headed out there ourselves to assess the situation. We have nothing else to do after all. So we asked an AMA diver to investigate the sea floor in the area. I guess in a place like this, it would be faster to hire an AMA diver than a regular diver. Even in this day and age, you can get some AMAs to do contracted dives. Huh? It appears she was contracted to investigate for about an hour, at which point she was to return even if empty-handed. I suppose the intent was just for her to survey the area to start with. However, several hours passed with no word from the diver. I can see why Ikoma is worried. We'll start by checking out the location. We can request a police search after if need be. Sershi, do you have a bad feeling about this? I do. Ever since we first heard about this. I wonder if there's going to be a path in the story where you're able to get, what's his name? Yuza to dive in this area for them. And then that's how you figure out what's going on in this area. There's a strong negative spirit energy in the air that has only intensified as we approach the spot. Something happened here. Something happened there. The diver didn't make it back. Is it safe for us to go? I have a talisman that repels evil. It should be fine. Well, if you say so. Worst comes to worst, we'll reunite in the afterlife. Understood. Leave it to me. There's something there. That must be the AMA diver's boat. There doesn't appear to be anyone around. How unsettling. You're right. There's something terrible here. Is it really that bad? It is. I can tell even from this distance it's coming back. It's coming from the bucket. It's saturated with a sinister spiritual energy. There's some real powerful curse inside. Inside the bucket? Doesn't mean the AMA diver found something on the seafloor and brought it up to the surface? And perhaps succumbed to the curse while trying to get it out? Yes, unfortunately. As we cannot say for certain what misfortune this curse may have called forth, I need you to remain cautious. Yeah, that is a pretty cursed key. Like look at it. It's just smoking. Can you dispel curses, Sershi? It depends on the curse itself, but I believe I may be able to handle one of this caliber. That's a relief. Is it really safe for us to approach that boat, though? Yes, it's fine. For me, at least. Understood. If anything happens to me, then I'll leave the rest to you. Oh my. There's a small metal box in the bucket. This has to be the source. Can we take it? Yes, provided I can overpower the malice that's engulfed in. Ha! That was that. It should be safe to touch now. I'll leave that part to you. No problem. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be like, oh, okay, this is the spell. The curse is dispelled here. You're good, and it's just here you go. I'm just like, are you, I don't know. It's pretty heavy. What do you think this box is exactly? Yeah, true. Just get a. Here, you get to be the guinea pig. It appears to be quite old. It likely dates back to the same time period as your map. Here, take a look at the symbol on the top of the box. Do you recognize it from anywhere? I saw it on the map. Oh, this is that strange symbol we saw on the map. It's thus fair to say that the map was leading us towards this exact box. That only makes its identity all the more intriguing. There's some strange lines on the side. Perhaps it's some sort of pattern. It appears to open from the top, but it's not budging at all. It would take a lot of strength to force it open. Oh, is this the mermaid's curse? The titular mermaid's curse? I believe this box has been sealed with powerful spiritual energy. I would say Reese's Puffs. That's my go-to. Or at least that's what I would prefer, but I mean, you're you. It was probably sealed by a skilled sorcerer a long time ago. I doubt it will open by any normal means. I can feel something shifting whenever I turn it. There must be some kind of mechanism inside. Then I suppose you'll want to align the box with the spiritual energy of this place. In English, please. It is likely that the mechanism for unlocking the box is activated by orienting the box in the right directions in the right order. I see. So I have to figure out where to point it. Leave it to me. The weather is great and the sea is calm, yet there's something unsettling in the air. Yeah, I feel it too. Are you trying to scare me? The closest shore to us is the east side of the Shima Peninsula. You got a good view from here. I think I can see all the way from Ijika to Kuzaki. That's right. Both have a lot of ama, but Kuzaki is especially known as the holy ground for ama divers. I thought getting rocked by the waves on a small boat like this might make her seasick, but she looks fine so far. I had no idea we encountered a curse today. It's a good thing Shushi was here. Yeah. Well, maybe her talisman also protects her from seasickness. The boat of the ama diver who found the metal box. There's not a trace of life left on it. According to Ikoma, the ama diver went to investigate alone without a companion to mind the boat. I swallowed my fear and tugged the rope earlier. On the off chance that she was still down there somewhere. I pulled the whole length of rope, but no one was tied to it. I was wondering if they're going to check that, because like, I'm like, do you pull up the rope and there's a dead body? It's possible this area is key to getting the box open. We should try to figure it out before leaving. Got it? Definitely a spot indicated by the map. So that's the closest shore. The far shore we see here is Toba's, Arashima, and Uramura, I believe. I heard Uramura District's oyster harvest is so plentiful that you can find them. You can find all-you-can-eat clam buffets from fall to winter there. Really? We should have come during the harvest we should have come during a different season. I would have loved some fresh oysters. I think that's the remote island of Sugashima with Toshijima visible just beyond. Toshijima is a place where the pirate daimyo, Kuki Yoshitaka, apparently took his life. The island may look isolated, but it's actually Kamishima. There's a poster for it at the end. Whoa. Whoa, what's so amazing about it? I can feel a horrible presence even from all the way over here. Almost like some kind of curse. How can I best put it? Like some persistent, heavy grudge? I think it's coming from the island's south. Looks quite normal to me. Is it really that bad? It is. I'd rather not go there. It'll make me feel sick. Okay, so that's how we're supposed to orient the map. So, if Kamishima's up there... So I'm facing Kamishima right now. Now then, how to open this metal box? Yeah, the fact... Well, maybe the curse is just that strong. Like, there was other people on the island who was just like that spiritual sense with like... has some kind of spiritual sense, can tell that there's the curse brewing, but... I should investigate the box. I should investigate this box and rotate it so I can get a look at all four sides. He's right. The pattern of the box is quite intriguing. It's related to the solution somehow. Oops. So that's there. What's the ways right? Pass the box size quite cheap. There must be a solution somehow. So yeah, this is there. So I want to do this. So that's that. And this is like that. Oh, wait, that's number 3. Okay, so let's try this. So if I do this, rotate. Oh, there we go. Okay, so you have to do it like that. Oh, I felt something move inside the box. I must be on the right track. Nice, keep at it. So this is number 2, so let's do this. I think this is over here, actually. There we go. Alright, I'm on fire. That's 2. It's here. I found it. Good job. Just one left. Yes, it's open. Yeah, the last one's gonna be the island that's not there anymore, Taishima. Looking at this, and I'm like, I'll be searching for a flower. Congratulations. What's inside? Let's see. Huh? What is this? Some kind of small wooden carving. Oh dear. Oh. Curse stone acquired. Curse of the Forsaken Fish. Whoa, something came out. Yikes, what is this? Make it stop. Terrible pain. I want to go. No, it hurts. Help me, it hurts. A deep and painful, resentful memory has invaded my mind. Drift forever, ill-doers. Be us fish. Perish. You have now acquired the Curse of the Forsaken Fish, Curse Stone. You could use it to turn people into fish and kill them when they are submerged in the waters of Issei Bay. It can be even used at a distance, providing the target meets the requirements. Press the Use Curse button when you wish to use the curse. Yeah, so, Curse Stones are back, baby! Well, me and you, they're kind of back because obviously the what's her name? Kikuko has one, but... Yeah, I wasn't expecting us to get a Curse Stone like this. Like, this was pretty late in the game. Now, remember, it took a little longer for me to get here. But there's a lot of options. You could probably move around there earlier, but... what was it? So I could probably jump here earlier, too. And also, like, I've been reading dialogue, so I'm playing a lot slower than we normally play, so... And yeah, same toast. To be fair, we have heard about the fish curse, right? Because earlier we actually ran into someone, which I'm just like... We took... In an earlier conversation, when we ran into Sershi, they go on the boat with... It sounds like they're taking... What's her name on a boat? I know the lady, the other one, but, and then we find the fish body that looks like her, so I'm just like, do we curse her? Is this gonna lead us to cursing her? A curse born from the final moments of Hayase, a mermaid brutally tortured to death by humans on Taishima around 400 years ago. The curse has the power to kill any human submerged in the waters of Issei Bay by gradually turning them into fish, starting from their feet. However, the excruciating pain suffered during the transformation often results in them dying before their metamorphosis is complete. The bodies of those who succumb to the curse decay almost instantly, shriveling up into desiccated, fibrous masses. The curse can also be triggered remotely, provided that the curse bearer knows the victim's exact location. Mermaids inherently possess the ability to turn humans into fish at will. The curse of the Forsaken Fish is a result of that ability be turned into a conditional curse and sealed within a curse stone. Oh, I wonder if that's what happened to the Amadiver, like, because she got close to this curse. Like, there is a curse power in here, right? Like, maybe she was, maybe, like, because she's not normal, she's her, or, like, because the curse was, like, all over there. The, yeah, what's this lady here? Somikawa, yeah, I knew it would begin with an S, but I couldn't remember. What was I gonna say? Um, Yeah, no, I was expecting the Curse of the Waves to be in this box. Actually, the thing to, like, trigger the Curse of the Raging Waves. Not the Fish Curse. Now, what if, like, Somikawa is, like, you know, like, she looks a lot like, you know, Mare, right? And, like, she was a descendant of whatever. What if she's, like, an immortal? And, you know, like, she died, she came back here, and she doesn't remember or lie, or maybe she remembers enough and she wants to die, and then she has to be cursed to become a fish so she can actually die. I don't know. I don't know. What the hell was that? I'm not certain, but I believe we may have acquired a curse tool known as a curse stone. However, they are rarely possessed by such powerful curse echoes. How lucky. If you truly are congratulating me, then I'll happily celebrate with you. But can I ask you something first? Of course. Am I cursed? Am I going to die? I wouldn't say you're cursed, per se. There was a similar case in Tokyo last year. Hold on for a minute. I cannot think straight. This is far too overwhelming. An incredible amount of information flooded my mind just now. I need a moment to settle before I can take in anything else. It must mean the resentful memory held by the curse. It's a phenomenon where the events leading up to the curse forming are passed down to the curse bearer, so that's the grudge passed on to the curse bearer, so the grudge will spread. Oh, and curse bearer refers to someone who is haunted by a curse echo, and thus able to use the curse. Stop! I told you already, I can't take any new information. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Yeah, so this is, if you didn't play the first game, this is introduction to curse echoes, curse bearers. I think, like, distant cousin. I don't know if they're, like, direct cousins, but, like, they're like, because it's, like, his great-grandmother was related to her great-grandmother, like, they were sisters or something like that. So it's something along those lines. I can't remember if it was grandmother or great-grandmother. But that sounds like where the branches change, split. Curse echoes are the visual manifestations of curses. These manifestations are fundamentally related to the origin of the curse, but they do not always take the same shape, sometimes appearing as in more abstract or disfigured form instead. Unlike spirits, they manifest illusions. They are manifested illusions, and as such have no conscience of their own. A person afflicted by a curse has a curse echo called a person afflicted by a curse that has a curse echo is called a curse bearer. Even among curses, a curse that contains a curse echo should be considered very powerful in and of itself. Ordinarily, those with no spirit sense would not be able to perceive a curse echo, but such individuals who become curse bearers by coming into possession of a curse stone or some other means can see other curse echoes. Curse stone. A type of curse tool that allows even people without spirit sense to wield curses. As long as the tool meets the above criteria, item of items of any shape or size may be referred to as curse stones. Ugh. Many curse stones have conditions that must be fulfilled to use them, often based on spiritual power and characteristics of the curse itself. If a curse stone has low spiritual power, it may only be possible to use it under specific circumstances, such as when under the right influence of the Feast of Shadows. A spell that heightens the potency of certain types of spiritual energy. Oh, wait. I see. So, it's like, oh, you need the Feast of Shadows to be able to use this, or like, that's what it said, like, you might need to, has low spiritual power, you might be only used on this, like, the Feast of Shadows, but, if we remember, Cersei has the ability to just, was it Cersei? Or was it, what's his name? Soto. Yeah, it was Soto. One of these people has the, ability to do it. I think I just learned why Taishima sunk 400 years ago. Let me sort out all of that. Let me sort out all of that first. Really? Tell me. Aw, she's so excited now. She's just like, oh man. Yeah, just give me a minute. Thank you for investigating the situation for me. I was involved in an accident many years ago, so I can't bring myself to go out to sea anymore. You've been a tremendous help. Oh. I'm sorry to hear that. We got our hands on something quite valuable, so we owe you thanks as well. That's great. I'd love to hear more about what you discovered, if you don't mind. Of course. Rainy Coma's dead. I suppose we ought to tell him everything we learned. We're currently at the mouth of Camo River. There's a residential area further upstream. It seems Mr. Ikoma had just arrived in Toba, so we managed to meet up without any problems. When the curse fell into our lap, she managed to remain calm. Only a consummate professional like her could be so cool and collected with all that's happened. Yeah, I'm sure he'll be like, yeah, that sounds normal. Will he believe us if we suddenly start talking about curses? Can we just not bring it up? You think you could explain it all without bringing them up? Well, we'll see how far we get. Consume. Oh man, I can go for some birria tacos. The diver I hired to perform the search was an amateur diver in Toba City by the name of Takimo Suma. I thought there was no way we could pull off the search. That's when she agreed to take on my request. I feel terrible about what happened. I can only hope she's still out there somewhere, unharmed. She had no way of knowing how dangerous this job was. Please, I'm the one who sent her out there. If there is blame to take, it is mine. But still, what exactly happened out there? About that, let's start with this metal box and the Amadiver found. Please do. He may look scary, but his demeanor is surprisingly gentle and kind. He is a very polite young man. People like him tend to be misunderstood because they're a little awkward. He must struggle with that kind of thing a lot. It appears Miss Suma decided to take on my commission alone and set out to sea by herself. Perhaps things would have ended differently if there had been a boatman with her. So basically, this wooden carving we found inside the metal box. Dio Brando has hair, true. I see your map. So your map indicated the location of this wooden carving. We believe so. The question is why? Why go all the way to just hide it, but not to all the way to not just hide it, but conceal the map in a mermaid mummy? How very intriguing. I suppose a carving like that would have some value back in the day, but to go all through all the effort to preserve it like this. I believe what was preserved was not the carving itself, but the mermaid's memory that was stored inside the curse. Dun dun dun! Yeah, we really avoided talking about it. A curse? Dun dun what now? That's right. In other words, the one who made that box the one who made that box entrusted it with a message, and we are the recipients. Please calm down. I'm feeling quite lost. I know you're quite excited, but I think we have no choice but to start explaining the curse. Oops. That's right. It's cursed chit-chat time. You may be a bit too rational to believe what I am about to tell you, Mr. Ikoma. Even so, I ask that you try your best. Huh? If you're ready to hear it, I'm ready to say it. Come, give me your answer in the next 3 seconds. 3? I'm prepared. Please tell me. I see. So the Taishima mermaid known as Hayase was killed by raiders. The hatred she left behind became a curse that entered this wooden carving. You, Avi, then inherited her curse in addition to information from 400 years ago in the form of a resentful memory. You absorbed all that quite efficiently. I'm impressed. This is actually not the first time I've heard of what can happen if one touches a cursed stone. Oh? Yes, but let's save that conversation for later. More importantly, you know actually what went down on Taishima 400 years ago? That's right. I know the truth. All of it. What happened, what didn't. I know it. You seem a bit frazzled. Do you need more time to collect your thoughts? There's no need to worry. I am prepared, but it will take some time to explain. There we go. He accepted the supernatural aspects of her story quite quickly. Well, he did already believe in mermaids after all. Christmas. Sumatic, myself. Yeah, okay, that's the same thing. That reminds me, I meant to ask about the metal box. If it's been lying on the seafloor for 400 years, how come it wasn't discovered until now? It was most likely sealed inside a rock or something until a few months ago. So it was sealed away until a certain amount of time had passed? No, I believe the box unsealing may have been triggered by something. Ah, so the earthquake that unleashed Sato also kind of freed that box. It's time to reveal what truly happened 400 years ago to Taishima and the mermaids. Please, do tell. Around 400 years ago, the area of Shima province, which included Taishima, was governed by the Kuki clan. The leader of that clan at the time was Kuki Sumitaka, and it was his duty to protect the secret of the 3 mermaids living on Taishima. That must have been Sobai, Nagame, and Hayase. However, the legend that eating mermaid flesh could grant immortal life was well known. So he secretly hid them on Taishima so no one would learn about their existence. It appears Sumitaka thought the mermaids as sacred or divine, as a sacred or divine existence. The thought of seeking immortality for himself never likely crossed his mind. The land where the mermaids lived was a sanctuary that he fiercely protected at all costs. In other words, Taishima was an island where people worshipped the mermaids in secret. Indeed, it meant that people living on the island were not simple commoners, but guards tasked with protecting the sanctuary and its mermaids. Sumitaka was so dedicated to keeping the mermaids secret that he kept the existence of Taishima out of historical records. The public believed the island was entirely uninhabited. I see. By keeping its existence hidden, he was able to keep the mermaids safe. However, a vassal of Sumitaka's uncle, Yoshitaka, learned about the mermaids on Taishima. Yeah, I saw that. I find it funny that, like, they added it. I mean, it makes sense that they'd add it now with the power creep, the real power creep in there, but also, it is just funny because you can get, like, S ranks. Or at least I can get S ranks pretty consistently in, Trackblazer. S plus ranks, and then the races are still, like, A plus, I think, at this point. So, they are harder, but they are far below what a lot of players are capable of. He passed this information on to Yoshitaka, who believed attaining immortality was a must to rise to the top of an era often plagued by war. He commanded his vassal to lead his army to Taishima and do whatever he had to return with the flesh of a mermaid. Sumitaka and those on the island resisted, but the invading army was far too powerful. The island was swiftly overrun. Ultimately, Hayase was captured and brought before the vassal. The vassal tortured her, demanding she grant him the power of immortality. But Hayase did not yield. Even the most hellish torments, she screamed and cursed with despair and anger until her dying breath. That's horrible. The hatred Hayase felt at the moment of her death led to the creation of the curse of the Forsaken Fish. And that's what I learned from the resentful memory inside of the cursed stone. But to be honest, that is only half. Half of what? Half of the memories. The other half of the memories is the other half is the memories of the one who left behind the metal box. Namely, the story of how the curse of the Forsaken Fish became a cursed stone. Having failed to obtain immortality, the vassal flew into a rage. He had all inhabitants of Taishima slaughtered as revenge for keeping the secret. This guy is the worst. Finally, he continued his advance into the sanctuary where the islanders had protected down to the last man. There he destroyed its shrine. What irony that he came so close to the secret he had been so desperate to find. Are you saying the other two mermaids are still in the sanctuary? No, they had already fled Taishima. Actually, there were two other survivors. Sumitaka's adopted daughter, Princess Hatsune, has also escaped the chaos of the invasion unscathed. There was one other islander who managed to survive as well, taking with him the treasure the mermaids had protected. The mermaid's treasure. Yeah, true. This may shed some light on the descendant you spoke of earlier. Of course, she must be a descendant of that man that escaped that day. We now know she was correct when speaking. Oh, she was correct when she spoke of 3 mermaids living on Taishima. So we do. Putting descendants aside for now, let's return to 400 years ago. The vassal's invasion and destruction of the sanctuary was like a trigger, as a reaction to the sanctuary's fate and their own ill-deserved death. The sorrow and hatred of the islanders swirled together and formed into the curse of the raging waves, a natural disaster that shook the heavens when it descended upon Taishima. The curse bombarded Taishima with violent winds, earthquakes, and thunder. Then, in a final act to protect Taishima's lost sanctuary, they sank it into the sea to destroy all evidence of it ever existing. They destroyed it? The small island of Taishima sunk swiftly under the waves. The vassal and all the men, of course, were killed thanks to the curse. But one problem remained. That wasn't the end of it? This story keeps on giving. Taishima was destroyed by the natural waves caused by the curse of the raging waves. But the calamity continued for many days. It must have seemed as though it would never end. I can't imagine how terrifying it must have been. Tsumitaka even sought out a famous onmyoji to dispel the curse, but he was unsuccessful. The curse would eventually sink to the bottom of the sea along the sanctuary and be sealed there. Only then did the calamity end. Yet it required this curse... Yet it appears this curse was so powerful that it required a sacrifice to truly be sealed. A sacrifice? Not just any sacrifice, but a living one. Princess Hatsune offered herself up to be... I see. Okay. I was wondering because, like, if Osato's legend is that she kind of moved around and lived around everywhere, it would still be weird if we still have Sato here, but you said she was Sumitaka's adopted daughter, yes? And that she lived on Taishima? It appears to be the case. Sumitaka was evidently so taken with her that he decided to adopt her. The rumor that she threw herself down a well was likely spread to cover up the real cause of her death. So Princess Hatsune was actually sacrificed. The seal would hold for 400 years. They must have hoped that the curse itself would fade during that time too. However, the curse of the forsaken fish created by Hayase also continued to linger in the same place. The onmyoji sealed it inside the wooden carving, turning it into a cursed stone. Then the same onmyoji, knowing that the seal would only last 400 years, stored his memory within the cursed stone to pass on this information. He wished to pass down his knowledge for others to use in the event the curse outlasted the 400-year lifespan of the seal. He left behind instructions on how to completely dispel the curse of the raging waves. Indeed, I've compiled it in all my files. Whoops. A curse that causes an outbreak to raise Taishima. Let's just put here. In the event the curse did not fade during the 400 years it was sealed, the onmyoji, originally responsible for sealing the curse behind, left a plan to dispel it. It was his belief that the curse's power would have weakened enough by that point to perform the following steps that would be enough to lift the curse completely. First, thou must unbind my seal, risen from the depths with the iron box. Second, thou must offer the still-tide mirror bequeathed by the sacrifice to the sanctuary. I also have to go dive and find Taishima there. Third, let those who shared blood with the lost souls of Taishima be the ones to offer appeasement. Okay. So Yuza's gonna be important. Huh, so that's what happened. And that wraps it up. I got all that information, I got that all that info beamed into my brain in a flash, and yet I still managed to present it as an enticing narrative, eh? How amazing was that? You're utterly astounding. Wow, incredible. Woo! I was gonna be like, this is just a recap, but also there is some stuff here that's I can see that is different. Around 400 years ago, during the Sengoku period, Oda Nobunaga was assassinated at Honnoji Temple. Kuki Yoshitaka, commander of the Kuki army, has steadily been gaining influence within the clan, but he now found himself at a crossroads in an era still racked by the turmoil of war. It was then that a vassal of the Kuki clan, Komatsu Sadamune, approached him with some intriguing information. According to Sadamune, 3 mermaids were said to be living on Taishima under the protection of some of the island's residents, even though the island was originally thought to be uninhabited. It was originally known through folklore that eating the flesh of a mermaid granted one immortality and eternal youth. Sadamune urged Yoshitaka to take advantage of this, suggesting that if he possessed such power, an invincible army would be his to command. Seeing this as the opportunity he had been waiting for, Yoshitaka ordered Sadamune to capture the mermaids and bring them back to him. However, Kiku Sumitaka, Yoshitaka's nephew, and head of the clan at the time, strongly opposed his approaching Taishima. It was in fact Sumitaka who had secretly been protecting the mermaids of Taishima, believing the mermaids to be messengers of the gods, and the island a sacred sanctuary. He had worked to keep them isolated from the outside influence. His adopted daughter, Princess Hatsune, was also living in hiding on Taishima at the time for other reasons, which further strengthened his opposition to Yoshitaka's plan. However, it was not long before Komatsu Sudamune learned of this. He reported to Yoshitaka that Sumitaka was not only planning to keep the mermaids for himself, but also was secretly moving to build an army of his own. Infuriated by what he perceived as an act of rebellion, Yoshitaka gave the order for Sudamune to prepare a military invasion of Taishima. Upon receiving the order, Komatsu Sudamune immediately set sail for Taishima at the head of a large army. Caught off guard by the unexpected attack, Sumitaka scrambled to send out his own forces in an attempt to resist, but was unable to prevent the enemy from landing. In a blink of an eye, the once peaceful and beautiful landscape of Taishima was transformed into a nightmare. The islanders, guardians of the sacred land, desperately fought back, but they stood no chance against seasoned soldiers hardened by years of battle on the front lines. And one after another, they fell before the invaders. Sadamune ordered that even women and children be cut down without mercy, and soon the waters around Taishima ran red with blood. Sadamune's forces swept across the island, searching every inch for signs of the mermaids as they pressed their assault. Finally, they discovered a mermaid in hiding by the name of Hayase and captured her. Sadamune demanded that she make his troops immortal, but the mermaid staunchly refused, even as Sadamune turned to torture, inflicting unspeakable pain with every refusal. The torture escalated until even her supernatural nature was not enough to withstand the torment. On the brink of death and resigned to her fate, Hayase gave a final terrible cry, overflowing with resentment and anger as she breathed her last. Sadamune ordered his men to take the flesh from her body, but as soon as moved to do so, a strange phenomenon began to occur. All the soldiers who approached her body began to transform into fish, their bodies decaying rapidly as the transformation took hold. Hayase had cast a curse upon them with her dying breath. With one mermaid, Sadamune captured dead and his forces decimated, he began a mad search of the island in pursuit of the remaining two mermaids. Eventually, he found a deep cave in the interior of the island that extended far beneath the earth. Reaching down to the seafloor, in the deepest part of the cave was a shrine and a door with a powerful seal over it that he couldn't open no matter how hard he tried. Convinced this had to be the entrance to the sacred land, the home of the mermaids, Sadamune gathered all his remaining gunpowder and artillery and unleashed it on the door, destroying both it and the shrine in the process. The next moment, a violent tremor rocked the entire island, and the skies above were engulfed by a storm. The repercussions of his desecration of the sacred land and resentment of the islanders he had senselessly slaughtered blended together, unleashing an all-consuming calamity that seemed to shake the very heavens and earth. Ravaged by fierce earthquakes and vicious storms, Taishima sank beneath the waves, as if nature itself sought to protect the sacred land by erasing all traces of its existence. Thus, Taishima and the sacred land, along with Sadamune and his army, were lost to the sea in an instant. The only survivors of this tragedy were two mermaids and two islanders that had successfully made their escape from the island. Hayase had, in fact, stayed behind as bait to allow the others to escape. The two surviving islanders were Princess Hatsune and a man named Somikawa, who had been assigned the duty of protecting a relic important to the mermaids. However, the tale did not end with the sinking of Taishima's did not end with the sinking of Taishima. Sumitaka eventually made it to the seas near the island, but a fierce anger and resentment darkened the waters around it, and the curse born from these dark emotions, the curse of the raising waves, had given rise to a storm that continued to rage even several days after the incident. Furthermore, the curse born from Hayase's final moments, the curse of the Forsaken Fish, also continued to exert its influence on the area, causing anyone who entered the storm's domain to transform into a fish. The situation had grown beyond anyone's ability to control. Sumitaka, looking for a solution, turned to Tsuchimikado Harukage, a renowned omyoji and friend of Princess Hatsune. After concluding an investigation, Harukage concluded that the source of the curse was the sacred land, now sunk beneath the waves. Although the curse was too powerful to dispel, it would be possible to seal the sacred land by offering up a sacrifice, thereby suppressing its calamitous effects. The seal would last for 400 years, by which time he anticipated the curse of the raging waves would dissipate. Hearing this, Princess Hatsune volunteered to sacrifice herself in hopes that it would bring peace to the souls of the islanders who had looked after her during her time in Taishima. With her noble sacrifice, the storm at last died down, and peace was restored to the sea around the island. A bronze mirror in Princess Hatsune's possession at the time was imbued with power to serve as a talisman to calm raging waves, and was passed from person to person over the years, eventually making its way to Kamishima. Tsuchimikado Harukage was also able to seal the curse of the Forsaken Fish in the wooden accessory that Princess Hatsune had been wearing, turning it into a curse stone. Harukage used the resentful memories contained within the curse stone to create a record of the event, which he sealed within a heavily locked iron box before concealing it in a rock on the seabed. In the event the curse of the raging waves had not abated even after 400 years, he made it so that the seal on the rock would be lifted at this time as the seal on the sacred land, so that the record of what had happened, and the method of undoing the curse would make its way to future generations. Meanwhile, to protect the sacred land, the mermaids, Sumitaka ensured all records of Taishima were erased, so no mention of the island or the disaster that had befallen it would make its way into historical accounts. He also concocted a tale in which Princess Hatsune had thrown herself down a well in defiance of a political marriage in order to conceal her sacrifice. Afterward, Kuki Yoshitaka, infuriated not only by his failure to obtain immortality, but also the loss of his primary military force, murdered Sumitaka, who opposed him to the very end, and seized control of the Kuki clan in both name and nature. He had his vassals search the area for Taishima countless times after that, but it is said that neither found the mermaids nor any trace of their existence. I'm not going to need a stretch break. I'm going to need a vocal break after this. I compiled the details of the story in the files, so feel free to get to go over it at your own pace. Oh, thank you. After Miss Suma found the metal box, do you mean to tell me she's dead? It is likely. If you consider the curse of the Forsaken Fish had completely saturated the metal box, it is likely too late for her. True. I'm looking forward to that. Like, I'm really looking forward to that. How horrible. Since she likely turned into a fish and died died soon after, there's a high chance her transformed body will wash up on shore soon. Okay, so maybe that's what the Ama diver. Although she still looked like Sumikawa. That's her name, right? Wait a second. Is something wrong? Avi, if someone is affected by the curse of the Forsaken Fish and the transformation starts at the feet and travels slowly up, yes? I believe so. Though it would be hard to say for sure without witnessing it. If it's true, then that might explain the true identity of the fish mermaids discovered in this area. It could have been the bodies of those who died in the middle of transforming due to the curse of the Forsaken Fish. Oh, that's a convincing theory. I was definitely thinking about that, like the fish mermaids that made it around, like... Fish mermaids have been recorded as having human heads or only human heads or faces, or appearing human from just the chest or shoulders up. If the curse starts at the feet and travels upward, that would explain the variety of fish mermaids that have appeared. The transformation is so painful that most die mid-transformation. Then the curse causes the body to rapidly wither, forming a fibrous mass. Yeah. It may even be the true identity of your mummy, mermaid. Interesting. Still, without analyzing it directly, there is no way to know for certain. Perhaps this is why the mermaid mummies originated from Japan are of such high quality. Ikoma's just like, Of course, this doesn't mean that all fish mermaids and mermaid mummies are authentic, but it means there's a possibility. Any number of fish mermaids could actually be victims of this curse. Actually, I just remembered there are 2 points from your tale I wanted to discuss. About the events 400 years ago. My first point concerns the vassal who tortured the mermaid in an attempt to obtain immortality. If all he needed was the mermaid's flesh, what necessity would it be in torturing her? Oh, that's true. It would mean that the vassal ate the mermaid's flesh. It could mean that the vassal ate the mermaid's flesh, but did not become immortal. So he tortured her to figure out why. As for the second observation, the way that it zooms in on Ikoma just makes me think like something's up. Something is up. I have a theory about the area you described in the sanctuary as the sanctuary. Could it be referring to an entrance to Ryugu? Ryugu? It is sometimes also referred to as the eternal world or the world beyond. Yeah, the fact that, like, clearly there is a bone in his, like, he died, right? Like, there's someone that does, with a sketch of a body that died 6 years ago. Or was found in that place 6 years ago. But they only had, like, a bone. And someone identified him with the same name. Like, I'm wondering if somehow he's also, like, immortal. He took, like, because part of it was, like, if you take a, if you die, like, something happens, like, whatever part of your body that was, like, largest, the rest of the body, like, grows, right? So, although, how would that work with, Soto? Because, like, yeah, he's able to see the faces of deceased individuals. The thoughts of the desire of the dead individual must remain to be effective. Maybe he's not, because he's not dead, like, his thoughts and whatever are still definitely there. Good work, Test. In some legends, mermaids are priestesses who serve the ruler of Ryugu, the god of the sea. I see. The thing is, though, he just does not look like the sketch, like, in any way or form. It's somewhere here, right? Maybe? Oh, it's literally on a gameplay guide. Why doesn't it show up under here? It just ends. Oh wait, no, somehow I didn't get down all the way? Oh, I just missed. Wait, yeah. Yeah, because the seabed skeletons, yeah. Like, the eyes are very different. It's the eyes specifically. The eyes and, like, the eyebrows, like... I guess they're kind kind of thick, but like his eyebrows are still like the shape is different. If the sanctuary was actually an entrance to Ryugu, then that could mean that the mermaids were not living on Taishima, but merely traveling there from Ryugu. Yes, I believe that to be the case. That would also explain why the destruction of the sanctuary would inspire the fury of the god of the sea. Yeah. To be honest, it's difficult to believe that the grudges of the inhabitants of Taishima would be enough to explain what happened. How could they possibly engender a curse powerful enough to sink an island and linger for more than 400 years? However, it's quite easy to believe that a curse from Ryugu could maintain such power. That also explains the necessity of a living sacrifice. Of course, one would be required to seal an entrance of Ryugu. But if the entrance to Ryugu was sealed, what became of the two mermaids that fled Taishima? I doubt Sobai and Nagame managed to return to Ryugu. I believe they have been living here in the human world for the past 400 years, waiting for the seal to be lifted. They just hid somewhere away from human eyes. If that's true, then they have been successfully hiding for over 400 years. Of course, if they were hiding themselves at the bottom of the sea, it'd be practically impossible to find them. It's also possible they've been wandering the globe rather than lingering in one place. That could explain all the mermaid sightings around the world. They could be these same too. Ah! All this discussion of hiding made me realize something. What is it? Do you recall the story Mr. Ikoma told us yesterday of the mermaid who became human? Ah! Are you suggesting she decided to join human society because she could not return to Ryugu? It is a possibility we should consider. But that occurred only a few decades ago. Why would she decide to become human just before the seal was released? Perhaps her circumstances changed. We can only speculate on the motivations of someone who has lived for centuries. It's possible she did not feel compelled, but decided to become human out of her own desire. Like, she could have met someone she wanted to live a moral life with, like in The Little Mermaid. That is certainly possible. That's certainly possible, and quite romantic too. I'll have to write this down. It can make a solid novel. Oh, I've just realized something. What is it? You heard about this mermaid from the descendant of the Taishima survivor, yes? That's correct. I feel it's only right that they are informed of the things we learn. We'd love to talk to her. We're quite curious about this mermaid treasure too. It must have been passed down to them through the generations. I understand. I'll probably drop by her place later anyway, since I have to handle the matter with Miss Suma. Then I'll discuss it with her. I'll discuss it with her then. Thanks, that'd be great. That said, I have a favor to ask of you. Go ahead, we'll do whatever we can. You said that the seal over the entrance to Ryugu has been lifted, is that correct? Yes, it's most likely been gone for several months now. Huh? Really? A horrible curse that had been swirling around the area where Taishima used to be. It's possible that the curse of the raging waves, and it surged up from Ryugu once more, now that the seal has been lifted. The fact that we were able to open the metal box is proof enough that the seal had faded. That would mean the entrance to Ryugu is now open. Well, the situation is quite unstable now. What with the curse of the raging waves seeping in through the entrance. At any rate, What do you want us to do? There's an island called Kamishima that is located quite close to where Taishima once was. There's something I would like you to do for me there. This request does, in fact, have some relation to our current conversation. Oh? Yeah, I'm glad I didn't tack this on at the end of the last stream, because this section is huge. Treasure Hunting Part 1 was short. This part is big. Now then, Avi. We decided to tell Ikoma everything, but I know there's some information you kept from him. Oh, I did? Yeah, something from the mermaid's memories. The real way to obtain immortality. That's right. I see no reason to inform him about it. After all, no matter what he may say about tourist attractions, that guy is also after immortality. I saw him straighten up when you talked about the mermaids being tortured by her captor. Required more than her flesh for immortality. Are you sure? I thought his goal, even if he even had one, was to quell the curse of the raging waves. Sorry, that name is funny. Sorry, you can't see it in the chat, but there was a bot named Barbarian Urinal. That's a name you go with. Perhaps there's that too. He even asked us to go to Kamishima to find the still-tide mirror in his stead. You mentioned that lifting the curse required the mirror as well as the help of the Taishima descendant, right? There's also something about lifting a seal first, but I don't know what that part's all about. Well, I see no harm in quelling the curse, so I say we continue to cooperate for now. Agreed, though I do wish we did not have to approach Kamishima at all. The evil atmosphere is nauseating. However, must consider the possibility that Ikoma actually has his eyes set on the mermaids in Ryugu. It is possible he may be searching for mermaids like us. I suppose that discussion can wait for later. First, you must find the treasure that the survivor managed to slip out of Taishima. Oh, you mean the treasure required in addition to the mermaid flesh when attempting to gain immortality? Yes. It is, it's a treasure known as the Tametobako. Mermaid flesh has to be put inside and purified by it to have any effect. Ah, so that's probably the box that, that's the box that, Sumikawa has. So provided that both, one has both the flesh of a human mermaid and the Tametobako, then immortality is indeed attainable. Boom. And that's why you can't open it. A box, often referred to as a relic, used by mermaids who once lived near Taishima. A similar box has also made its appearance in the tale of Urashima Taro. True, true. That's important. As a box gifted by the eponymous protagonist by Otohime, leading to its name becoming widely known. The box is filled with spiritual energy and nature to that which filled Ryugu, the mermaid's original home. Objects placed within it may thus be kept in the same state they would be within Ryugu. It is said that the mermaids used the box to bring objects from Ryugu with them that would otherwise have been unable to transport to the mermaid world. But it's also the secondary effect of returning mermaid flesh. Normally able to exist in a transient state in the material world. To state it would be in Ryugu. Sorry. Boxes fills furniture and centered in nature to that which fills Ryugu, the mermaid's origin home. Objects placed within it may be kept in the same state they would be within Ryugu. It is said that mermaids use this box to bring objects from Ryugu with them that they would otherwise be unable to transport to the material world. But it also has a secondary effect, returning mermaid flesh, normally able to exist in a transient state in the material world, to the state it would be in Ryugu, thereby restoring its ability to grant immortality. Basis for... yeah, true. Okay, so I guess it's like you don't need to consume it. It just needs to be in the box, probably? Although in the logs, I think you said that you still have to consume... but like... yeah, because like it only grants immortality in Ryugu. It doesn't, no, it just has... yeah, they don't say consume flesh. You just need to have the flesh. It would mean if we could meet with the Taishima descendant, they could probably provide us with the information on the Tame Tobacco. I concur. If we could get our hands on the Tame Tobacco, we wouldn't have to worry about Ikoma. However, it is likely he is wary of us and will keep us from meeting the descendant. At the very least, we know he's cautious enough to keep her name secret. Well, that's why I asked him to hand her our little souvenir. What was that all about? You sure we're not going to need that iron box? I doubt we will need it again. Plus, you could think of it as a backup plan. Regardless of what happens, we'll be able to meet with the descendant tomorrow. Let's get our hands on that mermaid treasure. Time to find that Tame Tobacco. Okay, I get it. She's going to use it for dowsing. She's going to basically use the box for dowsing so she can find her. Ah, we finally got this. Descendant and duty. Well, that was an hour and a half portion. I need to... whoops. Well, that's down there now. I need to take a stretch break, so... don't go too far, guys. We're gonna find out more about mermaids when I get back. Okay. Took a little longer than anticipated there. I got also just got myself a quick snack of raspberries, cause oh no, oh no. See, I feel like the Toho music store would take me a while, just because like I would definitely want to be like I would definitely need to like kind of like also just kind of go in my head, just like kind of hear the song, or even just put the song on for a bit to really emphasize how I feel, you know, or bring out the emotions that I feel, you know. I like how we started here. This was our introduction to the game. Most of the game has taken place before this happened. Oh, that's nice. That's good. That's good. We're gonna go up, down here, and then we're gonna go up, because I feel like that's gonna be kind of nice to just break it up a little bit, even though I do really like Avi. We've been in Avi City for like a while. Descendant and Duty. The Atomic Tobacco. Treasure required to obtain immortality. Avi assumes that the descendant of Taishima, whom Ikoma knows, has inherited it. He tries to scheme a way to meet them. Oh. Yeah, like I really like Stage 5. LOL-K theme, but a lot of it is also just because it's tied to some of the emotions that I felt when I was like trying to 1cc LOL-K, and it's just like, okay, this is the part I have to lock in, right? And it just has that like, which for me is a positive thing. For me, it's just like, okay, this is real. This run is getting real. I can lock in. Hello again. Arnav Barna back on the scene. Allow me to summarize. As suspected, Ikoma contacted us today, telling us we have to wait a little longer before we can meet the descendant. Thus, figuring he had no intention of letting us meet her anyway, we decided to use Cersei's ability to go looking for the descendant ourselves. Yeah, what exactly? That's exactly what I said, right? Like, she's got dowsing. It had to come up. Who exactly are you talking to? Kind of about, yeah, like, they're, like, the top songs are less, like, significantly just, better. These are pretty decent raspberries. Got a decent amount of juice to them. I'm merely setting the scene. Really feels like it's raising the stakes now. Makes it feel a lot more like a thrilling adventure. Sure, you got me all worked up. But I'm trying to concentrate, so could you please stop distracting me? I mean, strawberries are my favorite, but like, I guess raspberries do have the advantage of like, you kind of wash them and then you just have like this little tiny thing to pop in your mouth over strawberries, right? And I'm personally not a big fan of blueberries on their own, so. I see. But like, if I get like blueberry waffles, which, you know, I think those probably have like, those are like dehydrated or frozen blueberries or whatever, or something like that. They don't feel like pure blueberries, but those are actually pretty good. I like them. Even better than, you know, just the fresh blueberries. But I'm trying to concentrate, so could you please stop distracting me? Alright, sorry. The problem is now that I have this here and it's right beside me, I'm just gonna, like, just keep munching on him. Yeah, she's focusing on her dowsing. This is the town of Ichika in Toba City. The area is one of many any in the area and renowned for its ama divers. Sure, she's completely focused on dowsing right now. There are several types of dowsing techniques, but it seems like she's using a pendulum. It would seem that the necklace she wears can be used for such purpose. The closer you get to the target, the stronger the pendulum swings. So she's using her dowsing ability to search for the descendant right now. What? Doesn't her dowsing ability only let us look for spiritual energy? And on top of that, doesn't she have to be familiar with the energy she's looking for? That's right. I was thinking the same thing. However, Cersei was perfectly prepared. Before parting with the Ikoma yesterday, she asked him to hand the iron box to the descendant when he paid her a visit. He said the descendant ought to have it since it is so deeply connected to Taishima's story. Ikoma agreed on the matter and would apparently go through with it, assuming he did hand it over. Yeah, that's the thing. I was about to say, that's like one assumption, right? Like, you have to assume that he actually did, like, follow through. Then the iron box, with its massive amount of spiritual energy, has fallen right into the lap of our target. Now Cersei just has to use her dowsing to locate the box. At least that's the plan. She seems focused. Best not to interrupt her now. However, her dowsing range is limited. With the spiritual energy the iron box possesses, its range is probably about just 2 to 3 kilometers. Huh, I see. So I had to narrow down the target area somewhat before starting our search. So, any idea where we might start looking for the descendant? I think Mr. Ikoma said something about visiting her several times before she finally agreed to talk, didn't he? He did, which would mean that she doesn't live too far away. She must live close enough for him to have paid her frequent visits. Yes, exactly. So I think it'd be best to start searching the towns within Toba. I see. But there are quite a few towns in the area, right? Grapes are pretty good. Grapes are pretty good, especially after you peel them. About that, when we partied yesterday, Mr. Ikoma mentioned something else that stuck with me. When you asked to meet the descendant, he said he'd probably drop by later anyway, since he also had to handle the matter with Miss Suma. Alright, he did say that. So basically, the descendant lived close to Suma. He said he would drop by while he was in the area, so they likely live close to one another. Yes, I was thinking the same. Those towns with many ama divers are top candidates. Yeah, no, grapes are great because, like, you just, you wash them, and then you have, like, little bite-sized, little just, like, pop in your mouth, like. And then they also don't leave behind a mess. Like, oranges you have to peel, and then, they tend to be they can be very juicy sometimes, and you have, you also deal with the rind, you have to deal with seeds a lot of the time. Grapes you just peel, pop in your mouth, and you're done, and, like, I guess you do have you can have the stem that they're on, right? But, like, that's different than having an apple core, or a mango pit, or a peach pit to kind of be like, okay, I think sticky You're too seedy for... I don't think I've ever had blackberries on their own. So that means we should probably start by searching all the towns in Toba that are home to a lot of amadivers. That's right. We can make our way up by searching along the coast for starters. It'd be nice if we at least learned the descendant's name. We might have a lead on that. Think of your research into the past of this place. Alright, I believe the name was... It was Sumikawa, right? I keep saying that, but I never actually double checked. Somekawa. It was like Sumitaka and Somekawa. Somekawa! That's what Taishima's survivor was called. If there are any descendants, then they might still bear the same name. Yeah, vitamin C is pretty good for you. Don't want to get scurvy. That's right. It's another clue we can follow. And so we ended up spending the morning traveling down along the coast from one fishing town to another. This is the 4th town we searched so far. It's about time we actually find something. What toast? What are you putting on this pizza? So, Saoirse, what's the situation? Want to give it a try? Huh? Really? Will it still work if it's me? I'll still be holding the pendulum, but you can see for yourself if you'd like. Color me intrigued. I'm in. Alright, just like this. I know, I feel like scurvy is still pretty hard to... I don't know how long you need to be out without vitamin C to get scurvy, and also, like... There is just stuff that just does have it fortified in there, so I don't know. Okay, but there's nothing... Vegetable... Like... Just because it's a fruit or something doesn't mean it has vitamin C. I'll hold the pendulum. Direct me to move in different directions to see where it reacts. Very well. Bring it on. The pendulum won't respond right away, so the trick is to point in one direction and wait a while. Once you find the spot where it reacts the strongest, to shout that you figured it out. Got it. When it comes to yelling, I'm your guy. It seemed like somewhere like here was like the best. Ah, there, right there. It's much stronger than that. There, right there. You got it. So that means it's up there somewhere? Well, it may still be a bit further out, but at least we figured out what direction to go. I knew it was about time we hit the right spot. Alright. Let's follow this thing and see where it leads us. Right? This is it. The apartment furthest back on this building's ground floor. Got it. Hello? Anybody home? Wow, you don't hesitate, huh? We're here on behalf of Mr. Ikoma. No answer. Guess no one's home. No. I can sense a presence. Hello, we'd like to talk about the iron box. What is it? Ah, you two. Avi and Shershi, is it? So you're the ones who found that iron box. Yes, that's right. You know, I never talked to foreigners before, so I'm so nervous. I can hardly think straight. Please, no need to be tense, Miss Somikawa. I promise we're both harmless and cheerful. Right. Not a lot to look at here. You live like this, huh? So this is Miss Somikawa's home. Even with the lights on, it's strangely dark inside. Even though it's daytime, the shutters are kept tightly shut. You can hardly hear any noise from outside either. She's more willing to meet us than expected. That iron box proved more useful than I thought. Nice work, Shushi. I'll treat you to some more onigiri senbei tonight, later. She may look calm on the surface, but I know she must be excited to peek inside a traditional Japanese home. Well, a wooden apartment is pretty, like this is pretty old school. I can see why she'd be geeking out. This is her geeking out face. At a quick glance, I can't spot anything that looks like a tame tobacco in the room. So true, Ziggle. I suppose it makes sense you wouldn't just keep it out in the open. I see. I'm so glad we got a chance to talk with her. There she is. She's definitely, like, really happy. Whoops. So, she's a descendant of the last Taishima survivor. The way she dresses makes her look older, but I'd say she's approximately around my age. I thought she'd be difficult to deal with, but now that we've actually met her, I'd say it's more like she's extremely cautious, the type to never let her guard down. Can't even begin to imagine the kind of life she's led. Still, the fact she's wearing traditional clothing is actually quite charming. I've hardly seen anyone wear traditional clothes since coming to Japan, which is a bit of a shock, to be honest. Allow me to emphasize what an honor it is to meet a descendant of Taishima. Who's to say it's even true? I suppose your family must have lived in this town for generations? No, I moved here a couple years back. Oh, why's that? That's got nothing to do with the two of you. Ah, fair enough. Then if you don't mind me asking, do you have any other family or relatives, Mrs. Somikawa? Why? Apologies, I was just wondering if there are any other descendants. Don't know, but I'm probably the only one left. That too will come to an end soon enough. Oh? What do you mean by that? No more than what I said. So, do you live here by yourself, Miss Somikawa? That's right. Very exactly. Yeah, time to sacrifice. But again, there's something weird about this. Like, I'm just wondering how much she actually remembers about the island, or if she, like, doesn't remember. Where exactly did you come across the iron box? I followed this map that was in my family's possession. Supposedly, it was left behind by the Onmyoji who sealed away the curse of Taishima. A map, you say? It led us to the iron box. It must have been resting at the bottom of the Issei Bay. Since it's such a valuable artifact deeply connected to Taishima's lost history, we absolutely had to tell you about it, Miss Somikawa. Oh yeah? If I may say so, I noticed your interest in the iron box. Could it be you already knew of its existence? I didn't know it was a box, but I've been told something still remained at the island. That makes sense. True. I mean, it was sealed away. Speaking of that box, I don't suppose there's something inside. Yes, inside was a record detailing how Taishima was destroyed, along with information on the curse of the raging waves. A record? Oh, allow me to fill you in on the details. And that sums it up. Such a horrid man, wouldn't you say? Massacring the people of Taishima all because he wanted to find a mermaid that bad? The grudges left behind by the event coalesced into two separate curses, and ultimately Taishima was destroyed along with everything else. I'm sure it must be excruciating to hear the tale of how your ancestors' home was destroyed. But I believe the story should be passed down so people can learn of Taishima's true history. Wouldn't you agree? And that was all recorded in that box? That was all recorded in that box? Yeah, that's... No, we better wait before broaching this topic. She realized we were after Tommy Tobacco. I was wondering. By the way, you may consider this the curious whims of a fantasy author, but would you be able to elucidate me on some of the stories that have been passed down in your family? Now I get it. You also came here because you want to ask about mermaids, eh? Alright, you got me there, it's true. But can you blame me? As a fantasy author, it is in my blood. If mermaids truly do exist, then I must sate my curiosity. I knew it. Whatever your motives, you're not getting into Tommy Tobacco. I'm not falling for one of Ikoma's schemes. Ack. I'm not going to share the family's legend of Taishima with just anyone. Did you just say that Ikoma is after the Tommy Tobacco? Oh, so you didn't know? Well, he is. That's exactly why I hid it somewhere. No one will ever find it. I see. It must be very precious to you then. Well, I'm relieved that the iron box found its way to you then. So, was there a curse stone inside the iron box? A curse what? Don't play dumb. There must have been one. Well... So you already knew about it. There was indeed a curse stone inside. That's what I thought. Then how about a trade? You two want the Tommy Tobacco, don't you? Oh, a trade? Oh, is that why we go on the boat like this? I didn't think we'd be going this far out. You certainly shook me when you said we had to take a boat all of a sudden. To think that Tommy Tobacco would be hidden at sea. What an incredible plot twist. My apologies. That's just what the writer in me, that's just the writer in me coming through. This is all too thrilling. You sure can talk. Believe it or not, I'm actually holding back. I can actually go on and on at great length. Once I get started. That wasn't praise. There's no way to run on an island. No matter where you go, someone's always near. It's always too loud, grating on the ears. The sea, though, once you get this far out, it's nice and quiet. Nothing but the sound of waves, no talking, no irritating folk or commotion, only fish swimming without a sound. This is fine. Stop the boat. Yeah, they did say that. We're somewhere off the coast of Toba City, accompanied by only the sound of the waves and the cries of seabirds. Did she really hide the Tommy Tobacco here, in a place with no landmarks whatsoever? And if it's at the bottom of the ocean here, how are we supposed to retrieve it? Miss Somikawa used to be an avid diver. Could she be planning to go down and get it herself? Yeah, dressed like that. That's what's her name's Cersei's little thing, right? Whoa. This is one of Cersei's abilities, a Shikigami. When someone's name is written on a piece of paper, she can make that paper fly towards that person. They're great for delivering messages or tracking down someone. I was pretty spooked the first time I saw it, but I've gotten used to it. Well, okay, fine. I did just go, whoa, but not because I was actually surprised or anything. Something wrong? It's nothing. Don't mind me. I wonder if something happens to Cersei. I better read the note. Let's take a look. Ran into two suspicious people looking for Miss Somikawa. I drove them off for now, but be careful. Seems like something happened on Cersei's end. I'd better stay alert just in case, but I don't think I'll mention this to Miss Somikawa. It'll only shake her up. Come all this way out here in the middle of the sea on Miss Somikawa's request. His boat could only carry 2 people, so he left Cersei to watch the shore. Given that Ikoma's after the Tommy Tobacco as well, he might try to interfere if he learns of this. So Cersei is keeping an eye out to make sure he doesn't try to follow us. It's reassuring to have some backup. So someone has been tailing us all along. So that's why she also probably was really suspicious of the other two, Soto and it's been so long since we've interacted. Yumiko? Yeah, Yumiko. Because she probably suspects that they're working for Ikoma. She looks so solemn. I wonder what's going through her mind. Not going to lie. I'm curious. I'm a little concerned she hasn't told me the conditions of our trade. Will she ask me to trade her the curse stone? Then she kind of say to do it? So, will you tell me now what you want to trade for the will you tell me what you want to trade for the Tommy Tobacco now? You got the Forsaken Fish curse stone with you, right? Just, that's an intense stare for her, given that, like, her eyes are always just, like, so, just... like that, yeah. Like, she looks like she's about to kill us or something like that. Have a good look. The Forsaken Fish curse stone. Looks like the real deal, alright. You want to trade the stone for the Tommy Tobacco, right? I figured as much. Well, I'm fine with those terms. Let's do it. No, that ain't it. Oh, that ain't it? So she does want us to, like, kill her. You know, I once had a sister. Her name was Mare Somekawa. Okay, she has a... Okay, okay. You said you had a sister. Does that mean... Yes, she's gone. Died in an accident at sea about 5 years ago. I'm glad. I'm glad. Nowhere in my thoughts I crossed that like, oh, they're sisters. That must be her sister. No, they look alike. That must be her. That must be like, she must be like just got amnesia or something. I see. My condolences. So there actually was another descendant. You folks seem to be pinning your hopes on me just because I'm one of the descendants. But the one who actually inherited our duty wasn't me. It was my sister. Your duty? That's right. The duty of the Taishima bloodline. It's been passed down in our family for generations. Yeah, that is true. That is true. yeah. You just like, you expect the supernatural and all this other stuff that when it's just like, oh, they're sisters. Oh. Oops. Even more, our generation would be the one to handle the 40th year since the disaster. My grandpa always said that was particularly important. So there was a duty Taishima's descendants were meant to perform after 400 years. But I was young back then. I still had dreams of my own. I wanted no part in some annoying duty, so I ran away from home the first chance I got. I pushed all that responsibility onto my sister, but I know I should have helped her. I see, so that's why your sister was the one who inherited that duty. So it wasn't Miss Somikawa who inherited the family duty, but her older sister. This is probably part of her so-called request. I'm curious, so I might as well hear her out. Take a listen to the story, sure. This duty you mentioned. Damn, Toast. Damn, that's some pretty bad luck. No, wait. Everyone can naturally learn fast learner. It's very seldom that it happens, but like everyone can learn it. Because you have to get the special event, and then the special event has to trigger fast learner, right? So... Unless you're talking about there's like another event that does it, but... another outfit event that does it, but, you know. Was it to break the remains of the Curse of the Raging Waves? I suppose they were connected, but... Lifting the curse would have been a step along the road, but it wasn't the goal. Oh, really? What was it then? Well... It was to return the mermaid that was left behind in Ise Bay to Ryugu. That was the real duty of the Taishima bloodline. Return a mermaid? So it's true, there really was a mermaid stuck in Ise Bay because she couldn't return to Ryugu. That's right. Her name was Sobai. Oh. She's come up... she's come up in our research, so she was real after all. Yeah, it's the one with, like, the one event that's, like, you know, mood up, +5 to every attribute, +30, +30 ability points, because, like, every Uma has that. And then, once in a blue moon, it triggers fast learner. Usually in runs that are going terrible, it will trigger it. Swear to God. You see... My sister took on the family duty. It seems like she actually met Sobai herself. She got to meet the mermaid? After leaving my hometown and making a living as an ama diver, I had all forgotten about the duty I left behind. I had no idea what our duty actually entailed. So, when I finally learned the truth, I was crushed by regret. Regret? Why? You know... Ever since I was a little girl, I'd always been fascinated by mermaids. Understandable. I read The Little Mermaid so many times, the pages of the book started to wear away. I would see them in my dreams over and over. Back then, I wanted nothing more than to become a mermaid. That's what led me to become an ama diver in the first place. But the true nature of the family duty is only revealed to the one who inherits it. I see. What bitter irony. But couldn't you meet the mermaid after you learned the truth? My sister took pity on me and attempted to call her to meet me once in secret. My sister, Mare, even shared some of the things the mermaid had told her. But you know, Sobai was a cautious mermaid who never truly opened her heart to anyone but my sister. I'm sorry, I'm surprised it took this long for that story to come up for this stream, but yeah. Me, on the other hand, she avoided. I was never even allowed to allowed as much as a glimpse. Quite the bitter outcome. Mara and the mermaid had grown close as friends. They trusted each other, so they were inseparable. But she never showed herself to anyone other than my sister, not even a close relative like myself. Oh, so the mermaid that saved Yuza was probably her then. So she hid herself away for 400 years. Was such caution really necessary? Your sister must have been an incredible person to earn the mermaid's trust. Though I can only imagine how hard it must have been to be rejected by an existence you so deeply admired and longed to meet. Mare moved to Kamishima to be closer to Ryugu, all for the mermaid's sake. One day she got married, changed her name to Mare Minakuchi. She seemed so happy. So she got married on Kamishima. I was jealous, I couldn't think straight, and ended up lashing out pretty badly. And in an attempt to destroy my sister's relationship with the mermaid, I grabbed our family heirloom and ran off. Ah, the infamous Tame Tobacco, yes? Yes, the mermaid was supposed to take it back to Ryugu, so our family had carefully kept it for centuries. And so, the years went by. Then 5 years ago, I heard Mare had died in an accident. That's why I came back to Toba. I thought that maybe this meant the duty would be passed on to me. Of course. But by then, all our parents and all our relatives had already passed away. There's no one left who knew about our duty. Nothing. There was nothing I can do. I don't know a thing. Not where the mermaid was, nor how to call her. I'd given up. But while I was digging around, that man Ikoma found out I was a descendant of Taishima. You see, I was struggling to get by. I sold the information my sister had told me about the mermaid. Back then, I was making a living by giving folks a glimpse of the Tame Tobacco for a ridiculous price. And that brings us to the present, I suppose. Whoa, there it is. So it's true, there really is a mermaid here in Issei Bay. If that mermaid really exists, then we might be able to make contact. Yes, there must be a way. In other words, since your sister died in that accident, your family's duty was never fulfilled. And now you want us to go find the mermaid for you? That ain't it. Dang. I guess it must have been about 3 months ago. I was wandering alone when the mermaid Sobai appeared before me. Oh, you finally got to meet her. She told me this. The seal on Ryugu's gateway has been lifted, so I will be returning. Your sister has done a great deal for me. I now ask you to return to Tame Tobacco. Wait, what? The seal was lifted? Ah, it is perhaps why the Curse of the Raging Waves has become active again. So what about the Tame Tobacco? Did you return it to the mermaid? I was so overcome with emotion and excitement I told her. I've hidden the relic. If you want it back, take me to Ryugu. You said what? Not being able to fulfill my duty had been weighing heavy on my heart. But in that moment, the pain was gone. On top of that, I figured the mermaid had come to fetch me. Being able to visit the land of the mermaids, there's no greater happiness than that. Sobai told me it wasn't possible and that she'd forfeit the relic, and with that, she was gone. Oh. So the mermaid had already returned to Ryugu then? Ever since then, all I felt is despair and regret. I'm completely empty inside. There's nothing left. My family's duty has been fulfilled. That's what I meant to say when it was all over. But then, the Tame Tobacco still exists, doesn't it? Sure it does, but... even with such a fancy name, in the end it's just a grimy old box. I opened it once, hoping there'd be some elixir of eternal youth inside or something, but it was completely empty. I see. Even so, I'd still like to trade for it. Are you sure? I don't see why, but whatever. See, I thought that was going to be like, oh, this is what's keeping Sato, like, alive and young or something like that, but no. It's not like anything matters anymore. I'm just sick and tired of it all. Yoshi really does have a death wish. In the end, I never did figure out what the Tame Tobacco really was. The mermaid forfeited just like that, so maybe it had never had any meaning to begin with. Damn it. Sobai is already returned to Ryugu. Even so, I will not allow myself to give up now. But I must get my hands on the Tame Tobacco first. So, what did you want in return? I want to do whatever it takes to become a mermaid. Miss Somikawa, don't tell me. You want me to use the curse stone? Simply returning to the sea. That is my only wish. No, listen. There's nothing remotely beautiful about the curse of the Forsaken Fish. All it will do is turn you into some twisted half-fish monster. Nothing but a grotesque imitation of a mermaid. I know. That's fine with me. This curse is the essence of that mermaid's power. I'm ready to offer up my life to her. But whatever you do, I'll be drowning myself anyway. So you won't be dirtying your hands. All you have to do is use the curse. My wish will be granted, and you would be doing me a kindness. That's all there is to it. Hold on a minute, okay? This is just... The Tame Tobacco is hidden beneath the floorboards of my house. Please do this for me. Miss Somikawa, wait. Oh, I wonder if in the plot, in the story, we have to do this whole backlog, because if you do the one that's like right there, we just like, we can't find the Tame Tobacco or something like that, and we have to stop and get information elsewhere. She's already gone. Will she come back up if I wait long enough? She's nowhere to be seen. Of course, she is an ama diver after all. Is it too late to call for help? Would she even accept it? Then what now? What do I do? Should I grant her a last wish? Surely it's no worse than helplessly standing around as she drowns herself, right? She was serious about this. She'd been dreaming about mermaids ever since she was little. I know exactly how that feels. It may be a curse, but still, I will honor her wishes by unleashing the mermaid's power. It's how she wanted to go. I might be the only one who understands Miss Somikawa's feelings. If I don't act now, it'd be like denying her final hopes and dreams. She has her works as nowadays. She's clear where she came from. Yeah, I think also the thing is because she like also showed up 5 years ago when Mare died. That's why it kind of was just like, oh, she's just Mare. As Mare Minikuchi's younger sister, Azusa. Oh man, her name is Azusa. Is also a descendant of the sole survivor of Taishima. Following the destruction of Taishima, the Somikawa line had hidden themselves away, living for generations in a small village within the city of Shima. The book The Little Mermaid was a constant fixture in the household, a decision made so that the children of the family would grow up with the familiarity of mermaids. And Azusa read it repeatedly as she grew up, the tale fueling a fervent admiration for mermaids within her. Upon realizing that she could never be a mermaid herself, instead she decided to become an avid diver, thinking that at least allow her to swim freely through the sea, like the beings she so admired. Thus resolved, she left her hometown behind, leaving the family duty nothing more than a troublesome burden to Azusa to be handled by her elder sister alone. For all intents and purposes, it appears that Azusa's wish had been granted. However, upon returning home following her parents' death, she was taken aback to learn that the family duty inherited by Mare. Why is there snow outside? Because winter sucks and spring also kind of sucks, I guess. Forgetting how just say forget Mara was was in itself deeply connected to mermaids. Forgetting how she had pushed the duty onto Mari to follow her own desires, Azusa grew deeply resentful of her sister, accusing her of keeping the mermaid to herself and asserting her right to take up the family duty, but it was too late. Mari and the mermaid had already forged an unbreakable bond that no amount of words or deeds could undo. Following Mari's death, she was able to meet the being that had enchanted her for so long. However, her desperate plea to take her back to Ryugu with her was met with staunch refusal, and the mermaid left shortly after, never to return. I mean, that's clearly not what she's talking about. It did snow last night. A little bit. Because we went out for a bit, and it was just like, oh, there's snow. Yay. With her opportunity to fulfill the family duty gone and her chance at connecting with mermaids lost, Azusa sank into despondency, spending her days in an empty haze. Amidst this despair, the curse of the forsaken fish that appeared before her seemed to be a final chance to have her wish granted. Driven by regret over what she perceived as a life of wrong choices and consumed by her own obsession, she threw herself into Ise Bay and surrendered herself to the curse, ultimately dying to its effects. Her form, writhing in agony, brought on by her sudden transformation, bore no resemblance to the mermaids she had so admired as a child. Yet it is said that the expression on the face, her face when her body was discovered a day later in Futami Gaurura seemed somewhat content. Question mark. One of the three mermaids who have said to have lived near Taishima around 400 years ago, she has since returned to her home, Ryugu. I'm just wondering if the why is this showing up as Neo? Ah, the fate of mermaids. After Harukage sealed the entrance to Ryugu, the two remaining mermaids, Nagami and Sobai, were left unable to return home. Nagame, free-spirited by nature and yearning to explore the sea beyond Ryugu, seized the opportunity to travel the world, a journey that would span the next 400 years. Enamored by the idea of a fairy tale romance, she was said to have been enthused at the thought of finding her own tale of eternal love and left. However, the more serious Sobai was deeply affected by Hayase's sacrifice, mourning her loss and filled with longing to return home to Ryugu. She spent her days hidden in the depths of Ise Bay, weeping bitterly. The fate of the surviving islander. Somekawa, the sole survivor of the Taishima Islanders, saw Sobai's tears and vowed to protect her, promising to do all he could to ensure her return to Ryugu one day. The treasure the mermaids entrusted to him, a tametobako, had been passed down through generations of the Somekawa family as proof of the oath being honored by his descendants 400 years later. No, that's just a sketch. After that... Okay, never mind. This just shows up in the thingy here. You managed to quietly retrieve the tametobako from beneath the floor in Miss Somekawa's house. All that was left to secure the dream of immortality was to attain mermaid flesh. But Sobai had already turned to Ryugu. We placed our hopes in the last remaining mermaid, Nagame. But we had to act fast, otherwise Ikoma, or even those Paranormal Affair Bureau psychics would get in our way. It might have been the after effects of using the curse, but I got sick the next day and had to spend a full day bedridden at the inn. How pathetic. That's when I heard the news that 2 female divers had gone missing near Toba. The fact that I'd been involved in both incidents made me feel even worse. When Saoirse heard the news, she just mumbled something with an unreadable expression on her face. I had no choice. There was simply no other way. At least that's what I kept telling myself as I struggled to get out of bed. The next day, August 7th, we set out to gather more information on Nagame and the other mermaids. We traveled to Kamishima, the island where Mari Somekawa, or rather, Mari Minakuchi, used to live. So, it's been a while, but we can finally go see Yumiko. Like, I feel like we did a whole bunch of Yumiko on the first day, and then we haven't gone back to her since, so... Yumiko and her partner learn about the threat of the Curse of the Raging Waves encroaching upon Kamishima and head over to warn the island. The Wakamura residence is up the slope after you head through that alley. It's a bit of a maze, though. Want me to show you? Ah, so it was that way. Thank you. We should be fine by ourselves, I think. Yo, is this our, like, vision sight? Okay, like I said, I think at first I was like, she's looking at the player, but then later on when I found out that Sato is immortal, like, it was just like, oh, she's staring at Sato. Take care, then. Ma'am? Is something the matter? No, it's nothing. I'll tell you later. She's red for an amazing reason. No, actually true. Oh, let me get this straight. You're with the police? And you expect me to warn everyone on the island that a huge storm is on the way and get them ready to face it? That's it in a nutshell. I'm glad you understand. This about the curse of the raging waves? Way ahead of you there. I've been warning them for ages. Well now, you know about the curse? Can it be that a certain sorcerer acquaintance of yours told you about it? That's right, unlike you phony psychics who crawl out of the word work every other week, my instructor's the real deal. In that case, I expect this instructor to know how the curse can be lifted? No, hasn't got that far yet. But not for lack of trying. Why, you say you know a way to break it? Unfortunately, no. You've yet to determine the exact method for bringing it to an end. We are not without the means to do so, but first we require a map concealed in a mummified mermaid. Might you know of it? Mummified mermaid? What are you going on about? Some kind of ruse? I knew there was something fishy about you. What are you really after? Go on, out with it. I assure you, we only wish to lift the cursed plague in Kamishima. Would you be prepared to assist us in our efforts? A likely story. Trying to pull one over on old Wakamura, are we? Better than you have tried. Well, how's this? I'm not telling you another word. We're done, understand? I don't have time to listen to this hogwash. Anyhow, I've got business to attend to on the mainland, so off with you. Leave me in peace. That's a shame, but I suppose there's nothing we can do. In any case, please do contact us if you learn anything that might be of use. Good old Soto, distraught face. It's been a while since we've seen it. Not very cooperative, is he? I don't see why he's so suspicious. He had his hackles up from the first. Perhaps he's so accustomed to dealing with rough customers that he can't believe anyone would be so sincere. However, he does seem to be interested in breaking the curse of the raging waves as we are. True. And the sorcerer must have had some psychic ability, as if they were able to perceive the curse. I wish I thought to ask their name. Oh, I think I have an idea who it might be. It's a small world, this industry. Oh, really? I remember at one point I thought it might have been Saoirse, but then it clearly can't be her because she's not on this island. So, and she's just like, I don't want to be there. This island has, and she wasn't like aware that this curse, like she became aware of the curse when she like visited, but Mr. Yamashina called them a big shot who appeared on television, and I recognized their mark on the implements in Wakamura's room. It must be Suigen Gamyodo. Gamyodo? I've never heard of him. No, they used to make frequent appearances on occult programs, though they always hid their face on camera. Sorry, it's not ringing any bells. Well, lately they seem to be raking in a fortune as a corporate consultant for hire. Their powers have a reputation for being accurate and potent, and their popularity has grown to the point where they can essentially name their price. If they're that good, then maybe we should let them take care of the curse of the raging waves for us. Perhaps I should mention, Yodo's popularity has reached such heights only very recently. Up until last year, they had a very poor reputation among others in the industry. In fact, as I recall, on the list of notable psychics given by the Paranormal Affairs Bureau, they're given the lowest rank. In other words, they were put on the same level as sham mediums riding the wave of the occult boom. I'd forgotten about that list. While their sudden rise to fame and fortune after changing up their business at the end of last year is certainly suspicious, I'm more concerned about the possibility that they are using a harmful curse to suit the needs of the highest bidder. Regardless, I'm not sure I would trust them to handle this affair on their own. You never know. Maybe they just had a change of heart and started training seriously. Even so, I highly doubt they would have time in their busy schedule to venture out here and solve this case in our stead. Okay, these are all the characters we're getting because I got an achievement. Sex, question mark, sorcerer, question mark, years old. A mysterious sorcerer said to have possessed supernatural abilities. They have revealed nothing of their true identity. Both in age and gender are unknown. Suigen Gamyodo was previously most known for their prominent media presence, with numerous appearances on both television and in magazines. Wearing an unusual outfit that covers their face, they would demonstrate a variety of psychic abilities, including exorcism of possessed individuals, assessment of submitted ghosts, photographs, identification of guiding spirits, and conduction of telepathic readings at haunted locations. Their unique sense of presence and high rate of accuracy garnered them a sizable following. Let's check in something here. Particularly among occult enthusiasts, and they were known to accept consultations from general public as well as media outlets. However, at the end of the previous year, saw this once public figure suddenly withdraw from the spotlight. They are now mainly operating behind closed doors, signing consulting agreements with particular companies to provide a variety of services, including management advice from a metaphysical perspective, divination of auspicious and harmful events, proposal to improve their clients' luck, and the detection and elimination of paranormal disturbances. It is rumored that they will even cast curses on key personnel at rival companies, or conversely exercise curses from targeted victims for the right price. The undeniable potency of their spiritual abilities has earned them immense trust from both the executives of their contracted companies and other wealthy individuals, and their behind-the-scenes reputation continues to grow. This has resulted in a sharp rise in their consulting fees, placing their services far beyond what any average individual can reasonably hope to afford. One of those companies they currently have a contract with belongs to Shinobu Wakamura, a local Kamishima magnate. Among psychics, opinion on them is more divided. Many have noted that their spiritual ability during the time they were openly active in the media was too weak to allow them to perform advanced techniques of any sort, to the extent that they were considered little better than a fraud, leading to suspicions about what prompted their sudden change in course. It is now almost impossible to find footage and articles from their past media appearances, and the names of the companies with which they have consulted contracts are completely undisclosed, obfuscated their identity, purpose, and true extent of their power. Oh, you're the girl who showed us the way earlier. Good thing I caught you. Mind if we had a word? Actually, I'd rather not. I'm afraid you don't really have a choice because I already know that you're an 800-year immortal. What are you talking about? Don't even bother. That shock look has you already given you away. I mean, if someone accused me of that, I might just be like, what? You know? Besides, you have nothing to fear. Your secret is safe with me. Come on, let's take this somewhere more private. So, in short, when you came to, you'd been washed up on the shore of the bay. Wakamura took you in. And that's as far back as your memories go. You don't remember anything about your life before that? Not even why you became immortal? No, except I'm pretty sure I was forced to eat mermaid flesh by someone. But you don't know when or why? No. So you've only recently woken up and you have no idea what you were or what you were doing before that. Pretty much. I get the feeling I was in a kind of deep sleep at the bottom of the sea for a few hundred years. But I've got no clue why or how or what led up to it. Interesting. Well, how about we go over the facts one by one, just to make sure we're on the same page? Okay. This is the one reason why she's on the case, because she can identify. I wonder if Wakamura knows about her immortality. He seems to be your guardian. If he does know, and he let slip to Yamashina about it, that could be a problem. Just one thing after another. What are we to do about her? This is the southwestern coast of the island. We've got it all to ourselves right now. Sorry? Soto has been researching the ways in which spirit sense affects the human brain. I'm sure you must be curious what effects longevity has on the mind and psyche's 800-year-old immortals. It appears she has a lot of gaps in her memory. Having never encountered an 800-year immortal before, I must confess I'm bursting with questions. How does such a lifespan impact the structure of their brains and memories? It would be fascinating to find out. This girl, she calls herself Sato Shiranami. I wonder if it's a name I wonder if she made that name up. I'm so sorry, Toast. I'm so sorry. Either way, I doubt we'd find her in the civil registry, though that shouldn't affect her life too much while she's living on Kamishima. Oh, nice. Yeah, those would be things that would help you get to a plus or a new record. Sorry. Anyway, definitely manages in the civil registry, though that shouldn't affect her life too much while she's living on Kamishima. Yeah. Now, am I right in thinking you didn't eat mermaid flesh and go straight to sleep? You were up and about for a few years in between, at least. I think so. What interests me is the fact that you were already familiar with the term 800-year immortal. It's not a widely known concept. You must have been in a unique position to acquire knowledge of it before you went to sleep. Yeah, I have a vague memory of being told that's what we're called. I don't know when it happened or where, let alone who it was. Enjoy pizza! Maybe you'll remember in more detail if we touch on some other topics. Guess you'll have to go to the process of elimination. Work our way down the list until we get a hit. Is there a reason for all these questions? Well, not to sound insensitive, I'm sure it can't be easy for you going without any memories and all. But I was hoping you might know something that could be of use to us. Given your history, there's a chance you possess information otherwise lost to time. Maybe, but I'm not sure how much help I'll be. I remember so little. Come to think of it, I'd say it's time we introduced ourselves. I'll admit, we don't exactly look the part, but the truth is... You're with the police? Wow, I never would have guessed there was a paranormal affairs department. Honestly, I thought all psychics in this age were frauds. At least, that's the impression I got from watching TV. To be fair, The majority of them are, but for the record, our department is officially approved by the government. Really? Huh? Back in my time, psychics were treated as onmyoji and even held official position in the Bureau of Onmyo, a public institution. Oh, you seem to know a lot about that. Were you involved somehow? Huh? Oh. I explained all of that without even thinking. It just came natural to me. Honestly, I'm surprised as you are. I guess this means I must have had something to do with the Bureau of Onmyo. And since your memory isn't... It seems your memories aren't lost after all. All we have to do is find the right way to trigger them. The Bureau of Onmyo. The Bureau of Onmyo is one of the government offices under the Ritsuyo system. Existed from the Asuka period through to the early Meiji period. Based on the practice of Onmyodo, it generally oversaw such matters as astronomical observation, the creation of calendars, and management of all time systems, and the division of auspicious or harmful events. However, it is said it occasionally invoked powers beyond human understanding to handle the banishment and cleansing of disasters and impurities. The Onmyoji affiliated with the Bureau were not merely diviners, they were also bureaucrats, albeit one possessing advanced training in mathematics and knowledge of astronomy. In some eras, their influence was greater, even enough to sway the very course of the nation, and their presence in the imperial court was highly valued. Spiritual practitioners in the service of the state were formally inducted as Onmyoji, operating under the banner of the Bureau. The current treatment of spiritual phenomenon as non-existent largely stems from the abolishment of the Bureau of Onmyo during the Meiji Restoration, in line with Japan taking on the principles of science and technology as the framework for the nation. Over time, state-involved spiritual matters gradually became seen as taboo. However, psychics continue to work to maintain public order behind the scene, passing this torch down through successive generations until the establishment of the new Police Act in the latter half of the Showa period. Upon their work, eventually became the form of the Paranormal Affairs Bureau. Yeah. So anyway, what are a couple of paranormal affairs officials doing on Kamishima? Working on a case, of course. What else? Our job is to resolve incidents caused by curses and paranormal phenomena, and, wherever possible, prevent them from occurring. It's up to us to solve the greatest mysteries and do whatever it takes to keep the peace, which is usually a lot. Wait, does that mean something's happened here? You don't know, huh? Know what? Sounds like we better fill you in a bit first. We're working on several cases right now, but I'd say only 2 of them are a priority. 2. Mind you, we've known about the first one for quite some time. The Curse of the Raging Waves. We've come to lift it before it unleashes a huge storm on the southern sea of Kamishima. The Curse of the Raging Waves. That's right. Ever heard of it? No, never. That's to be expected. I imagine the islanders aren't too fond of discussing the disaster. Anyhow, that situation is ongoing. As for the other priority case... Right, you mentioned there were 2? We actually only learned about this one after we arrived on the island today, but... Protocol dictates that we have to deal with any 800-year-old immortals we find. What do you mean deal with? It's not all that difficult to understand. To begin with, 800-year immortals shouldn't exist in this world. And if their existence were to become public knowledge, it would lead to an outbreak of trouble of every kind. Heck, some people are already looking to gain immortality for themselves at any cost. What? For the sake of maintaining public order, it is vital that the world remains convinced immortality is just a myth. However... Stop her, Soto. Halt. Can't you just let me go? Calm down, will you? I hadn't finished. What I was going to say was, I've got no intention of doing anything with you, so don't worry. What? Really? Surprised? But you should know better than anyone why that should be. You might be an 800-year-old... you might be an 800-year immortal. But your time's nearly up. Ah. These eyes never lie. Sato Shiranami, for the first time in centuries, you're standing on death's door. In a matter of a few days, you'll be gone from this world. Am I right? Yes, it's exactly as you say. I think. I've only got 2 days left now. Just 2 more, huh? So you knew this was coming, but you chose to make a life for yourself on the island, even so? Yeah. Well, this is a... I was expecting her time to be like, she has like 400 years left, because like I thought she would have been turned immortal like right before she went to the became a sacrifice. But that's the thing though, like if she's I guess she might not be Princess Hatsune then, but I thought Princess Hatsune was a sacrifice. I've known all along, from the moment I woke up. Well, now you know why I'm prepared to turn a blind eye. In just 24 hours, give or take, you'll fade away. That'll be that. Of course, you would have to swear to keep your identity a secret to the last. But provided you keep your word, you're free to go. I can, and I will. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. There's another matter I'll be needing your help with if I'm to leave you be. Another matter? Well, it means if she's caught by Unkakedono, she won't be tortured for too long. Only 2 days left to live. What would it be like to greet death after living 800 years estranged from it? I can hardly imagine. It is surely beyond any mortal to understand. First, before I forget, yes? Our meeting today is, keep our meeting today a secret. Don't let anyone on that you know about the curse of the raging waves. Okay. People will get suspicious otherwise. Even if Wakamura tells you about it, be sure to act surprised. I figured that shouldn't be too difficult for you. You're an experienced secret keeper after all. I don't know about that, but I'll do my best. Oh, actually, talking about the Bureau of Onmyo brought back another memory. I'm pretty sure it was an Onmyoji who put me to sleep, using some kind of spell to keep me in a state between life and death. Really? So someone's intentionally put you to sleep under the sea. There must have been a good reason for it. From what point are your memories clearest, would you say? Well... I guess about 3 months ago, when the spell of keeping me in that state under the sea wore off. From when you woke up then, I see. I know that look. Did you notice something? Not exactly. It simply occurred to me that if her state was of, shall we say, suspended animation was lifted when she was in the sea depths, would she not have drowned and resurrected several times over? Oh, yeah, I did. It was hell. I woke up under the sea, unable to breathe, drowned, and came back over. Oh my god! That's brutal! That is 400 years of that shit! Oh, Jesus. Because I always thought that, like, she was going to be, like, suspended like she's dead, but she can't revive because she's not in a state where she'd be able to revive. But, no, she's, It was horrible. I still remember it every last second. Jeez. I'm sorry you had to go through that. The instant I came back, I'd swim as hard as I could to try to reach the surface. But even so, I think it took me about 3 days to reach the surface. Oh! Yeah, that is true. Yeah, she did say that. Yeah, three months ago. Okay, yeah, that is still terrible. Yeah, sorry, I somehow missed that detail when I was reading. Took me 3 days to reach the shore. I lost count of how many times I died down there. 3 days of drowning and coming back. Then finally I came to Kamishima Bay. Mr. Wakamura found me and took me in. I mean, look at from her perspective. Like, it was the easiest way for her to learn about everything that's happened in the world in a way, besides, you know, probably reading historical records and also just learning about the current modern world. Also, TV's got to be really magical to her, right? Like, this is, like, got to be, like, mind-blowing in a way. And I've been living here peacefully ever since. No one's even suspected I'm immortal. You sure about that, are you? No one else knows? Yeah, I mean, I think so. Anyhow, I guess that settles the issue of how far back your memories go. If your lifespan is nearly at an end, that must mean you consumed the flesh of a mermaid exactly 800 years ago. Of course, you already knew that, didn't you? Not that you've been forthcoming about it. Yes, sorry, don't apologize. It just proves you know how to hold your tongue. A valuable skill when you got a secret to keep. Mind you, this fact does not put matters... fact does put matters in a new light. So, Soto, what events took place 800 years ago? Let's see, 8 centuries ago from the present day. That would place us midway through the 1180s, when the Heian period was coming to an end. Right around when the Genpei Wars took place. Oh, of course, the Heikei! Exactly. You don't think there might be a connection? Oh, wait. Actually, yeah, you might be right. Like... George Russian's Daiyo. Yeah, because this is, like, pretty far along, like... Right, the sword. No, these aren't related. Because this is a cookie clan. This is different. I'm getting stuff like all over the place here. By the way, you wouldn't happen to be concealing anything else, would you? Huh? No, I. It's fine, I'll not prise, just so long as you answer my questions. By the way, I was wondering, how did you know I was an 800-year immortal? Oh, that... These eyes of mine have what you might call a special ability. A special ability? If I look hard enough at someone, I can tell whether they're an ordinary human or an immortal. It's like you have a different color aura about you. Really? Not only that, but it turns out, with a bit of focus, even immortals can tell each other apart. Is that so? I mean, oh, I just meant, you look the same as anyone else to me. Ha! I'm not an immortal myself, you know. Really? I thought for sure you must be, since you seem to know so much about all this. No. Okay, that's not, Right now, we're looking for a way to lift the curse of the raging waves. But that's Soto's area's expertise. Wait, she said that's her mirror, though, so which is supposed to be Princess Hatsune's mirror. Did, like, he, like, find her and then, like, look after her? But she'd be, like, 400 years old by then, so it's not like... It's not like she needs a guardian. But that's Soto's area's expertise, so I'll leave the explanation to him. Right, this concerns a legend passed down in my family, the Kiryu clan, over generations. Oh, I should mention, this is something I've pieced together from various sources, so it may not be entirely accurate. Right. Long ago, south of Kamishima, there was an island called Taishima. It is said that 400 years ago, it was beset by an earthquake and a tsunami in an event so catastrophic that the island sunk to the seafloor. Taishima. However, the truth of the matter is that it was invaded and laid to waste too. Then, in the aftermath, the islanders' intense hatred had coalesced into the curse of the raging waves, which manifested as a tremendous storm. I see. Sorry. 400 years ago, this would be towards the end of the Sengoku period, yes? Yes, ma'am. The Honoji incident, in which Oda Nobunaga ended his life, took place in 1582, if you'll recall. Following this event, one of my ancestors, an accomplished onmyoji by the name of Harukage Tsuchimikado, sacrificed a young woman, one of the survivors of Taishima, in order to seal away the source of the curse of the raging waves. And onmyoji, Harukage Tsuchimikado, wouldn't that make your ancestor a direct descendant of Abe no Seimei? Sounds to me like you share a bloodline with the onmyoji elite. Yes and no. While Harukage's power were potent, he was never affiliated with the Bureau of Onmyo. In fact, he shunned his illustrious surname early on and left the government services, preferring to uphold peace as a civilian. Ah, so he was an eccentric and an elite. Gotcha. Harukage's seal was not permanent, however. It only endured for 4 centuries. Wait, you mean... Yes, this was the last year of peace, actually. The seal's already been broken. Isn't that really bad? For now, the curse appears to be inert, but the storm could strike at any moment. Okay, so you need to find a way to seal the curse again. Is that it? Not seal it, break it. We're here to put an end to this curse for good. Shouldn't be too difficult. It's bound to have weakened a bit after 400 years. Indeed. It seems to have been Harukage's plan, for legends tell. The legends tells. Oh no, for legend tells. Okay. That he left behind instructions detailing how the curse would be lifted, could be lifted after 400 years had elapsed. However, the map that would have led us to these instructions has been lost. Oh no. It seems they were once concealed inside a model of a mummified mermaid. Yet over time, this fact has been forgotten, and at some point in my family's history, the object in question was sold to a foreign buyer. But if you don't have the map, what are you going to do? Well, we were hoping to find some clues to the map's whereabouts here on Kamishima. But we have had no luck so far. I reckon we've hit a dead end. I see. Right, she said that again. Now, there's something I'd like you to try and remember for me. But humor me. Doesn't the story behind the curse of the raging waves ring any bells? Why should it? The girl who was sacrificed in order to seal away the curse of the raging waves 4 centuries ago. Might it not have been you? Sato Shiranami? What? You said it yourself that an Onmyoji put you in that state of slumber on the seafloor. Does it not seem highly probable that you were the one sacrificed who held back the curse for the past 400 years? Oh man, you're right, that was me. I knew it. I'm sorry, I can't, no more. I can't do this anymore. What's the matter with you? Get a hold of yourself. Is it that painful to remember? We didn't come here to ask you to you to sacrifice yourself again, if that's what you're worried about. All those years under the sea couldn't have been easy on her, you know. She wasn't really asleep. Her brain would still have been active. Moreover, there's a limit to how many memories the brain can hold. I would estimate the maximum capacity is about 100 years worth. Are you saying she remembers being in that state under the sea? In a sense, I presume her memory is filled with stretches of utter darkness, her view of the sea depths. Any memories from before that time would have likely been pushed deep into her subconscious. Then, maybe they're not gone for good. There's a chance she'll remember more. We just have to find the right trigger. Sorry, I didn't mean to freak out on you like that. Took me a sec to get over the shock. Well, seems my theory about you being the sacrifice was right on the money. But it isn't like you'll be able to tell us too much about the past after all. Guess not. I wish I could have been more help. Yeah, that's something else I'd like to ask you. Be my guest. How exactly do you deal with 800-year immortals? You sure you want to know? Huh? Since it's not going to happen to you, there's no reason for you to think about it. I thought it would be something like taking away their immortality. Unfortunately, that's downright impossible. Because your original body is long gone, you know? But then, what else can you do? You tell her, Soto. Must I always be the one to handle these unpleasant topics? Besides, I see no point in explaining something that she is already painfully familiar with. What do you mean? Among the arts we psychics wield is a spell that can place even an immortal into a state of apparent death. Once that's done, they can simply be sealed in an underground vault for the rest of their days. Wait, you mean it's the same thing that happened to me? Essentially, yes, except that in your case, it was for the purpose of making you a sacrifice, and you woke up before your lifespan came to an end. Yikes. Mind you, neither I nor Soro had ever actually done this to anyone. Though, I did hear rumors that someone was dealt with that way a few decades back. Someone was dealt with that way a few decades back. I wonder if that person somehow broke out, and that's who's contacting Sato, but... like, we have to figure it out. I wonder, because, like, maybe that is, Ikumo. Because, like, why bring it up if less something, you know... Where is it? Of course, there has been 800-year immortals who sought ways to become immortal again in the past. But they all failed. They all managed to track down the mermaid who gave them even if they tracked down the mermaid who gave them their immortality, it was no good. That's why more than a few immortals have ended up living out their long lives in religious seclusion. But, does this mean the seal broke because I woke up? We cannot be certain of that. Perhaps it was the other way around. The seal may have broken of its own accord, releasing you from your slumber. Either way, it's not your fault, so don't go blaming yourself for any of this. Still, if I hadn't... Listen, your sacrifice kept that curse at bay for 4 centuries. That's half your extended lifespan. No one could ask you more. No one could ask more of you than that. The rest is up to you, Soto. Isn't that right? Yes, but I'm counting on your help as well, ma'am. I wonder if that's why, like, the whole instructions was to break it after 400 years. It's kind of like, okay, the seal can only last 400 years because that's how much life she has left. So, any chance you remembered something about the Curse of the Raging Waves? Did that Onmyoji, Harukage, Tsuchi, Mikado happen to tell you how it could be lifted? I'm sorry. All that's come back to me is the fact that I was sacrificed. I don't remember the Onmyoji at all. What kind of person he was or anything. The most I can remember is that I think he said something about the curse being lifted after 400 years. That's all, huh? Well, be sure to let us know if you remember anything that could help us break the curse. I will. Alright, next question. You wouldn't know much about the Heike, would you? The Heike? Why do you ask? This is actually pertinent to one of the other cases we're working on, but... We've got reason to believe that someone out there is using the Curse of Heike to commit murder. The Curse of the Heike? Did you hear about those skeletal remains that turned up near here? It was all over the news. Oh, yeah, I saw that. Well, we suspect the Curse of the Heike may be involved. And seeing as you were alive 800 years ago, I was hoping you might know something about the Heike that could help us. If we're right in thinking that you had ties to the Pure of Onmyo, the timing matches up perfectly. I might have known once, but nothing's coming to me at the moment. Really? Shoot. On that note, I too have noticed a potential correlation. That there is a legend that tells how Taira no Tadamori was presented with the flesh of a mermaid at Betsuho. Perhaps that was the flesh of Sato consumed to gain her immortality. Actually, I'm pretty familiar with that legend myself. And those so-called mermaids that were caught at Betsuo were definitely the kind that could make anyone immortal. Is that so? But if you ask me, Sato here couldn't have become immortal by eating mermaid flesh. No, without the use of a relic called the Tamateba. Sorry. Not without the use of a relic called the Tamatebako. Now, does that ring any bells? Huh? Wait, mermaid flesh in the Tamatebako? Oh, have you remembered something? Yes. That's it. I was one of the Heike. A man wearing a suit of armor. We were on a boat. He had the Tamatebako there. He had the Tamatebako. There was some mermaid flesh inside it. He wanted me to eat some of it. A warrior in armor, could it be? Sounds like you had tied to the Heike as well. And this man, he was the one who made you eat mermaid flesh. Yes, I remember now. What was his name? Do you remember that too? I think it was Tomo something? Tomo Shige? That's it. The man's name was Taira no Tomoshige. Taira no Tomoshige. That was the name of one of Taira no Yorimori's sons. And Yorimori himself was the son of Tadomori's official wife. So you're telling me that Tadomori's grandson forced Sato to eat mermaid flesh? What do we know about this Taira no Tomoshige anyway? Not much. Aside from the fact that he was part of the clan's main lineage, history has not seen fit to record his deeds, whatever they may be. Well, he may not have been one of the clan's famous warriors, but to think, you actually knew one of the Heike. You mentioned that you were in the boat. Do you recall anything else? I think we're being chased. I do not wonder at that. At the end of the Heian period, the Heike were being pursued by the full might of the Genji forces. I was struck by an arrow, and I fell into the sea and drowned. But by that time, I had already become immortal. Later, I must have resurrected and washed up somewhere along the coast, and I guess that's how I escaped. Okay, so the mermaid flesh still has to be consumed and has to be in the thingy. Yeah, I guess you were listening while you're picking up pizza, right? What about Tomoshige? Did he eat some of the mermaid flesh too? I'm not sure. I don't remember that part. But I don't think I encountered him again after that. If you remember, ma'am, the cursed echo I witnessed earlier held the famed blade, Nukemaru. Perhaps Tomoshige inherited the blade from Yorimori and wielded it with the intent to avenge his clan. After all, future generations would surely have held a memorial service for a warrior of renown like Yomamori, setting his spirit to rest. Tomoshige, on the other hand, is likely to have received the same treatment. If so, his hatred may have persisted long after his death. Creating the curse of the Heike is a distinct possibility. This curse sounds terrifying. I have to say, I wasn't expecting a connection here. You know, Sato, it's starting to sound like you're involved in all the incidents, It sounds like you're involved in all the incidents that have gone down in these parts of over the centuries. Not by choice. Anyway, I get the feeling this Taira no Tomoshige wasn't a very nice guy. And this curse of his sounds even nastier. Could it really still be active after all this time? It certainly looks that way. The Heike's resentment is awfully persistent, I hear. You don't think he could have held a grudge against me, do you? Who knows? That would depend on your relationship with him back then. Oh, man. However, it appears someone is actively wielding the Curse of Heike at present. Therefore, the target of the curse would be decided by this individual, whoever they may be. Another unknown, huh? The Curse of Tomeshige. A curse born Taira no Tomeshige's feeling of malice and resentment that lingered after the fall of the Taira clan. It kills the individual who meets the condition by cleaving them in two. Figuring out the origin of the curse is all well and good, but it doesn't help us solve the case. We need to track down the person who's actually using it, or it'll keep happening. Indeed. Hope you find them soon. Speaking of immortals, there's something else I had to ask you. Me? I'm not certain about this, but I feel like I get the feeling there's another 800-year immortal on Kamishima right now. What? Any idea who it might be? No, I don't have a clue. Are you sure about that? Because if there is another immortal here, I'll find them eventually, you know, even if I have to scour the islands from end to end. Does that change your answer? No, I really don't know who it could be. All right, if you say so. I guess this means I'll have to search the island after all. Guess I didn't have enough to deal with. Well, I'd say that covers everything. We talked your ear off long enough. Okay, because if there is another immortal, again, that could explain the phone call and why this person, like, I know my dear Sato, like, it could be a immortal from long ago. It must be confusing to talk of this, all this talk of the past. We'll not trouble you any further. Right. Thank you. Still, give it a bit of time and something else might come back to you. If it does, please let us know. We'll be visiting the island again real soon, so you should have the chance. Will do. I'll be going then. Guess I'll be visiting within 48 hours. So, now what? She's given us much to ponder. To think we'd encounter a living witness. I would have never dreamt it possible. Sure, it was fascinating, but I can't say it did us much good, as far as our investigation is concerned. Besides, she's still hiding something, that one. Yeah, like the guy who, like, forced her to eat it. Which is why it's like, the way he was talking, right? Like, he was very vulgar and whatnot, but he was just like, my darling Osato, you don't remember me and all that stuff, right? Like, you think so, ma'am? But the thing is, if he was like that, he would know that her time was up, like, soon, right? Also, if he was the same one, his time would also be up soon. So, I do, in fact. I'd bet on it. She might even be up to something. But our primary objective here is to lift the curse of the raging waves. We don't need to start digging into anything else without good reason. On that note, do you really intend to search for the island for this other 800-year immortal? Yeah, I figure we may as well look into it while we're here. I was wondering who we're turning in over to. My apologies for the interruption, but there is an important matter I wish to discuss with you. Now then, I believe you've just been privy to quite the interesting development. As Yumeko Shiki would tell it, Sato Shiranami is not only an 800-year immortal here on Kamishima, and so I would pose you a question. There is indeed one more individual on Kamishima who has made a miraculous return from the dead. You have bore witness to the death and revival of this individual a total of 2 times. Keep in mind, allow me to ask, who is the 800-year immortal on Kamishima? Please tell me their name. No, but like he was like born and raised here, and like Mare like did it. I guess it's possible, but that would like not explain a whole bunch of other things. Like it could be Kikuko, but that she was born and raised on Kamishina. That's true. That is true. Okay. Yuza Minakuchi. Oh, you know what? Because then if he did die, you know what? That also makes sense. He blacked out when he remembers the hole in the water, and he blacked out when he saw the ghost. But like, it was like he restarted. But I guess if also, this would also mean we could actually continue the story beyond where he gets beheaded. It was Yuza Minakuchi, right? Correct. The answer is Yuza Minakuchi. To think you got it in one go, you're quite the observant one. Every time Yuza ran out of oxygen while diving, he suffocated to death in the ocean's depths. However, following his demise, he returned to life and was able to continue where he left off. It would normally be highly unusual for someone to reach a diver ranking of 3 on their first outing. Such a feat would be difficult, indeed, unless one was unburdened by the fear of failure or the fear of death. It is this knowledge of his own immortality that led him to display such an uncanny degree of confidence. As you may have suspected, Yuza Minakuchi became an 800-year-old immortal 5 years ago when he was saved by a mermaid. In truth, he helped arrive too late that fateful day, and it became the first time he lost his life. I wonder what light this new information will cast on events going forward. With that, please enjoy the continuation of this tale. But wouldn't his body be the same as like when he Yeah, we can continue from after he died. I guess they might not suspect that you would guess it immediately, but also when you said you saw this person die 2 times, right? Like the only person you could suspect is like if you watch the stabbing scene a whole bunch or whatever. Anyways, I'm gonna be back in a bit because it's been a while, so I'll be we'll continue in this as soon as I return. Okay. The chat didn't go away after a long break this time. Yeah, it's actually interesting because, like, she did say kind of like that immortals can tell each other, right? So I felt like I was gone for a while. But she does say, like, kind of like, yeah, immortals can tell, tell each other apart, or not apart, but like they can kind of. But also, I guess it is interesting. I guess like it does make sense. Like if what's his name was yeah, I was actually gonna come look at this again. There's a shark, yeah. Look to herself, see snail. You know, I also find that the ghost in the ocean hasn't come back yet. Like, that hasn't been a... Like, right here? Yeah, but yeah, maybe that's why he thinks his mom is a mermaid and he has to... But why does he have to find her tomorrow? Why is that the specific deadline? That's the question. Because he probably thinks that's what... Like, he became an immortal. He's just like, oh, like, he's probably aware of his immortality there. So, he, Oh, Austria chat's broken. Let me refresh that. Let's see if that helps at all. Yeah, no, it's just not loading right now, I think. Oh, there we go. Yeah, you have to let me know when sometimes these happen, because like, especially since the size of the screen is like big for here, I have like the OBS preview over on this side, and I can't see when the chat breaks easily. But yeah, I have a few other thoughts from that too, right? Like, so maybe that's why he thinks his mom is a mermaid, because it's like, oh, she granted me immortality. She saved me, granted me immortality. But it does make sense now that we know that Mare was friends with the mermaid, so it would make sense that Sobai would rescue her son, you know, as kind of like a favor to her. Although, I don't know why she didn't rescue her herself. Maybe there's something that came up that was just like, maybe she let her know that, like, hey, if this fails, can you please make sure my son is okay, or, like, and maybe the topic of immortality did come up, and she was just very not interested. Maybe that's also one of the reasons why Sobai, Sobai, what is it? Like, trusted her, you know? So, That's where they'll build that rapport. But also the other thing too is also there still needs to tame tobacco, right? But yeah, now I'm just wondering, do I go here or do I go here? Oh man, this is a choice. I kind of want to go up to Yuza here, just because it's been a while since we've seen Yuza, and we've done a lot of Avi in the last like 2 streams. So several days after the night of tragedy, Yuza is lost in his thoughts, alone on the beach. Man, this sucks. Everyone was massacred. And like, congrats, you're the only one who's alive for it. It's been 1 week since the night Kamishima was struck by a tragic storm of mysterious attacks. All in all, it resulted in 16 casualties, 7 missing, and 20 buildings totally or partially destroyed. A horrific calamity. It caused a huge stir when news broke out about what happened. The culprit responsible for the massacre is still unknown, and the investigation is ongoing. I went diving this morning for the first time since that day. No one's taken their boats out right now, so it was just a short dive from the shore. Oh, I wonder if it's also because, like, he is aware of the... Fuck, they found us. I'm just gonna ignore them. Sometimes I think about the plans we made to have fun here. And wonder how that would have gone if things hadn't turned out the way it did. Just there's no point thinking about that now, though. Oh, you know what? I wonder also, like... She was like, we'll be back soon. Well, I guess she said specifically she'd be back to talk to Sato, so, like... Apparently, unable to bear the tragedy that had befallen Kamishima, Sato Shiranami apparently gave herself over to the assassin and left the island when with them. I don't know if whoever sent the assassin got what they wanted in the end. I'm probably never coming back. But either way, they took any chance of my seeing her again with them. You leave. See, I feel like if she only has two days left to live, like, it would suck, but, like, the whole, like, oh, I can give myself up, I'm going to die anyway, so, like, there's only so much they can do to me. I doubt I'll ever meet her again. The storm struck before we could even mourn those who were killed and left the town in tatters. Things are barely functioning right now. Everyone is somehow managing to get by on the aid we're receiving, but it's apparently going to take years to fully rebuild. Some people fled Kamishima the moment they could, citing what happened as proof of some sort of divine punishment. But most of those who stayed are already trying to put the tragedy behind them and look to the future. They managed to get back on their feet 5 years ago, so I'm sure they'll be fine at this time. Although they've been bombarded by accusations and demands for them to take responsibility, the Wakamuras have been busy doing what they can. Yeah, no, Yuza should know about Sato, right? Like, I feel like that's what this recollection that we got is going to be them talking to each other as different immortals. Oh, you know what? Yeah, because I think what's-her-name said that they can't refresh it. Like, or said a lot of have tried, but none have succeeded. But maybe there is a way to succeed. Or maybe he thinks he can make a way to succeed. But you gotta wonder how close him and Sato are, right? The other thing is, Uh, he's kind of fortunate because, like, well, it sucks that both Azami and Tsukasa got killed because Kikuko was like, I can't let anyone know my identity. But, that also means no one saw him die. No one has to question why he's immortal. Or why he suddenly came back to life, because no one needs to know that he died. But, except Kikuko would know that he died, I think. So, that does, that'd be interesting. But, there's no way for her to call that out without bringing attention to herself. But also, she would have to come back to find out that he is alive. Following the news reports on the calamity, there was an uptick in unsavory rumors that Kamishima is cursed in some way. But perhaps because of the current occult craze, a bunch of people have expressed interest in visiting once all the restoration work's done. The mail order service for souvenirs was set up to help fund recovery efforts. The mail order service for souvenirs that was set up to help fund recovery efforts has been flooded with orders. I think she has the curse stone. I think she's the one triggering it specifically because she does talk about, I have already marked Tsukasa, I can't let her live. But that could also just be, I've marked her. That doesn't mean I'm like the one with the curse stone, right? Like, it just be like, I marked her and the person who has the curse stone can do it. Asami and Tsukasa's bodies were found in front of the lighthouse. There's no way of knowing what happened to them now, but I'm told Azami was found collapsed on top of Tsukasa as though he tried to protect her to the very end. I wouldn't have expected anything less from him. We still don't know who the culprit behind the massacre, the so-called assassin, was. The investigation is proceeding under the assumption that one of the people who went missing that night, or it was one of the people who went missing that night. But it seems like it's not making much progress. Among other things, they're having to conduct it behind closed doors, so word doesn't get out that it was caused by a curse. Many people tried to escape the island by sea that night. Most of them ended up getting caught in the storm and going missing. Could the culprit behind the massacre have been among them? The same night as the attack on Kamishima, a massive storm caused by the curse of the raging waves broke out in the sea to the south of the island. It seems the bronze mirror my mom left wasn't enough to hold back the curse by itself after all. Many of those who attempted to flee the island by boat were caught up in the storm and are still missing. The storm descended on Kamishima soon after, and the island was swept by harsh winds and lashing rain for 3 days straight. Well, no one was able to leave their houses, and it caused blackouts and landslides across the island. Several buildings were also completely destroyed. Everyone was made painfully aware just how fearsome the curse of the raging waves is. Combined with the horrors of the massacre, the entire ordeal has left a deep scar on those who remain. Still, an eerie rumbling coming from the sea, and no one knows if another storm might strike. Everyone here is still too on edge to take their boats out to fish, and the ferry service to the island is currently suspended as well. Naturally, no one paid me any mind when I headed out to dive today. I don't have much to show from my dives today. My catch has been pretty pitiful, to say the least. Looks like I'm really hopeless without Azami. A pair from Tokyo had apparently come to Kamishima trying to way to dispel the curse of the raging waves. They were extremely regretful about failing to stop the storm and went around apologizing to everyone in its wake. It seems they're still planning to find a solution, though, and have asked for my cooperation. I see. After all that happened, I am once again the only one left alive. Well, I don't know if alive is the right word. I did get my head cut off once by the curse after all. But to be honest, I didn't have it in me to care anymore. I couldn't fulfill what I set out to do, despite swearing I'd see it through. I have nothing left. It seems my fate is in the hands of that pair from Tokyo now. I don't know what they plan for me, but whatever it is, I intend to accept it. Thank you, everyone, for everything. Goodbye. The end. A hopeless outcome. Reach the, use a bad ending. Yeah, because it makes sense, because, like, he's just, like, everyone's dead. Like, he doesn't care about being taken in by those others, because they're just, like, he's just, like, I don't really care about anything anymore. Maybe? I mean... They did say that does do whatever, but I want to see what happens if I like interact with them in the back, because I thought that this suspicious pair actually came all the way from Tokyo. It seems they have business with me, so they're currently waiting for me to finish diving. Apparently, I'm going to be taken into custody. I actually finished diving a while ago, but they're not trying to rush me. They seem to be waiting for me to prepare myself. They understand I need some time, so they're kind enough to wait patiently for me. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, right? Like, you get a new body, but like, if he did it 5 years ago, he would have been 12, and 13, and he doesn't have like a 13-year-old's body, right? And like, he didn't change enough that like people notice that he like is different. I'm gonna go back to our Abby now. Well, the thing is too is I think they imply that like every time you die, you get put back into that body too, right? Like that, like a reset, but somehow his body's able to age to 17. Yeah, your body will regrow the missing parts, including your head, right? So it's like whatever is like if you chop off like a body part, right? Like you will whatever is the largest part basically regrows your body, right? Yeah, but I mean, like the bone you wouldn't like. I guess if your body is destroyed, but like you won't be the bone won't be the one that gets the body back. It's like you lose a leg, and then now you know that bone still exists, but you regrow your leg because his head chopped off. Because his body was like the big main portion that's still there, not the head. He regrew a head, which also means that his head could still someone be there, or like somehow, or it could decay, or maybe it becomes a skull. I don't know if it. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Anyways, we had this part open for a while, so let's take a look. Finally, after our long, arduous journey, we have arrived at the fabled island of Kamishima. Hey, are you alright? You don't look so good. You mean you're completely fine? The whole area is literally oozing cursed energy. I didn't think it was so bad before. Is it getting stronger? Can't you dispel the curse? Minor ones, sure, but this is on a whole nother level. I'm wondering, like, why she's, like, struggling with it, but Soto is fine. But maybe Soto is also just, like, stronger in a way that, like, he can handle it. Like, so she's more... Like, they're both attuned to curses and such, and they both, like, are like, ugh, this is terrible. But, like, he can handle it, he has ways to deal with it, and she just isn't experienced enough to do it. Because I don't think her spiritual energy is going to be, like, higher than Soto's, that this really just destroys her. I see. Might be best we don't stay here too long, then. Let's just ask around as much as we can. When you feel like you've hit your limit, make sure to tell me, okay? Got it. I'll do my best. Alright, let's start by asking the locals about mermaid legends first. I like to ask around to see if anyone knew Mari Minakuchi as well. Sorry, 1 second here. That's the plan. Let's move. That's true. He can. That's it. 1 second here. Visions from the future. Interesting. This goes into this timeline. Interesting. Let's go back. Before we go into this timeline, let's go over here. Approximately 1 month ago, having only returned home to Kagoshima, Yuzo Minakuchi goes to the roof of the Kaneshita-Ruins for some long time, only to find Sato Shiranami there. We're going flashback, true. Huh? There's someone already here? How unusual. Whoa, you scared me. Darn, I didn't think anyone else would come here. Oh, I take it I'm not welcome? I didn't think there would be anyone else up here either, so that makes 2 of us. Who are you? I'm Yuzo Minakuchi. I recently moved back to Kamishima. Ah. So you're that old friend of Tsukasa's, was it? Yep, I don't think we've spoken before. You're Sato Shiranami, right? Mr. Wakamura's relative? Nice to meet you. Wait, how do you know who I am? That's kinda creepy. You're pretty much the talk of the town. I'm sure everyone here knows who you are. Is that so? I'd rather not stand out. It's a small island. Word spreads quickly about who comes and goes. Sorry, but could you leave me be? I don't feel like talking to anyone. Well, I see. Well, I came here to enjoy the view alone. I'll just be overlooking the sea, so I won't be a bother. That work for you? Fine. You can see all the way from Issei Bay towards the Enshu Sea from here. It's a great view. That doesn't mean I want to share it with anyone. Thankfully, most of the islanders don't come up here that often, so I sometimes come here to unwind. Coming here always helps me clear my head. Now then, I'm back here after quitting work after just 3 months. I went to a boarding school in the mainland for high school, so it's been about 3.5 years since I actually lived on Kamishima. Nothing's changed. It's almost as if time itself has stopped here. You can say that's one of the good things about living on an isolated island like this. But for me, it just means I'm just as uncomfortable as ever. Ever since the disaster 5 years ago, people here haven't exactly been subtle about avoiding me. Maybe it's as good a time as any to start seriously looking into my mom. Sato Shiranami. I hear she's a relative of Wakamura's who will be staying with him for a while. But apparently no one's heard of her, so the island rumor mill's been working overtime ever since she arrived. Things have calmed down a bit now, but when she first showed up, she knew so little about how things work that gossip was that she was some sort of sheltered princess, or that she'd been raised by animals. Even now, she spends most of her time cooped up at the Wakamuras, so the mystery has only grown. I guess it doesn't really matter, though. If she really is a relative of Mr. Wakamura, I wonder what she's doing here. She's 17, just like Tsukasa, but it doesn't seem like she goes to school. I guess it doesn't really matter, though. Now that I have a better look at her, she's really tall, maybe even taller than Azami, and he's 173 centimeters. That said, she doesn't want to stand out, but that's going to be tough at that height. I'd rather not stand that close to her, to be honest. She's been staring at the sun and sea this whole time. Could it be she sees something out there? I said it wouldn't bother her, so I should stop staring already. The processing plant I worked at wasn't a bad place or anything, but working there didn't feel that fulfilling either. I just happened to come across it when I was looking for a job. I've never really been sure what I want to do with my life. Azami has always had a clear goal of becoming a fisherman. To be honest, I've always felt a bit jealous of that. After losing my parents in the disaster 5 years ago, people not only began to avoid me, they avoided talking about my mom as well. At some point, I honestly began to wonder if there's much point in me being alive. I only made it this far because of my Gran and Azami. I could never forgive myself if I made the two of them sad. They're the only reason I'm here, still here, drifting through life. Not that there's much else I can do here. I gotta find some work here as soon as so they won't worry about me. I've always been good at swimming, so I've actually been thinking about ama diving as an option. I haven't gone swimming since the disaster, but I wonder if Gran would be happy if I followed in her footsteps and became an ama diver. I'll start looking into it in secret. Though I'd only be able to do it during the diving season, so I'd have to find something else. Well, for the record, Toast, I believe my driver's license says I am would it say 172 or 182? I think 172, yeah. So if I'm 172, that's like basically close to Azami's height, and she's taller than that. There's a lot of reefs in the area, and the tide is strong, so it can make for tough sailing. But from here, it looks as tranquil as it can be. I originally came back here to take care of Gran after her injury, but her conditions improved a lot recently. She can walk around by herself and has even been handling the cleaning of laundry. I wouldn't be surprised if she said she was planning to go back to diving. Kamishima women sure are made of sterner stuff. But I'm still worried about her. You never know what could happen after all. It seems she's been watching a lot of TV recently. Perhaps because she has had to spend a lot of time at home. She seems a bit bummed that she doesn't have anyone to talk to about her shows, though. Asami was really happy to hear I was coming back to Kamishima. It's crazy to think the man used to be 12 feet tall. For anyone who didn't get that's a reference to the Folding Ideas Man Tracks video, and boy, like, every time I forget how, like, nerdy Burdick is, and just the voice that Dan gives him. After you hear him in the video, and he's just like, oh, that's what he sounds like. He even helped make sure my return would go as smoothly as possible. I can't thank him enough. He's a true friend. On top of that, he's hardworking and kind. It's easy to see why so many people like him, here like him. But he's involved in so much stuff around the island now, so he's much busier than he used to be. It goes without saying we can't mess around like we used to anymore. Tsukasa also put some distance between herself and us since she started high school. I guess she's a bit self-conscious about things now. I miss hanging out with her, but maybe it's just a part. Maybe this is just a part of growing up. Still, it's no exaggeration to say that it's all thanks to Azami that I'm able to live here like this. I won't do anything to let him down. Yeah. Right then. Time to think of how to make my own way through life from now on. I have plenty of time, but I don't want to be a burden for any longer than I have to be. On the contrary, there's some way to make a graceful exit and draw the curtains on it all. Maybe that would be for the best. The same thought has been lurking in my mind ever since that day. What's the point of living if I'm just going to cause trouble for Gran and Azami? Did he like try to kill himself and then failed? They built a rest spot for any tourist who comes up here, but it doesn't seem much use. Makes sense. You can see all the way across from Atsumi Peninsula to Aichi from here. I heard this observation post was originally made to oversee Urago on the opposite shore. So I guess it makes sense that it would be built somewhere with a clearer view of the area. Yeah, no, if I visited this place, I'd definitely come up here for sure. She actually kind of startled me. Whoa, when did she get here? Made you jump, didn't I? You did? Of course you did. Anyone would be startled by someone sneaking up on them like that. At least you admit it. You can consider that payback for it before. Anyway, did you need something? Alright, I can't focus with someone else around after all, so I want you to leave. Huh? Fine, how much will you pay me? Money, is it? Is that all you bureaucrats think about? Money, money, money? Very well. A string of 3,000 cash coins, and that's my final offer. You won't get a single drop more out of me. Whoa, who even has ancient currency like that anymore? And wasn't that the bounty for Imagawa Yoshimoto's head? How much money do you have? Don't worry, it's only about 60 yen in modern currency. Damn, inflation's pretty nuts. 60 yen it is then. Here you go. I do feel bad you only get a measly 60 yen out of the deal though. So you can have this Kamishimaru keychain I picked up over there as well. Pushing random stuff you picked up off the ground onto others, eh? Still, who could have thrown such a cute keychain away? I feel bad if it was just left on the ground, so I'll let you off with this. I got a keychain. Got an achievement for getting a keychain. I wonder if you only get it if you say that you're gonna leave instead of telling her to leave. I'll be on my way as promised then. Sorry for the interruption. Sure. Huh? I see. So that's how it is. Something wrong? Oh no, I was just thinking it must be pretty rough. Yep, pretty rough alright. None of my business though. Bye. Whoa, whoa, how am I supposed to walk away after you say cryptic stuff like that? But if no answers are forthcoming, I'll simply have to be on my way. Later. That's it? I seriously thought something else was gonna come up there. Maybe I'll pick the other option and I'll get the thingy, but like it's not... No, you're the one who should leave. Fate. It's fate, an immutable law of the universe that was decided tens of thousands of years ago. Oh, really? I was here first, though. Isn't first come, first served also an immutable law of the universe? That's true. Okay, fine. I'll leave. Oh, you came faster than I expected. Still, I feel kind of bad for chasing you off like this. Okay. Sorry for the interruption. Sure. Huh? I guess I guess because she's got so much more experience, she can sense an immortal a lot easier than Yeah, it's very possible. Vision of the future. With the zombie to go diving before he suddenly mentions he must go. Before we turn down, the pair go to a certain location at sea. Oh, okay, so this is what happens when you do the dive and you talk about the hole. You get this. Oh, I wonder if it's like this is the good ending because but you don't get to see how you get to the good ending. You just get the good ending. I'm just gonna check a few things. Let's go do a dive. Just for fun. For funsies. I'm immortal. I don't have to worry about shit. Points that I get. That was bad. Yo, rank up, let's go. Just go into the hole again. Oh, nice. Should I press my luck? Going is better at harvesting. See, now I wonder if she's gonna be really sad. Is gonna be really satisfied with the haul we get. But we need to get 2,000 points in a single dive for the. Rough. Gathering complete. New record. Yo, I got an achievement for reaching diver rank 5. we can, like, not drown, I mean, we could just stay there down there forever and just get infinite points, right? Although I guess I don't know, a zombie might get suspicious that we're down there for like 2 hours. Just suddenly says like, oh, I got everything. I'm just like, did I get like a... Oh man, I can't remember what I was just thinking of. Okay, let's stop diving for now. But they did talk about like different areas and such, but... Talk about how much we got. Two whole scallops. 13? No way, are you kidding me? Guess there's a good reason they call you the patron saint of diving. Aw, dang it. Now my cover's blown. That'll teach me to snag up every scallop I see. Anyway, Tsukasa, don't let this get you down. You'll improve over time. Man, I've been diving way longer than you, but you're better than me already. Some people are just born to be ama divers. Nobody calls them that. If you ask me, all that matters is that everyone made it back safe and sound. True, you always know the best thing to say, Sato. But for the record, she's never satisfied. Oh my god, we're going on the shark. And we're getting squid. My name is no, it's Josuke. Josuke. My name is Josuke Joestar. But everyone calls me Jojo. No one calls him Jojo. No, his name is not Joestar. It's Josuke something. What's his last name? He's not even a Joestar. Yeah, that's the thing. I got tripped up. I'm like, wait. I said, I'm like, wait a minute. No, he's not a Joestar. But everyone calls him Jojo. Hey, Ziggle, you got it. Yeah, he gets called Jojo in, like, the first episode, and that's it. Okay, let's keep this story rolling. So, what's this important thing you have to do, Yuza? Sounds like it must be a pretty big deal. It is. I just hope you'll believe me. Listen, and don't fly off the handle. Forgive the interruption. I have an important announcement to make. The moment you have been waiting for has arrived. Everything is ready for you to proceed. On August 7th, upon return to Kamishima after his dive, Yuza Minakuchi embarks on the fight of a lifetime. For unbeknownst to him, at this precise moment in time, a slew of predicaments would await him everywhere he turned. As for this really important thing he has to do, that is, of course, preventing the tragedy of Kamishima from coming to pass. The advent of the 400-year-old curse of the raging waves draws near Kamishima with every passing moment. Even so, do try to remember that Yusa's true aims are to locate a mermaid and uncover the truth about his mother. Will Yusa Minakuchi succeed in overcoming these challenges and fulfill his objective, you ask? That is entirely up to you, and the actions you choose to take from this moment forth. Thus concludes my announcement. I wish you good fortune. What? You think Kikuko is plotting to work a curse that'll cause a massacre on this island? Yes, you might find it hard to believe, but I'm sure about this. You're gonna have to give me a second to take this in. This is way heavier than I was expecting. He shows up in a couple moments. Let me see. I know he shows up at the end of the first part. He also shows up. When else does he show up in the first game? I know he shows up near the end when you have to, when he did it, but that's also late. When else does he show up? I mean, a curse? I know I told you about the Tomokazuki and all, but how do you even find out about this? Have you got any proof? Well, I saw the future with my own two eyes, but I'm afraid I don't have any proof I can show you right now. You saw the future? Yusa, if this is some kind of prank, you better cut it out right now. Seriously, this shit ain't funny. If you're just fooling around, I don't know if we can be friends anymore. Do you think it's easy for me to call someone I'm on friendly terms with a murderer? I wouldn't say something like this unless I was dead certain. I need you to trust me on this, Azami, before it's too late. Yeah, this is the theme of friendship and trust. You gotta believe in us, Azami. Oh man, you're not making this easy, Yusa. I just can't. I mean, no, I won't ask you to believe me until I can present you with solid proof. Until then, I still need your help. I just can't sit back and let this happen. Okay, I won't try to stop you, but I'm not gonna do anything drastic till I'm sure we're doing the right thing. That's all I need to hear. Thanks, Azami. But for real, what has gotten into you? What do you mean? I know you're headstrong and all, but this is way beyond what I'd expect from you. It's like you're a totally different person. Come on, you're exaggerating. I'm the same old Yusa I've always been. Huh? What are you two doing here? And what's with that getup, Yusa? Don't tell me you've been diving. Kikuko, do you have a minute? I heard you were heading to North Shore to fish in the bay today, so I came to find you. Where'd you hear that? I only just decided that this morning. I didn't even tell anyone. I can tell Azami is trying to believe in me. That's a good start at least. We're on the northern side of Kamishima. Not many people come here to fish. Hell yeah. See if I find a lot more. Mimicking, I don't know. Yeah, I need to find some more for bonus content, for sure. Seems like there's a few underwater, so... Kikuko is looking at us suspiciously, but I guess that's to be suspected. We did surprise her alone, after all. Yusa, are you sure about this? Just so we're clear, I'm leaving the talking to you. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Right, this is where it all begins. This is my chance. I have to find a way to change the future. I don't have any evidence, but I doubt I can just talk Kikuko out of this. You don't do something like that on a whim. Whatever her motives are, they must be powerful. Even if I somehow managed to get a curse stone, there's still a risk of whatever destructive impulse that was a hold of her would drive her to make the tragedy happen some other way. That's why my best bet of containing the situation is to try to distract her. I'm going to change the future one step at a time. Yeah, for real. There's no rush after all. Since we came here instead of heading back to port, things are already different. So Kikuko, when you left the island, did you work in some kind of office? You worked in some kind of office, right? Huh? That's true and all, but why are you asking? I'm just wondering if you might have referred your life back then. I mean, you must have more opportunities to meet people and go out on dates and all that. Stop right there. As if I don't hear enough of that as it is. What's going on? What's that got to do with you anyway? Sorry, I didn't mean to pry. I was just wondering if you still kept in contact with anyone. Sure, a few people. Just a few. Would you say any of them had a big influence on you? Huh? Seriously, what's this all about? Oh, nothing. I'm just curious. You've been passing Kamashimaru hand mirrors around to everyone, right? Yeah, I have. Sounds like someone keeps their ear to the ground. So, how many have you given out? Who's already got one? I don't know. I haven't kept track or anything. But if I had to guess, I'd reckon it'd be about 20 or so. Why? You want one too? If so, I'll get one to you later. Oh, no thanks. Don't worry about it. Suit yourself. They're pretty sweet little items, if I do say so myself. So, were you really off diving? You sure you should be doing that? If Chie finds out, she'll give you an earful, no doubt about it. Don't I know it? Seems everyone thinks I bring this island bad luck just by being here. Yuza. Well, sure, some folks might say that, but it's not like you've done anything to deserve that kind of talk. I don't see a problem with you becoming an ama diver myself. I appreciate that. Just today, plenty of folks told me not to go diving because a storm's on its way. But when they don't talk sense, I just ignore them, and so should you. I've been wondering, are you unhappy here on the island, Kikuko? What makes you think that? I don't know. I just get the feeling you're not planning to stay here as an ama diver forever. Ha! You normally play the fool, but turns out you're pretty sharp, Yuza. Truth is, I can't help thinking of the future. You can earn a decent living as an ama diver if you know what you're doing, but all these old rules and customs tend to get in the way. I've been trying to change them here and there, but it's no good. Everyone's too stubborn to listen. I see. No luck, huh? Mark my words, nothing's ever gonna change around here, and just between you and me. As much as I love being surrounded by nature on this island, the culture here just isn't for me. So that's how you feel. Honestly, I'm ready to break ties with this place. Not that anyone else needs to know that. Don't go spreading it around now. Frankly, I had no idea you were so interested in diving, Yuza. Oops. Listen, working for that company wasn't exactly a huge break in my career. All I did was pour tea and answer the phone. Huh? Anyway, Yuza, did you really come all this way out here just to chat? Something like that. But I've wasted enough of your time. Thanks for hearing me out. Come on, Azami, let's go. If you're sure. See you later, Kikuko. We accomplished a lot. Right now, I know we just got back. But there's no time to waste. We gotta track down and collect all the Kamashimaru mirrors Kikuko handed out as soon as possible. Huh? Why? If I'm right, those mirrors are actually targets of the curse. No way, seriously? Still, man, all this curse business is a bit much. Look, given what people think of me, I'd have a hard time handling this on my own. I'm gonna need your help, Azami. I guess we have to try to convince everyone the mirrors are defective or something, but we better not let Kikuko find out what we're up to. Yuza? I want to believe you, and I like nothing more than to help you out. But before I lift this finger, there's something I gotta know. Alright. See, I got a pretty good idea what made you change out of the blue like this. You do? When you were diving before, you came face to face with the Tomokazuki. Something happened, didn't it? You haven't been the same since then. And come to think of it, does this have anything to do with your search for a mermaid? You're right. I should have told you the full story to begin with. I've been in such a rush, I got ahead of myself. You're right, something did happen to me, and I'll tell you about it right now if you want to hear. I'm all ears. First of all, tracking down a mermaid is still my end goal. That hasn't changed. At least some things is still the same. But what I'm trying to do right now started when I found out about the danger in Kamishima and realized I had to do something to prevent it. Are you with me so far? Sure. If I knew the island was in danger, I'd want to protect it too. But how'd you find out about that, anyway? Earlier, you said you saw the future? When did that happen? It was when I encountered the Tomokazuki. Oh yeah, because we got flashes of, like, everything, right? The moment our hands touched, everything went dark, and the future unfolded before me. So, it was kind of like a vision from the Tomokazuki, a warning. That's exactly what it felt like. A stream of images filled my mind once, together with a rush of understanding, and a bunch of names showed who developed the story. It's like they were imprinted into my memory. I don't know how it works, but I believe what I saw. I know what's going to happen here on Kamishima if I don't do something to change it. So that's what started all this, huh? Yuza, did you know there was a Tomokazuki there? Is that why you picked that spot to dive? No, it's like I told you before. I was hoping to find a clue there, since that's the spot where I encountered a mermaid once before. I would have never dreamed I'd end up seeing a vision of tragedy like this. For all I know, this might have nothing to do with mermaids at all. But now that I know about it, I can't just forget it, can I? Of course not. And now that you know the full story, you can count on my help too. Seeing as Kikuko is the culprit, I'm guessing we need to collect those hand mirrors to save everyone? Yeah, but she's not the only threat. There's more to this. More? There's actually 2 calamities on the horizon for Kamishima today. 2? You gotta be kidding me! First is the massacre caused by Kikuko's curse. And the second is the curse of the raging waves, which has been brewing up a violent storm for the last 400 years. It's going to hit the island tonight. Huh? Now you've lost me again. I can't keep up. For starters, why is all this happening on the same day? I don't know. I get the feeling it's just an unfortunate coincidence. And there would be nothing we could do about it either, but since it's been forewarned, I have a chance to prevent it. I'll explain the rest on the way. There's no time to lose. We have to track down every last one of those mirrors. this hasn't opened up. Ah, we got extra branches too, so... Nothing's shown as incomplete. But I think this is time for another stretch break. I will be back in a bit. Don't go too far. We will, see what happens when I get back. Okay, I'm back. Man, I am, what is it? Yeah, the heater's on. There's one thing I also realized I didn't look at. I'm just really curious. What happens if we go back in the, what happens if we go back in the hole? Because, like, I avoided it, but, like... Although, maybe not on a thing where there's, like, so much scallops to get. And you can go up pretty far from here, apparently. New record. Dude, what? Why is there so much I guess I did put the thing that lets me see more, from a distance, but, like, this is, like, ridiculous. Okay, I'm getting distracted from my original purpose here. Okay, it just kills you. Okay, one last test. I don't want to spend most of this game diving. So I swim super far out. I know it just restarts, but, like... I guess we found our sense in the hole, but I'm just wondering if, like, I, like, just keep going. A little too deep and kind of... I guess we have to like reach. I guess if I tried restart or whatever, it would have been. Oh, just let's see. It just lets you say stop. Okay. Okay. Wait, no. I want to go to the story chart. Yeah, there's some big stuff down there, so you have a possibility to. But yeah, it is interesting that these are going down now. Pursuing another case, Yumeko and her partner find out that the mermaid corpse discovered in Futamagami is that of a woman named Azusa Somikawa. The duo try to figure out what to do next. This large bridge spanning the Onorura Bay in Toba City is known as the Onorura Bridge. Yeah, for real. I hear that the waters of the bay are rich in nutrients, making them ideal for oyster farming. You can see the rafts used floating in the bay. Oh, oysters. Very nice. Oyster harvesting only begins in October, though. I'm afraid they're out of season right now. Oh, darn it. I knew Issei lobsters were only available from October, but to think we won't be able to eat oysters either. Please don't look so sad, ma'am. We could always come back another time. Oneura Bridge. Notable for its distinct white arch, Onorura Bridge is a 196-meter bridge spanning from Onorura Bay in Toba City, Mie Prefecture. It was built to have no columns, allowing ships to pass beneath it with ease. The contrast of its white arch with the blue sea and sky and the green of mountains paints a picturesque scene, making it popular with tourists. The bridge takes its name from its role as crossing over Onorura Bay, but the name is written with the character for hemp, sung of in old waka poems as a vessel for divine spirits, such as kanji characters that make up its name differ slightly from those used to write Onorura Bay. After discovering the mermaid found in Futamagaura this morning was in fact Somikawa's transfigured corpse, we headed to Ichika town for further investigation and are now on our way back. It feels like a good opportunity as any to take stock of our current position and talk about our next move. Soto gives the impression of being all business, but he often goes along with any suggestions I make to stop and take in the scenery. Despite appearances, I think he enjoys quiet moments like this. Now then, as much as I like to relax and enjoy our surroundings, shall we take this chance to review the current situation and talk about our next move? A sound idea, yes. First, Detective Ide contacted us this morning, informing us that a mermaid corpse had washed up in Futagamiura. However, when we went to investigate, we discovered that the corpse was in fact that of Miss Somikawa, whose whereabouts were looked into. She had been transformed into a fish by a curse. Quite the troublesome development. She was shaping up to be a key figure in a number of incidents. With that in mind, the most likely culprits are the two foreigners we ran into the day before, yesterday in Ichika. Yes, one of them was seen taking Miss Somikawa out to sea by boat. I regret not doing more to pursue them at the time. It's possible we could have saved her if we had. I'm sorry, that was poor judgment on my part. Then the other half of the pair was a young exorcist with ties to paranormal affairs. I believe her name was Shirshi, yes? That's also quite worrying. I wonder what she could be up to. If it turns out she'd been using curses on ordinary people, we at Paranormal Affairs will probably be held responsible. Though I doubt the Bureau would agree to act as custodian for someone who would behave so recklessly. I'd like to believe some manner of circumstances are at hand, yes. Well, I suppose if anything happens, I can just get the higher-ups to take responsibility. That's what higher-ups are for, aren't they? Being responsible for their subordinates. I think you'll find that saying used by superiors as a goal, not by subordinates to shirk responsibility. Despite her abilities, I doubt that girl would be able to use the curse of the Forsaken Fish. Regardless of who wielded it, I think it's safe to say a curse stone was involved. Agreed. We'd have two people from the same town falling victim to the same curse, after all. I think it's reasonable to assure that this was due to overzealous use of a curse stone. Yes, the first victim was Tamiko Suma, who succumbed to the curse 2 days ago. The second was Miss Somikawa from yesterday. The state they were found in hasn't been publicly disclosed, so they're still being officially treated as missing. Still, a curse stone causing the curse of the Forsaken Fish, eh? Is something wrong? The curse of the Forsaken Fish is one of the curses mermaids can use, you see. For it to have become a curse stone, the mermaid in question must have experienced overwhelming resentment. An example might be if they were killed while bearing a powerful grudge against someone. That sounds like it'd be a rare event indeed. Why do I get the feeling there was a mermaid who died like that, though? Who was it? It feels like the name's on the tip of my tongue. Could it be a memory from that time? Though I imagine many of your older memories must have faded by now. I have to try to remember. Who was the name of the mermaid? What was the name of the mermaid who died while harboring strong resentment? It was Hayase. But the way that he talks about it makes it sound like she is also an immortal. Like, she is also an 800-year immortal. Even though she claims not to be. Like, there has to be something. Like, being able to tell. Hayase? That's right, her name was Hayase. I can't believe it. I'd completely forgotten, but it suddenly popped into my head. She might be. Yeah, she might be. Like, I wonder if there is a possibility, like, she is the mermaid who came onto sea, but, like, coming out of the sea to live on land. But if living on land means she has to forsake her, like, previous life or whatever. Or some reason like that, like. So, like, all her memories of being a mermaid is, gone. Oh, there was a mermaid who died like that, was there? There was, I finally remember. One of the mermaids who lived near Taishima 400 years ago was called Hayase. She was captured during the invasion of Taishima and died after being brutally tortured. This is the first I've heard of mermaids living near Taishima. Yeah, like, there has to be some way she's accessing this, right? I can always go back and look. I feel like she said she wasn't immortal. Which means, again, she could be mortal, but she could have a long lifespan, right? Oh, right, your ancestor, Harukage Tsuchi Mikado must have left them out of his records. The reason Taishima was invaded in the first place was to find those mermaids, you see? I see. I was unaware of the exact reason for the invasion. It's understandable. A deliberate effort was made not to mention mermaids in any of the records left after the fact. I suppose hiding the map outside a mermaid mummy was intended to be a metaphor of sorts. I can't believe I forgot something so important. But if that curse stone is related to what happened on Taishima 400 years ago, it likely has some link to the curse of the raging waves as well. If we can view the memories contained in it, we might be able to learn more about the curse of the raging waves. Ah. But yeah, there's also like the fact that she also knows that it's like 800-year immortal and all this other stuff. Like that's very, she knows how the whole thing works more than anyone else. I wonder, could the keepsake Harukage left behind in the using the map could have been the curse stone housing the curse of the Forsaken Fish? I see. That's certainly a possibility. In that case, it's not unthinkable someone might have gotten a hold of it recently, and there's a high chance it was one of those two foreigners. Alright, we narrowed down our focus. It seems a change in priorities is needed. she just housed it in a morphogenetic field. Talks about the Funyarimpa. Let's find the curse of the curse stone for the curse of the Forsaken Fish as soon as possible. That should be the most efficient course of action, I think. Agreed. Still, I can't help but wonder why I suddenly remembered the mermaid's name out of nowhere. No, perhaps I should have been wondering how I could have forgotten something so important in the first place. That's an interesting way to put it. It's looking increasingly likely that that pair of foreigners has the cursed stone. Yes. We did just go to Ijuka to see if we could find any leads on where they could have headed. Unfortunately, we weren't able to find anything promising. I wonder where they could have gone. Still, oh sorry, we also still don't know any why they approached Miss Somikawa. Could they be after the mermaid's relic? If I'm not mistaken, that girl, Shirshe, did mention the relic. Were they looking to take it for themselves? But where would they have headed afterward? Kamishima. That's where they are. Huh? Kamishima? I thought we decided we weren't going there today. We failed to find any promising leads yesterday after all. No, something tells me they went to Kamishima, and I get the feeling that this is a hunch I shouldn't ignore. Alright. Let's head to the port in Toba City. We'll catch the ferry to Kamishima from there. Can't go further. Yeah, so let's go here. And just see what's we specifically get told. Yeah, no, she just says, I'm not an immortal myself, you know? Well, like, here's the bad end. The bad end is right here, and then here's, like, the good end. So, like, there's only so much chart left, unless we said... But the thing is, the chart also, like, expands at different points, right? Like, so... Because, like, this used to be, like, right here, right? Like, it used to be close. If I remember. And then also it's like, oh, no, this is actually further out. Possessions. After arriving in Kamishima, Avi and Shishi continue to ask about mermaids, but this garners suspicion, and they find themselves unable to gain any information. Well, so much for that. Even after everything we went through, we got nothing to show for it. It's almost astounding how little we managed to learn. Like, some reverse miracle. Worse, I think rumors are spread. And now everyone's avoiding us. This is a pickle. I can't even bring up mermaids without islanders looking at me like some odd foreigner who lost his marbles. For some reason, mentioning Mari Minakuchi makes things even worse. Did people hate her or something? Just hearing her makes them recoil with undisguised disgust. – Yes, I noticed that too. Though your way of asking probably doesn't help much. How about we take a break from investigating and go for a little sightseeing instead? Seems like there's a shrine and a lighthouse around here, so we may as well drop by. Count me in. To be honest, the way people are treating us is starting to bum me out. Maybe heading to the lighthouse a bit to unwind a bit. Maybe heading to the lighthouse to unwind a bit wouldn't be such a bad idea. No, we must go to the jetty, and that's it. That's that. What? Don't scare me like that. What's gotten into you all of a sudden? The waves of my yearning soul keep crashing against my chest, insisting I seek out the shore. Right. Sure. The usual, then. Well, off we go. Yeah, we're like, I wonder if it's like we're going here because this is a different timeline to... It's the keychain. Oh, looks like we got ourselves a spunky young lady here. Maybe we should have a word with her. Alright, this could be our last chance. Let's give it our all. Excuse me, could we speak with you for a moment? Sure, no, there's no way she'll talk to us if we're that forward. Foreign visitors? How unusual. And your names are Ave and Sershi? Oh yeah, she was like wanting to meet us too. Like, that was a big thing when in the other one where it's just like, did you meet these foreigners, whatever? Or... Welcome to Kamishima. My name is Kikuko. I'm an ama diver. Kikuko, the ama diver. Such a pleasure to meet a charming young lady in a place like this. Charming young lady, you say? Oh my. Well, now you're allowed to ask me anything you like. Oh, we have items. This later, I held on to it. Mermaids, I haven't had the courage to open it up yet. Bearing the curse of the forsaken fish. Should I really be carrying this around? This jetty was built to break the waves, so fishing boats can come in and safely unload their catch. Then I suppose jet planes have nothing to do with it. No, not at all. The structure was over in the distance is called a breakwater, built to keep waves out. Seems like it's also a popular fishing spot. Who would have thought? Seems like just bluntly calling out to her was the best approach after all. The image of a polite and reserved Japan I've been holding on to for so long is starting to falter. She's the most approachable of all the people we've talked to by far. Maybe this time we'll actually learn something. It's a little sad to be this happy just because someone finally agreed to talk to us. I wonder who's to blame for that. What, you're saying it's my fault? Looks like we've made a solid first impression. She seems genuinely excited to talk to us. After all the lengths we went to, I refuse to leave this place without at least a few answers. Alright, actually there's someone we're looking for on this island. Would you mind if we asked you about them? Sure, who is it? A woman named Mare Minakuchi. See, that's exactly how everyone else around here has been reacting when we ask about her. No, it's just, I'm sorry, but that woman died in an accident at sea 5 years ago. Yes, we are well aware that she passed away. Huh? Then why do you ask? Did she leave anything behind? Or was there perhaps someone who was close to her? Anything like that? Sorry, I've got no idea. Nobody on this island really knew her. Although her son just returned to the island. Her son, you say? Now it's getting interesting. We'd certainly like to meet him. Do you know where he is? Sorry, no idea. He's got to be on the island, somewhere around the island. His name is Yuza Minakuchi. I'll give you his home address. You might find him there. Wow, thank you. This is invaluable information. Why did I feel that sudden urge to go to the jetty earlier? Thanks to that, we ended up running into Kikuko. Yeah, I wonder if some of those suggestions that we kind of pop out, those are like stuff that we are suggesting to the characters, like we did in the other game. Right there, yeah. Thanks for this amount of information. This may be a bit out of nowhere, but you don't happen to know anything about mermaids, do you? Huh? Mermaids? Oh, so you do know something. When you say mermaids, you mean mermaids, right? The mythical creatures? Precisely, the very same. Rumor has it that this island houses some kind of secret connected to mermaids, but I haven't been able to ascertain whether it's true or not. So tell me, any mermaid secrets about? Are you saying you really came all the way out here to look for mermaids? More or less. So any information you may have would be a huge help. Sorry, I don't really have anything for you, but I do happen to be a little interested in mermaids myself. Fantastic. Another fan entranced by the mysterious. They say eating the flesh of a mermaid will grant you immortality, right? That's right. Could you perhaps be interested in immortality as well? I guess so. Not for myself, though. Oh? You mentioned that this island has some sort of connection to mermaids. More than just a little interested, are you? Huh? Well, in fact, right here in Issei Bay, there used to be. Wow, so mermaids used to live on this Taishima place. So, you think there may be still some clues here in Kamishima that will lead you to the mermaids in Ryugu? Nail on the head. Right on the button. Unfortunately, I can't say I've heard any mermaid stories on this island before. A pity. By the way, you wouldn't happen to know why everyone is frantically dodging our questions about Mari Minakuchi, would you? Was she a terrible person? It's something people don't really like to talk about. She didn't fit in much with the other islanders. No one knew much about her either. Why are you so interested in her anyways? Well, this is kind of a secret, but it seems that Mare Minakuchi had some sort of connection to the mermaids. Huh, you don't say. I see, so that's why. Oh, do you remember something? Not really. I just thought, it's just that I always thought she was a little off. Almost as though she wasn't actually human. So you're saying Mari might not have been human after all? That she was actually a mermaid? No way, I was just joking. She was kind of weird, sure, but a mermaid? That's a bit far-fetched, don't you think? Right? So, you're an active ama diver there, then? Are there many young divers these days? Not really. The younger generation doesn't really go for diving anymore. It just makes more sense to pursue higher education. I see. It's a real shame to see such a long-standing tradition slowly fade away. Well, it's quite dangerous after all. Can't really blame them for choosing safer options. Just the other day, I heard 2 ama divers went missing around Toba. Uh-oh. Well, we have no idea about that. Speaking of ama divers, I heard ama divers have a legend that if you go diving around here, there's a chance Tomokazuki might emerge from the depths. Oh, Shirshi, enough with the ghost stories. Ha ha ha, you sure know a lot, don't you? You're right, it's a well-known legend. Not that I've seen it with my own eyes or anything. Don't know anyone who has either. Huh? Maybe your Seimon and Domon symbols have kept you safe. Oh, those? I don't have any. I don't really go in for superstition like that. Are you really okay without them? I think it's no more than old tradition, meant to remind us not to forget our gratitude and respect towards the sea. All those old-fashioned rules and traditions, don't you think it's time for a reform? But isn't free diving close to a Shinto ritual in spirit? Isn't showing reverence and offerings to the sea god crucial? Oh, you're pretty devout for a foreigner. I'm impressed. But you know, I believe it's exactly because of those tedious customs like that one that young people are losing their interest in diving. We should keep with the times, otherwise there's no way this tradition will survive. Well now, that's very level-headed thinking. Maybe it's because I'm part of this so-called new generation. Some people don't like my attitude, but I get the job done. Some of the young divers go to high school on the mainland, then work as amateur divers when they return home. I guess there's also that guy who just started working as an ama here. I saw him earlier. I didn't realize men could become ama divers too. It's not like it's forbidden. It's pretty rare though. This is the first time I've ever seen it. He's actually Mari Minikuchi's son, the woman you were asking about earlier. Interesting. Come to think of it, I completely forgot about the still-tied mirror Ikoma told us to look for. Guess I'll try my luck and ask. Oh right, I just remembered. There's a particular mirror on this island you're looking for. Do you happen to know anything about that? A mirror, you say? Well, you come to the right woman. Oh, you know it? Luck's finally on our side. Could it be you're talking about this? Ta-da! Goodness, that's the cutest mirror I've ever seen. It's the famous Kamishima souvenir, the Kamishimaru hand mirror. I had no idea it'd become so famous. No way, could this be the still-tied mirror? Definitely not. Right. Oh, this isn't the one you're after? Well, since you've taken a liking to it, I'd still love for you to have it. Consider it a memento of our meeting today. What? Really? Lucky me. Actually, I changed my mind. I don't need it after all. You sure? It's free, you know. Well, when you put it like that... No, I'm sure. I absolutely decline. Finally, persona dialogue, true. Okay, sure. If you feel that strongly about it, I won't press you. Ha ha. Anyway, what we're looking for is actually a bronze mirror. A bronze mirror? You mean the type you see in history books? Yeah, probably something like that. No, I can't say I know anything about it. It's a shame. I wonder if you get the mirror, you get the bad ending or something for Avi. Or something like that. I never heard anything about a bronze mirror on this island. Oh, that reminds me. I caught a glimpse of something inside your bag earlier. Was that, by chance, the Tame Tobacco? What? Sorry, I just happened to notice. And by judging by your reaction, I'd say I'm right. Damn it, I didn't think it'd be that noticeable. A glimpse alone shouldn't give it away that it was the Tame Tobacco. Tama Tobacco, I think I'm saying it a little bit. My initial guess was just a bluff, but Aoi's reaction confirmed it. I'm sorry. Ooh, she's got a very sinister look. Cersei's on high alert. The supernatural may be involved here. Be careful. Of course. Got a bad feeling about the way she's looking at us right now. Kikuko, why the interested in the Tama Tobacco? Some kind of ancient mermaid treasure, right? Ma, you're well informed. Will you be willing to hand it over to me? I'll make sure it's worth your while. Huh? You see, I know someone who's ridiculously rich and in search of eternal life. They'd be willing to pay a small fortune for that thing. They'd offer the kind of money you'd probably only get to see once in a lifetime. So what do you say? Whoa, 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 slow down. Abby? Much more than some third-rate writer like you could ever earn in a lifetime. I don't know what you could possibly need the Tama Tobacco for anyway. But wouldn't you like to move up in the world? I believe I understand your offer, Kikuko. But my answer is no. Not a chance. No way. No how. It's never been about the money. It's about the thrill of the adventure. Yeah, see, he's just saying it right now. I write for the love of the game. Called it. Exactly. Embarking on a journey to unravel the secrets of the mermaid's immortality. What could be what better adventure could a man ask for? You may call me a romantic, and that's what I am, an adventurer at heart. You totally lost me. You're throwing this chance away for some childish adventure? You wouldn't understand. I put my life on the line to find the mermaid. I'm not handing that box over. I see. Seems there's no reasoning with you. Ugh, it'd be so much easier if you had it. Huh? Why'd you refuse the mirror? This would have been so much easier. Oh, the mirror? I don't know. It just felt like the right thing to do. Why'd you ask? Are things not going as planned? Ugh. I'm not sure what's going on, but I feel like we might have just narrowly escaped danger. Sounds like if you had that mirror on us, she could have been able to steal the Tommy Tobacco. I'll have to get more information out of her, but it seems as though she's plotting something. Avi, focus. I need you to listen to me, but without taking your eyes off Kikako. Oh, got it. I'm pretty sure she has a curse stone. But what? What's this all about? I can't tell right away, but it was because it was masked by the heavy veil of curse energy that's all over this island, but on closer inspection, the curse stone's aura is impossible to conceal. Huh? Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. What if the condition to activate her curse was holding onto one of those mirrors? Then we can relax, right? The condition isn't met. Well, only if the mirror was all there is to it. As long as we don't know for sure what the condition is, we need to stay on high alert. I've got a bad feeling about this. Maybe we should retreat. Even if we did, we'd always be looking over our shoulder, afraid she might come after us. Then we need to get her to surrender somehow. Ideally, we'd take away her curse stone too. There's no doubt about it. Kikako wants to take the Tama Tobacco from us. But even so, the Tama Tobacco won't grant immortality without the flesh of a mermaid. If she has any other information about mermaids, we need it. Hey Kikako, I'm gonna let you in on a secret. Yeah? Ta-da, what are the odds? Turns out we both got curse stones. This one's called the Curse of the Forsaken Fish. When its conditions are met, it transforms you into a fish and kills you. Pretty messed up, huh? What? Avi, are you sure? You planning to use this curse stone on us to steal the Tommy Tobacco, weren't you? But your curse stone requires that I have one of your hand mirrors, am I right? On the other hand, I can use my curse stone on you whenever I so please. You're bluffing. Your curse stone must have a condition too. Yeah, who's to say it hasn't already been met? Now cease your scheming and tell us what you know. Do you really have the resolve to kill someone with a curse stone? Well, I'm not exactly keen on it, but I'm prepared to defend my life if necessary. Really? I wasn't expecting that from such a kind gentleman. You look like you wouldn't hurt a fly. It turns you into a fish and kills you! Indeed, my heart is pure, but trust me, I'm quite capable. Experience has hardened my resolve. Eh? You're saying you've actually used it before? At this point, what difference does one more depth to the tally make? My hands are already stained. Damn, you're a proper criminal. Maybe I should report you to the cops. Be my guest. I wonder which is faster, my curse or your phone call. What about your lady friend? Well, are you okay with this? I'm afraid there's no restraining Avi. I'm pretty much given up on him at this point. So it'd be great if you could give up and hand over the curse stone. What the fuck is this? You guys are absolutely insane. Come on now. I think we can agree we both have our issues. Good. We're at a stalemate. Now I can try to extract more information out of her. Good job, Saoirse, making her believe I've lost it. Very convincing. Actually, maybe a little too convincing. Does she really think I'm that crazy? Whatever. I got more important things to focus on now. So, why don't you lighten us? Who told you about the Tame tobacco? Who knows? Think you'll get that out of me with that attitude? She still hasn't given up on the Tame tobacco. So what kind of curse do you possess? Don't know. Don't care. Oh, come on now. Not even a hint? We, on the other hand, have laid pretty much all our cards on the table already. What? Huh? What are you talking about? Who would do such a reckless thing? Think, Abby. There's 3 things that have utmost priority right now. 1. Above all, make it out alive without triggering her curse condition. 2. Get a hold of her curse stone. Leaving it with her is too risky. Thing. Get her to give up on the Tame tobacco and surrender to us. She has any information about mermaids. We need to get that out of her too. I guess that's 4 things. He's a lot of fun. I really like him. Anyways, I need to extract whatever information I can. We're locked in. Well, while we're locked in the conversation. Like, he's the closest we have to Richter, basically, in this game. Just like over the top, just... What on earth? It feels like the air completely shifted. Even the waves look heavy with tension. Alright, look. Seems like you're just as dead set on the Tame tobacco as I am. This standoff won't get us anywhere. Why don't you tell us your motivation? Maybe we'll be able to find a compromise. Compromise? Say, for example, if granting your wish were to stir up the spirit of adventure within me, I cannot hand over the Tame tobacco, but perhaps I'd be willing to borrow its power of immortality. I got no romantic tale for you. I told you, I just want to get that rich person what he's looking for so he can see how important I am to him. That's all there is to it. Oh, important, you say? How is that? Because I'm his illegitimate child. Oof. But he simply refuses to admit it. Whatever I do, he won't acknowledge my existence. I mean, look at me. Just look at me. I must be a disgrace in his eyes. So, her and Tsukasa are like half-sisters, and I guess that's why she hates Tsukasa, because Tsukasa actually got to have like dinner and whatever with him, and was able to gain his favor in a way. But a woman like me shouldn't be wasting her life away on some backwater island. I was born of noble blood. I wasn't meant to rot in this miserable place. Yet he casts me aside and refuses to acknowledge my existence. It's humiliating. So your father's some rich man? Yes. There's hardly anyone in Ise-shima who doesn't know the name Yoshiatsu Yamashina. It's a noble bloodline stretching back centuries, and here I am, stuck in this wretched life. Yamashima, eh? I've done everything in my power to earn his recognition. I gave it up my all to make it in this big city, and for what? Nothing I tried worked. In the end, I had to come crawling back to this island to make ends meet as an ama diver. Just want to check something here. Like, Chris says her parents are anxious for her future, but, like, I guess I never really say. Like, maybe, like, she's, like her mother actually got married, and, like, she's, like, able to, whatever. Yeah, for real. Nothing yeah. But I still kept telling myself that someday, somehow, I see. So you figure that since Yamashina is seeking immortality, you can leverage the box to gain what you want at the same time. Yeah, I used to work at the small company. The young CEO of the place was basically Yamashina's protege. I guess he felt sorry for me, so he let it slip that Yamashina was after immortality. Interesting. And he was the one who told you about the curse stone and the Tame Tobacco as well? Yeah. Ever since even Yamashina doesn't know about this, he suggested I use it to my advantage and take the credit. Yeah, at least 20 people. He gave me the curse stone and told me to use it wisely. Originally, I had planned on offering something different to Yamashina, but now I've got a chance for the Tame Tobacco. That's my best option. Oh, how intriguing. So you want to trade the Tame Tobacco for Yamashina's recognition? That's right. See, I knew we were never going to find a compromise. True, it's a compelling story, but it's missing a certain adventurous allure. That company's president you mentioned, how come he knew about the Tame Tobacco and the cursed stone? Just who is he exactly? I was wondering the same thing. Of course you were. He's an incredible person after all. Mr. Ippei Koma is an amazing man. It's thanks to him I got the chance to make my dreams come true. Yeah. Knew it. Did you say Ikoma? Kippei Ikoma, you say, from Salop Planning? Huh? You know Mr. Ikoma? Indeed. Just met him the other day, in fact. I even got his business card. Huh? You have Mr. Ikoma's business card? Wait, then that business card you took out earlier was his? That's right. Want to see it? No, it's fine. You hold on to that. If you say so. Huh? What? A curse echo? Yikes, did we mess up? Plaka Astari, guide his path. With thy merciful hand protect him. Why? If you have Mr. Ikoma's business card, the conditions should have been met, so why? Yikes, I thought we were done for. You were. I'm sorry. All I can do is delay the curse. I can't dispel it. It's going to take effect in 1 minute, so you need to do something before then. Huh? Like what? A curse is dispelled by eliminating its caster. What comes next is up to you. Eliminate? Why do I have to keep doing this? If I just don't? So I just wait a minute? Longest minute in existence, give myself a good chance to get some water. I'm not looking at the time, so yeah. How's everyone's weekend been so far? Time to do some team trials and actually, no, the Legends races don't start for another hour. No, they start tomorrow. Can't do that. Ah, how is it? Oh, yeah, I think I saw that. That being advertised. But it's like, yeah, but that cost more, Ziggle. I couldn't do it with the deal. I think it's been a minute. I'm pretty sure, like, I'm looking at the OBS time. It's basically been a minute, so I think we only have, we have to shove her. It was on sale for you. Nice. Ah, damn it. I refuse to die here. What the hell is wrong? What's with you? She fell into water. It's now or never. So anyway, she could come back out in any second. So good. I can't bring myself to do it. Sorry, I can't hold it any longer. couldn't do it. Damn, my dream will be left unfulfilled. Avi! Arnav Barnum is dead. Oh my, it seems you met with a rather unpleasant fate. This is merely conjecture on my part, but once the conditions for the curse are fulfilled, there's no choice but to accept what must be done. But rest assured, you may start anew from the moment Kikako uses her curse. It's just like, nah man, you gotta fish her. You gotta turn into a fish. Gotta make this official. I retrieved the cursed stone from the ocean. Are you alright, Abby? I barely made it out alive, but I can't say I feel particularly good about this. So it had come to this. No turning back now, it seems. That's what happens when you deal with curses. They might turn your back on you at any moment. You should be prepared for that. Understood. What about the curse stone? What's it like? Yeah, about that. Huh? A bronze mirror? That's right. A palm-sized bronze hand mirror. Wait, don't tell me the still-tied mirror was actually a curse stone all along. The curse stone's resentful memory doesn't seem to indicate anything like that. So this curse stone had a resentful memory too, eh? What'd you learn? There's so much information, it's hard to make sense of it. Here, take a look for yourself. Hey, just don't just toss it like that. It's a curse stone, not a baseball. So you're not gonna look? Of course I am. Let's see. That's interesting. So I guess that will explain why it's the same, like, that's Sato's mirror. Or she's familiar with the mirror. But what's her name had it? Didn't because it was buried in the thing there, right? So who else had it? Well, so this is the real deal. Oh, a mermaid. There's a mermaid on it. Taira no Tomoshige's early life. Taira no Tomoshige was born the son of Taira no Kiyomori's younger brother, Yorimori, in the latter half of the Heian period, at the height of the Taira clan's power. Although his father Yorimori was the only child born of the official wife of the Taira no Tadamori, part of the main lineage of the Taira clan, he maintained a differential attitude towards Kiyomori, a stance that made Tomoshige regard him with contempt and fueled his ambition to one day stand at the head of the Taira clan. He also believed to be the rightful heir of Nukemaru, a famous sword that his father had inherited as part of his birthright. Sato from Kuwasawa village. Around that same time, Sato was living a simple life in Kuwasawa village, the place of her birth. One day, she happened to encounter a visiting onmyoji and was offered the chance to work at the Bureau of Onmyo in Kyoto. Sato readily accepted, having always felt out of place in the village due to her faint spirit sense and left Kurosawa to work at the Bureau of Onmyo as a maidservant. At the end of the year, Taira no Kiyomori's daughter, Noriko, gave birth to the imperial prince. Although Tomoshige visited the palace with his father to celebrate the birth, he soon grew bored with the proceedings and left only to encounter Sato, who was attending to odd jobs nearby. Tomoshige was intrigued by Sato, who made no attempts to curry favor with him, and whose thoughts he found difficult to read, and he frequently visited her from then on. Not yet having an official wife, it was not uncommon for Tomoshige to spend his time on dalliances with women, with Sato being the latest among them. However, as her interactions continued, he found himself becoming particularly drawn to her. He eventually had a pair of bronze hand mirrors made and gifted one to her. Okay, so there are two mirrors. That makes sense. One is a curse stone and one isn't. One's the trigger for the okay. Telling her to carry it with her at all times as a sign of their vows to each other. In 1185, the Taira clan was defeated at the Battle of Dan no Ura, spelling its ruin. Tomoshige, who had fled from place to place as if to desperately avert his eyes from the Taira clan's decline, ultimately did not participate in the decisive battle at Dan no Ura, and came to know the Taira clan's downfall while he was lying low in a remote village in Ise with Sato. Although initially terrified of being hunted down by soldiers of the Minamoto clan, Tomoshige regained his sense upon seeing Sato's unbroken composure. Now believing that it lay with him to restore the Taira clan as one of its sole survivors, he swore an oath that to his fallen clan that he would see its rise again someday. With survivors of the Taira clan being hunted down across the country, Tomoshige continued to search for a way to turn the situation to his advantage. In the process, he suddenly remembered a box that his father, Tadamori, had left the family, a tame tobacco proffered by a fisherman that was said to contain the flesh of a mermaid. Though Tadamori had refused to accept it, a member of the clan had secretly hidden it in a storehouse back in their homeland. It was said that eating mermaid flesh would grant eternal life no matter who ate it. However, legend had it that the meat was highly poisonous, with a small bite being fatal. No one had wanted to eat it as a result, and ended up being forgotten as years went by. So it gives you eternal life, but was also poisonous and being fatal. Which is it, buddy? Well, I guess it is true. Like, they say you're given a new body, right? So I guess, like, yeah, your original body is gone. Believing that dying due to poison would hardly be any different from their fate if they were caught and killed, Tomoshige located the tame tobacco and pried open the lid. Yeah, that's true. Tomoshige located the tame tobacco and pried open the lid. However, all that was inside was a dried sliver of meat, so shriveled it resembled a splint of wood. Dubious. Togoshima pushed his misgivings aside and ate the meat, but felt no different than before. Believing that long years had robbed the meat of its power, seeing that tame tobacco was his only clue to find a mermaid, he boarded a small ship with Sato and set out to sea. Believing that a mermaid would surely come to reclaim the tame tobacco if it was truly linked to them in some way, Tomoshige continued to row the small boat into the sea of Ise. At the time, he was clad from head to toe in the armor of a warrior that had with him the famed sword Nukemaru, an heirloom he had seized from his father Yorimori, whom he had scorned as a disgrace to their clan. Sato, meanwhile, wore only a light kimono. After they rowed a while, the sudden mist descended over the sea around them, obscuring their surroundings. As Tomoshige and Sato looked around fearfully, they heard a small splash. Turning to look, the two gasped at what they saw. Uh, the two gasped at what they saw. Oh, sorry, as they saw what appeared to be a human hand reach from the water before them, grabbing onto the boat's edge. In a rush of water, a being with human features from the waist up and fish-like features from the waist down emerged from the sea. A mermaid. Climbing into the boat, the mermaid screamed for them to give back the box, suddenly lunging at them. Too stunned to think clearly, Tomoshige drew his sword and slashed at the mermaid. There was a dull sound of a blade slicing through flesh, and the mermaid let out a piercing cry before diving into the water and fleeing the area. Still trying to process the sudden turn of events, Tomoshige glanced down and caught sight of a small piece of the mermaid's tail, apparently severed by his previous blow. Lying in a pool of blood, he picked it up, only to find it continued to twitch, even as he held it. Finding himself too disgusted to try to eat it immediately, he decided to stow it in the tama tobacco for the present. Eventually, at some hesitation, he forced Sato to eat it despite her protests. They waited a while, but no change seemed to come to her. Thinking that the amount of mermaid flesh simply hadn't been enough, Tomoshige made to pursue the mermaid, but as he did so, he noticed the mist around them had cleared, and the two looked around. As the two looked around, they realized that their small boat was surrounded by ships belonging to a band hunting down remnants of the Taira clan. Alarmed, they tried to flee, but their attackers, pressing in on them from all sides, were unable to find any means of escape. Amidst the chaos, Sato was struck in the head by an arrow and fell into the sea. Tomoshige was determined to retaliate, continued frankly resist with his sword. However, he was vastly outnumbered and unable to break through his attacker's ranks. Was ultimately cut down in a single stroke. On the brink of death, Tomoshige's gaze fell on the crests worn by his pursuer. Consumed by bitter regrets at his failure to restore his clan, he directed the full brunt of his resentment towards these symbols and sank beneath the waves, cursing his enemies and clinging to his vindictive hatred until the very end. Towards the symbols. I wonder if there's like a writing on the mirror and like that's on the card that's present. A curse born from Tomoshige's feelings of malice and resentment when he was struck down 800 years ago. Following the fall of the Taira clan, the clan's main lineage, Tomoshige had been seeking mermaid flesh in a bid to attain immortality, with the goal of eventually reviving the Taira clan before was killed, realizing his dream. This curse uses a specific symbol as its target and kills those who carry that symbol within the area specified by the user, cleaving them in two. Its effective range is several hundred meters. So this is the curse of Taira no Tomoshige that grew over 800 years long. Taira no Tomoshige, never heard of him. Wasn't exactly what you'd call a historically important figure, even within the Heike. It seems that he sought out the mermaid's power of immortality to restore the Heike, but his pursuit ended in failure. That resentment must have dwelled within Togashime's bronze mirror, eventually turning it into a cursed stone. Most likely. Then the symbol on the hand mirror and the business card were the true curse targets. Oh, that's the same symbol on the box, isn't it? Can't look at the map. So, that's what it was. If only we realized it sooner. Well, what's done is done. Don't be too hard on yourself. Kikuko mentioned she got her core stone from Ikoma, right? Exactly. To think that Slippery Snake was sneaky enough to put the curse marker on his own business cards. That Ikoma guy's seriously dangerous. That was way too close. Good thing we were cautious. Especially since it seems he was after the Tame Tobacco too. Right? It seems like working without him turned out to be the right call. Although he may grow suspicious if he can't contact Kikuko anymore. Considering he's after the Tame Tobacco, there's a chance he might still chase after us. We need to keep our guard up. I think it's safe to assume he already knows about Miss Somikawa and the Tame Tobacco. Still, I do wonder why he told us to go look for the still-tide mirror too. Well, it's not this mirror, and we got no reason to follow his orders anyway. I'd rather try and find out more about the mermaid as soon as possible. You're right. Didn't learn anything from Kikuko. Looks like we got no choice but to continue our investigation on the island, shall we? See, I was gonna be like, maybe he's, oh, this is gonna be, the other lady. I was wondering if it's gonna be, he was gonna be, the whatever, but like, the guy ate the flesh before she did, so even if it was still potent, like, his deadline would be sooner than hers. See, while aimlessly drifting from job to job, unable to find something she wanted to do, Kikuko happened to meet Kipe Ikoma, who was the president of one of the companies she ended up working for. It was then that Kipe revealed a surprising secret to her. Kikuko was, in fact, the illegitimate child of a wealthy tycoon, one of Yoshiatsu's Yamashina, and had been entrusted to a childless couple to raise as their own. Oh, okay. Kikuko had always believed herself special in some way, and learning that she was originally of high birth only served to validate that belief, leading to her developing a strong sense of pride. Upon learning Kikuko's background and taking note of her dissatisfaction with her current lot in life, Kipe opted to try to make her his pawn by skillfully manipulating her sense of self-importance. His endeavor paid off. Tired of what she perceived as a stifling, monotonous life, and driven by both her admiration for Kipe and desire to be recognized by Yoshiatsu, she could live a life she believed she deserved. Kikuko agreed to return to Kamishima and act as an agent there. Fueled by her ambition and exhilarated by sense that she had become the star of one of the spy movies that had been so popular in her childhood, Kikuko's mind was set. She no longer cared for if people died or her hometown was destroyed, as long as it meant she could fulfill her goal. Yeah, so Kipe must also be an immortal. Like, he knows Sato, he knows whatever, so there has to be something. Huh? Someone's there. Yep. You! Wonder if there's another way out of there. Yeah, there's another ending. So, that's why that opens up like that. Anyways, I'm going to take a stretch break. This will probably be my final stretch break for today. I do want to play more. Like, again, I'm really enjoying it. Just doing a lot of reading is taxing on my voice, so... More so than just, like, talking regular for a stream. As I'll be back in a bit. Don't go too far. We'll see where I go when I get back. Okay, we got it. I'm back. I'm gonna see if there's anything here. Current state, Kikuko has been killed. Actually, let's start from... No, I know that, Ziggle, but I wanted to see if I can, like, throw away the business card earlier or something like that, or... Wait, how'd that happen? Oh, start from stand up with the mirror. Money, lifetime, you see. Yeah, because this is like basically after you accept the mirror. Adventure. Well, I'd love to ask you more things he gets. A curse echo, no! This is merely conjecture on my part, but things seem to be going quite smoothly right until Kikuko's true nature was exposed. The only one who could stop Kikuko from committing those murders is Mr. Barnum, after all. However, it appears you were holding on to something that gave her the upper hand. I recommend you dispose of the item before incurring her wrath. Do not fret, you may start anew from the moment the standoff began. Sushi, pass me the hand mirror you received earlier. Oh, sure. Take that, and some of this. Ah. What? No way, unless... Huh? Okay, I guess in that scenario, she can't help you because, like, she also has a mirror, so we both have mirrors. Why'd you suddenly throw away the mirror? This would have been so much easier. Oh, the mirror? I don't know, it just felt like the right thing to do. Why'd you ask? Things not going as planned? Ugh. I'm not sure what's going on. I feel like I might have narrowly escaped danger. I can't say why, but I got a bad feeling about this business card. I'll just sneakily toss it. Alright, I don't think anyone's noticed. Alright, we have to talk to her to... This is a curse stone. Keep it. Yeah, basically I was just looking for a spot to like throw out the thingy. Keep a coma, you say, from Sala Planning? In fact, I even got his business card. Huh? You have Mr. Ikoma's business card? Oh, never mind. My bad. My bad. I must have left it at the end. I can't believe this. Hmm? Sershi? What is it? I figured it out. The condition. Really? What is it? It was hidden on the hand mirror all along. See that symbol over there? I just couldn't shake the feeling I'd seen it before. And sure enough, Mr. Okoma's business card had the same symbol on it. Oh, you're right. This mirror is suspicious, and a business card with the same symbol as the suspicious hand mirror is equally suspicious. Simple as that. Oh, lol. That's funny. Thank you, thank you. I still need updated to Raisha. I just have to actually do it. So that's why you threw away the card earlier. Oh, you noticed. Either way, seeing Kikuko's reaction to hearing we had one of his business cards told me everything I needed to know. Enough with the whispering already. The jig is up, young lady. The condition for your curse is the mysterious symbol inscribed on both the hand mirror and the business card. Yeah. You see, you have nothing more to fear. Shirshi, your turn. Apologies, I'm going to have to be a bit rough. You may experience after effects. Ah! Ah! And so, we managed to apprehend Kikuko Tsutsui. Apparently, Shirshi's bindings spell weakens those untrained in spiritual arts and causes them to fall into a dazed, almost intoxicated state. Before losing consciousness, Kikuko quietly surrendered and handed over the curse stone. Unfortunately, it appears she really knew nothing more about mermaids after all. She didn't have any idea how Ikoma came into possession of a curse stone either. To ensure she couldn't interfere any further, we restrained her at home and made sure she would remain asleep for the time being. Much later that very night, we learned that Kikuko had planned to massacre the island's residents using the hand mirrors she distributed. By sheer coincidence, our actions had also prevented a mass slaughter. Good job, us. So, what about the curse stone? What's it like? Yeah, about that. Huh? A bronze mirror? That's right, a palm-sized bronze hand mirror. Wait, don't tell me the still-tied mirror was actually a curse stone all along. I think this is going to be the same. Yeah, he's supposed to Paco. And yeah, he may grow suspicious he can't contact Kikuko anymore. Could you hold on for a moment? Huh, someone's there. Hack. You. Oh, there's still more? This is the same. Oh, I wonder if it's like this path will have something different depending on whether we, yeah, I wonder if it's going to be like certain events will change depending on whether she's alive or dead in this situation, and then, yeah. I see. So you would be Miss Shiki. And you say you're a member of the police department currently looking after Shirshi? My apologies for all the trouble young Shirshi caused you the other day. I'm afraid she's a mischievous young lady, I'm afraid. Oh, not at all. She has quite some pluck for one so young. Took us quite by surprise, in fact. You'd be Cersei's guardian, then? Oh no, we're related, to be sure, but she's really more like my guide come bodyguard, if anything. I see. Since when was I your bodyguard as well? I'm afraid circumstances may dictate that we have to take Cersei back to Tokyo with us, though. What's in here? Is that so? That would be quite the bother. Personally, I'd rather having to avoid to do so as well. There's a case here that needs our urgent attention, you see? So I'd appreciate if you cooperated without any fuss. That would depend on what you ask, I'm afraid. We currently stand in front of the torii at the top of the hill. The elevation gives us a beautiful view of both the town and the bay. We're starting to gather at the jetty, so we decided to move on our conversation here. There's so much chickens in here. So always keeping a close eye on Avi and Cersei for me. It's thanks to his clear understanding of our respective roles that I can focus fully on the conversation at hand. Soto, what do you make of these two? I can sense an ominous spiritual energy lingering around them. It's all but certain that they have curse stones. I see. We don't have time to play games then. It seems like a direct approach would be best here. Wait, you mean both of them have curse stones? Yes, both of them. The girl is managing to camouflage the energy from the one she has, but I managed to catch sight of it for a moment. So we're dealing with two curse stones, are we? Sure, she is currently meant to be in care of paranormal affairs, but has been shirking her training to travel around the country instead. She's very talented for one so young and has a lot of guts too. I can't help but root for people like her. More than anything, I know how they feel. I'd like to leave her be if possible. You know what? Good for you. Good for you. This man, Avi, appears to be a fantasy writer, but he comes across as quite the shifty sort. I don't doubt he'll start trying to throw us off his trail the moment we sense danger. He senses danger. I have to watch my step around him. By the way, Cersei, I was told to tell you to return to Tokyo once if I saw you. Once if I saw you. What? But I don't want to. I thought you'd say that. Well, I thought I was only asked to tell you, no more, no less. What you choose to do with that message is up to you. Thanks, I think. If you want to know what happened, ask Avi. I will, thank you. What were you doing down at the jetty just now? Oh, so you didn't see anything that happened before that then? Would it be inconvenient for you if we had? Nonsense. My hand are as clean as my conscience. Not a spot in sight, I assure you. Never mind that now. We don't have time. There are several things we want to ask you. Oh, and what would those be? First, we should talk about the incident this morning. Miss Somikawa was discovered washed up upon the Futamigaru coast as a corpse, with half her body having been turned into a fish. Well, I'll be to think she met such a fate. I'm truly sorry to hear that. This wouldn't be your doing, would it? You have eyewitness reports saying you were seen 2 days ago heading out to sea with Miss Somikawa by boat. Ah, well. We did indeed head out into the bay for a little chat, but turning her into a fish? Not in a million years. What did you discuss with Miss Somikawa then? Why, what else? Mermaids, of course. Mermaids? Indeed, Saoirse and I are here in Ise-shima on a grand adventure to find mermaids. And we happened to find that Miss Somikawa was a member of a clan with a strong relation to them. Of course, she would catch our interest. I see. So you knew that Miss Somikawa was descendant of the sole survivor of Taishima. Oh, so you knew that too. I suppose I should expect nothing less of a member of the Paranormal Affairs Bureau. You wouldn't happen to know anything about the mermaids of Taishima as well, would you? Maybe I do, maybe I don't. What, did you learn what you wanted from Miss Somikawa then? Oh yes, we got a haul of lucrative information from her. The knowledge that one of the Taishima mermaids lived hidden in the depths of Ise Bay until a scant few months ago, for one. What? Oh, that caught your interest, did it? I see. She must have been able to go back to Ryugu when the seal broke 3 months ago. So, even you know about Ryugu. You're quite well versed in these matters, Miss Shiki. Maybe just a bit. So, now that you know there are no longer any mermaids to be found, have you given up looking for them? Hardly. There should be one more mermaid out there somewhere. We're here today to see if we can't glean some hint as to where her whereabouts, in fact. Ah, I see. I never imagined both of them would have curse stones. Whoops. The energy of the curse of the raging waves is currently permeating the island. It's so strong, I almost missed the energy from the curse stones. Do you know what Miss Somikawa did after you finished your talk? No, why would I? We parted ways immediately after we got back to shore. I haven't the foggiest idea what happened to her after that. Where did you learn that Miss Somikawa had a link to mermaids? I'm very sorry, but it's against my policy to reveal the identity of my informants. Is that so? Do you know what Miss Somikawa did after you finished your talk? Yeah, that's one thing. There's no use trying to play innocent. We know you have the curse stone housing the curse of the Forsaken Fish. What's that? A curse stone? I'm afraid I haven't the foggiest idea what you're going on about. Ave, they already know. Just give up already. What's this? Stabbed in the back? By my own kin, no less. How could you? Its spiritual energy is too powerful to hide. I can tell that man over there has already noticed it. Thank you for your help. You saved us quite a bit of trouble just now. Does that mean you'll let us go? I'm afraid we won't be able to just yet, no. After all, you have a curse stone as well, don't you? Ugh. Yeah, I do. We ran into someone who was trying to use it earlier, so I took it off them. Is that so? Honestly, I'd rather took it off my hands if possible. You don't seem to be planning to do any harm with it. I suppose we can leave that topic for later. So, why are you letting Abby walk around with the curse of the Forsaken Fish? To let him live out his dreams, I suppose? I'm afraid that makes for a poor reason. Alright, I admit it. It was me. I didn't want to give it up, so I asked Saoirse if I could hold on to it. If I just couldn't let it go, not after learning it had such a close link to mermaids. I see. So that's the curse stone for the curse of the Forsaken Fish. How did you come into possession of that curse stone? Well, it'd be a bit of a long story. It started when I found a mermaid mummy left by my great-grandmother in the old family storage back in the States. The mermaid mummy ended up containing a map, one with a riddle to be solved, no less. That riddle led us to a mysterious box on the seabed. And once we solved the puzzle sealing the box shut, we found this curse stone nestled within. Oh, a mermaid mummy, you say? It seems that's the keepsake passed down by your ancestors. Was indeed a curse stone then. Huh? Now, putting your return to Tokyo aside, the biggest issue at hand is whether or not you are complicit in his use of the curse stone. Curse stones are dangerous things. They should be viewed in the same light as bombs or poisonous gas and treated with the same amount of care. Allowing one to be used in your presence is also naturally forbidden. You're currently in care of paranormal affairs. If you're found guilty of misconduct, you'll be subject to punishment under our rules. That figures, yeah. I'm glad you understand. Either way, it's the higher-ups who will end up taking responsibility. So I'm glad to leave things up. I'm happy to leave things there up to them. By the way, I thought I heard you say something about the Onmyoji who sealed away this curse stone just now. Am I correct in thinking that they were the ancestor of this young man here? That's right. He was an Onmyoji by the name of Harakage Tsuchi Mikado. It's said that he hid a clue of lifting the curse within a mermaid mummy, hence our search for the object in question. I see. And that mermaid mummy ended up crossing the Pacific, passing from hand to hand until it reached my great-grandmother. It's quite the miracle that this curse stone is here with us today. Almost romantic, don't you think? I suppose you could say that, yes. There's no doubt that Mrs. Somikawa was transfigured into a fish by the curse of the Forsaken Fish. And it's looking extremely likely that you have the curse. Oh, it's looking extremely likely that you have the curse stone that would make it possible. No more excuses. Tell us what really happened. Yeah. Alright, you got me. I'll talk. Don't blame me if this tale ends up being too incredible for your ears. I see. So Miss Somikawa had quite the twisted obsession with mermaids. And you sought to grant her wish by using the curse of the Forsaken Fish. Is that right? Correct. I know exactly how it feels, you see. The burning desire to see your dreams realized. An overwhelming despair upon learning that they can never be. The desperate hope to see even the slightest part of your wish fulfilled at the end. Perhaps that's why I couldn't ignore her wish. The wish to meet her at the end. And at the hands of a mermaid's curse. Hearing Miss Somikawa fervent plea and seeing her cast herself into the waters like that, I knew that this was the... I wonder if there's a way to get the not mermaid turned to not mermaid and you get like a different thing where just her regular body's washed up on the sea or something like that. But I had to go back and see if it says current state or something like that. I knew this was the ending she wanted for her tale, so I decided to grant it. An elegy for a woman bound by her lineage and consumed by her obsession. I see. I understand where you're coming from, and I can't say I don't sympathize with your feelings on the matter. The fact that she entered the water of her own accord must also be taken into account. I imagine it would have made rescuing her quite difficult. Oh, then you're willing to give me a pass, are you? I'm afraid that isn't my decision to make. Once we finish our business in Kamishima, I imagine you have to come along with us to the office back in Tokyo. I'll do my best to come to see if some sort of arrangement can't be reached, though. Oh, how kind of you. Good thing I thought to ask. So they found a map hidden within the mermaid mummy and followed it to find a strange box on the seabed. Even if the mermaid mummy had remained in my family's possession, we may not have managed to uncover all the secrets it hid. Perhaps it's for the best the map passed on into their hands in the end. As much as I'm reluctant to admit it, you may be right. Although I get the feeling that Abby will let it go to his head, so perhaps we should keep this to ourselves. Thank you for telling us what happened with Miss Somikawa. As of now, I don't see any reason to doubt your version of events. My thanks. I'll leave the negotiating up to you then. By the way, did you happen to glimpse the resentful memories contained within that curse stone? Indeed, a veritable deluge of information. and 400-year-old information at that. Was there a way to lift the curse of the raging waves included in that information? It certainly was. Ah, that's it. That's what we've been looking for, eh? I see. So you're searching for a way to lift some curse or other, eh? That's the long and short of it. Will you let us have that curse stone of yours then? It's too dangerous to leave it unaddressed as is, so we can't leave it with you either way. That just feels so unfair, you know? I was the one who found the map and solved the riddle. Why, the curse stone would still be at the bottom of the sea if it weren't for me. And it's hardly been cheap running back and forth like this. I don't know if I could give you something so important with nothing in return. Looking to take advantage of the situation, are we? Yikes. Ha, judge me all you want. I'm at the end of my rope here too, you know. So what is it you're after then? Money? Well, first of all, I'd like you to turn a blind eye to the fact that I used the curse stone. And I'd like you to spill the beans on any knowledge you have on mermaids as well. Turning a blind eye may be a bit much, I'm afraid, but I can promise there's an attempt to reach some sort of deal. In any case, we don't have time to mess around. I really would appreciate if you cooperate without any further fuss. If you don't, we may end up having to get a bit rough. Oh, intimidation, is it? But if you think your boorish threats scare me, think again. My trusty bodyguard here will. Sorry, but no, I don't feel well, and we're at a disadvantage here anyways. Over before it even began. A wise decision, young lady. So that's your game, is it? Abusing your authority to seize the property of a defenseless, powerless civilian? State violence, I say. Ugh. You do have a curse stone, though. I doubt anyone would object to use. I doubt anyone would object to use use of force against an opponent carrying a lethal weapon. What? Seriously? This is really the end of the line, then? Well, if it's just information on mermaids you want, I'm not opposed to telling you that much. Only within the bounds of what I know, though. Would that be acceptable? What? You really mean it? Oh, what? You mean it? Really? Huzzah! Now that's an offer I can't refuse. Consider this deal done and dusted. Ma'am? It's best we can get things settled without a fuss. Besides, I don't think it should be a problem now. I'll tell you what you know about mermaids, and in exchange you'll hand over your curse stone. Do we have a deal? We do indeed. So, what do you want to know about mermaids, then? Though I'd wager you're after the secret of immortality? Immortality? Oh no. All I want is to meet a real, live mermaid. 'Tis not but a dream and adventure that drive me. Really, that's it? Well, even if you had been after immortality, I doubt it would have been possible. What, you mean the legends about mermaids being able to grant immortality are false? They're not. I've encountered my fair share of people who have become immortal that way, after all. There's even a word for these individuals. They're known as 800-year immortals. 800-year immortals, eh? So they exist. So they do exist. Incredible. What became of the third Taishima mermaid then? The one known as Nagame. She hasn't returned to Ryugu, has she? She hasn't. Sobai is the only mermaid who has returned to Ryugu in the end. Oh, so she's still out there somewhere, roaming the mortal world as we speak. You can say that, but you could also say that she's no longer here. What do you mean? Don't tell me that she died. Well, that wouldn't be entirely accurate. Oh. What is it, Shershi? I think I've got it. Figured it out, have you? What, really? What do you mean? Think back of what we heard before. Before? Yeah, well, there's not much point dragging it out, so I'll go ahead and tell you. The mermaid known as Nagame became human. Nagame gave up her existence as a mermaid long ago. She no longer lives as a mermaid, but as a human. Ah, now that you mention it, it does sound familiar. You want to tell me that story was true? Oh, you've heard of these events before? I suppose Miss Somakawa must have heard about it from Sobai. But could a mermaid really become human? Mermaids are originally from another world, right? Normally, it would be unthinkable. Yes. But it seems certain talented psychic managed to make the impossible happen. At no small cost to himself, I might add. Wow, that's amazing. So yeah, I think we got the I think some of our guesses here have been on the mark. I can't understand why she would do such a thing, though. Why not remain a mermaid? It seems like a bit of a waste to me. Well, Nagame was a bit different from the other two mermaids, you see. Yeah, for real. They were serious and dutiful, but Nagame was strongly drawn to the mortal world and to the humans who lived in it. I suppose you could say she was the opposite of Miss Somikawa in a way. You don't say. More than anything, it seems she was particularly drawn to the idea of becoming human, finding a person of her dreams and marrying them, and getting to be their bride. That's a pretty cute dream to have. I guess not all mermaids are the same, huh? And like, her husband is like a very prominent psychic, right? Like, she really adores her husband, and it's like because a psychic by the name of Itensai Shiki, like, yeah, that it has to be. That's pretty cute. That's a pretty cute dream to have. I guess not all mermaids are the same, huh? Indeed. To think that mermaids could harbor the same hopes and dreams as humans do, I must say, she sounds quite relatable. Perhaps. I imagine she was viewed as quite the odd soul among her own kind, though. A few decades ago, Nagame happened to meet a certain psychic. The soon fell in love, and Nagame, who wanted more than anything to become that man's wife, asked him if there was anything she could do, there's any way she could become human. The psychic searched far and wide for a way to grant her wish, and after decades of toil, he found a secret art that would allow her to do so. Ooh, such unconditional love, such ardent devotion, a mermaid who wished to become human, to be with the love of her life. Why, it's like the tale of the Little Mermaid, reborn in the modern era. Truly, a story to grip the heart. How could I not root for them with everything I have? Are you sure? That would mean we don't have a mermaid to look for anymore, you know? No matter. If it was for the sake of such inspiring passion, then I care not a whit. So, Nagame became human in the end, yes, and the two of them lived happily ever after? I refuse to accept any other conclusion. Well, that's more or less what happened, so I can say with certainty that Nagame, the mermaid, no longer exists. I see. So she's still out there, as a human. What a beautiful tale. Why, I wish I could meet her, solely to offer my most heartfelt congratulations. No, I think wedding gifts are in order. Avi seems to be enjoying himself, but this means there's no chance for us to meeting mermaids anymore, right? Now that you mention it, that is a problem. I thought so. A question, Miss Shiki. I don't suppose there's a way for us to go to Ryugu and meet a mermaid there, would it? I'm afraid not. It's impossible for a flesh and blood human to cross over to the internal world. Indeed, you'd have to be dead to have any chance of getting there. Ah, just as I feared. There's little point in getting there without a life to savor it. Although, that does mean there's a chance for Miss Somikawa that Miss Somikawa was able to make it to Ryugu in the end. That I don't know. Not everyone ends up in Ryugu after death. After death, after all. I was just like, just double up after. I see. I suppose we'll have to hope that she was able to meet the mermaids, so she so admired in the afterlife. That would be all I can tell you. Are you willing to give us your curse stone now? Well, knowing that we have no chance for meeting a mermaid now, now has been thoroughly dashed all my hopes and dreams. Thoroughly dashed all my hopes and dreams. Looks like Bowser is at it again. For real. But you did share us with the most charming tale of mermaid love and longing, so I suppose I can't complain. Here, the curse stone. Thank you. Soto, can you take a look at it for me? Very well. I see. If you don't mind, there are a few details I'd like to confirm with you before continuing, Abby. Very well. Go ahead, ask anything you like. I'll even give you the map we used. It originally belonged to you, after all. Actually, there's one thing I want to check. Amare, yeah, no, he's not the head of the bureau. It's Kuryu Nakagoshi. Thank you. In that case, I see. I think I know how to lift the curse of the raging waves now. Finally, it certainly has been a long road to get here. Ma'am, about the curse of the raging waves. Hold on, let's finish dealing with this first. We'll talk about that afterwards. Understood. Yes, same thing. Still, you certainly are knowledgeable about mermaids. Where on earth did you get all this information from? Well, let's just say I have my sources. I suppose we could put this down to the vast knowledge of the Paranormal Affairs Bureau as well, eh? He hasn't realized yet. What do you mean? It's nothing, don't... Oh, come on, Saoirse, you gotta... This is his dream, you're gonna hold it back from him? Like, she realizes, she understands. Abby's just... Oh, man. Sorry, Abby. Yumiko was formerly a mermaid by the name of Nagame. Unlike her more serious compatriots, Hayase and Sobe, Nagame was free-spirited by nature and held a keen interest in both humans and the mortal world. She was known to break the rules and to sneak out and observe human society, something which often puts her at odds with the two other mermaids, and led her to being viewed as somewhat of a maverick. Yeah, right? Right? And because he just didn't quite get it. When the entrance to Ryugu was sealed 400 years ago to suppress the curse of the raging waves, rendering the remaining mermaids unable to return home. Sobai, Sobai was overcome by grief. However, Nagame was thrilled and seized the opportunity to travel the world at her leisure, which deepened the rift between her and Sobai. For the next 350 years, Nagame bore witness to the lives of countless humans around the globe, from every culture and era, and her yearning for life in human society continued to grow. She was particularly enamored by the concepts of marriage and becoming a bride, finding the idea of pledging one's life to someone living hand in hand with them, from the enthralling, from then on enthralling. It was this she found herself longing above all else. About 50 years ago, Nagame met a certain talented psychic in Japan. The two quickly fell in love, and Nagame, who by that point had begun to earnestly wish she could give up being a mermaid and live among humans in the mortal world, asked him whether there was a way she could become human. Wanting to fulfill her wish, the psychic began searching for a lost secret art that would allow her to assume human form. The two overcame countless hardships together in their quest for the art, but after decades of searching, they not only found it, but finally succeeded in perfecting it. I was wondering. However, the secret art that would grant Nagame her wish demanded a heavy price. For a mermaid, being who lacked a mortal form in the material world, to gain a human body, the caster's own body would have to be sacrificed. Using this art would render them unable to live side by side as humans as they so longed to do. The two agonized over the decision. Despite their decades-long search, the different worlds in which they lived continued to keep them apart. As a mermaid, Nagame could neither join him on land nor appear before others. The life together they yearned for remained a distant dream. In the end, the two chose to use the secret art so they could be together in the mortal world. Even when Nagame learned that the psychic, Itensai Shiki, only appeared young due to his supernatural abilities, having been born in the Edo period and already over 100 years old by that time, she loved him no less. Yeah, silently updates the autopsy report, for real. Thus did Nagami, the mermaid, become Itensai Shiki's human wife, Yumiko Shiki, a name given to her by Itensai himself. Although the process of gaining a human body meant she lost many of her memories and abilities she had possessed during her time as a mermaid, she retained all the memories and feelings from her time she spent with Itensai, which was more than enough for Yumiko. So we're just double checking together. Let's see, yeah, so, I was just, like, wondering about that. Also, but the thing is, like, she became a human 50 years ago, right? Like, oh, no, she met the psychic 50 years ago, so she, because I was about to be like, but Soto's, like, 20-something, so he can't have been mentored by him after he died. Since then, Yumiko has enjoyed a fulfilling life with her human nature, and her relationship with Itensai brings her immense joy. Because of this, she is insistent that her primary identity be that of a housewife, to the extent that she is always choosing clothes that will allow her to return to tackling housework at a moment's notice. However, the human body she has gained still differs from those of regular humans. Although she appears to age slowly compared to those around her, it is entirely unknown how long her lifespan will end up being. But she gotta stop other immortals. Following rebirth as a human, Yumiko decided to pay a visit to Sobai in the depths of Ise Bay to explain the decision and introduce her partner. Abandoning her form as a mermaid to become human was a great violation of the rules they were bound to, and she expected Sobai to receive the news with utter contempt, if not sever her ties with Yumiko completely. But her expectations were pleasantly subverted. Sobai had since forged her own but deep bond of love and trust with Mari Minakuchi, one that similarly transcended their respective species and understood the feeling, thanking her for introducing Itensai to her. However, Sobai never showed herself to Yumiko again after that. After many twists and turns in their quest for happiness, the spirit of Itensai Shiki, who sacrificed his body so that Yumiko could live as a human, has come to dwell in the body of a small dog, and enjoys retirement in a quiet life at Yumiko's side in his home in Tokyo at this day. Okay, so he gave up his body, but his spirit remains. Sure. There was something that kind of came up that, like, yeah, he's not there, like, even though, like, her husband has a spirit sense, it's not, you know. Even before his retirement, and despite his current form, he remains an active force in the industry, having devoted his time to such things as taking Soto Kiryu on as his protege after discovering his potential, and assisting with management of the Paranormal Affairs Bureau for old time's sake, and sending Yumiko, who knew of the Bureau and the work it did, to help out as one of its members. This makes it sound like Soto basically became Itensai's pupil after he became a dog? Let's move on to the topic of Circe's curse stone, shall we? Oh, right, here it is. One of the locals we ran into earlier was planning to use this curse stone to cause a massacre, so we confiscated it. Goodness, that's far more disturbing than I imagined. It sounds like you were lucky to escape unscathed. Where's this local now? We managed to subdue her after taking her curse stone. I don't think she'll wake up for a while. So you could get someone to... Could you get someone to come and take her away? Alright, we'll make the necessary arrangements later. So, who was planning this would-be mass murderer? And what exactly was she planning to do? She said her name was Kikuko Tsutsui. She didn't have any spirit sense to speak up, though. She tried to use her curse stone to get Avi to tell her what he knew about mermaids, but he managed to fend her off and take it from her. That's right. She had hand mirrors and business cards matched with the symbol that serves as a target up for the curse, and had them out around the island in advance for whatever she needed to activate it. A premeditated crime, in other words, and quite a thorough one too. That was a dangerous position you were in. I'd say if we hadn't caught her onto our attentions, I have no doubt we'd be sleeping with the fishes by now. Such is the nature of dealing with curses, I'm afraid. You'll never know when you might end up the target. No need to tell me twice. I've had enough curses by this point. A prudent attitude. A curse's corruption starts from the heart. Indeed, I'll be sure to remember that. Whew, we finally got a hold of the Forsaken Fish curse stone. Now you can focus on the main issue at hand. Did you learn what Kikuko was after in the end? To be honest, I wasn't all that sure myself. Apparently she was looking to get her hands on the mermaid to impress some tycoon called Yamashina. It seems he's looking for a way to become immortal. What? A tycoon called Yamashina who wants to become immortal. It couldn't be. Oh, you know him? Did she mention where she got the curse stone from? Could Yamashina have given it to her? Actually, it seems it was like from... It seems like that was someone else. Kikuko would tell it. Or as Kikuko would tell it, she's Yamashina's illegitimate child, but he refused to acknowledge her. While she was pondering ways to gain his approval, this young CEO, his apprentice, swooped in. He offered her a sympathetic ear and a curse stone to use to accomplish her goal. I think that's what was the long and short of it. Yeah, something like that. What? So there's someone else involved? Turns out we knew the CEO she was talking about too. We were pretty shocked. So the CEO was the original owner of the curse stone, was he? What's his name? He's a young man by the name named Kipe Ikoma, though I dare say young isn't the first word that would come to mind looking at him. What? Kipe Ikoma? It can't be. Huh? You know him too? No, perhaps they simply share a name. The Kipe Ikoma we know should have died 6 years ago. Huh? Died? What do you mean? Do you mind taking a look at this, Abby? A portrait sketch. And who might this be? The Kipe Ikoma you wouldn't know wouldn't happen to look like this, would he? Oh, Kipe Ikoma? Oh no, he doesn't look like this at all. Yep, this isn't him. I see. Could you give us the curse stone you have, Sushi? Sure, here you go. Soto, would you mind taking a look at this one too? Of course. This is the curse of Tomoshige, and it has the power to cleave its target in two. Ma'am, this is it. The curse stone from the Toba case. I thought so. What's got everyone all excited all of a sudden? Right. I suppose we should explain. The man in the sketch I showed you is Kipe Ikoma. He was killed 6 years ago, and his skeletal remains were recently found in Toba. Oh, you know what? I wonder if he killed him. Kipe Ikoma is like he just killed him and then like used his identity. Is using his identity. Cause of his death was the curse, one that kills its victims by slicing through them, bone and all. In other words, it's highly likely he was killed by the curse within this curse stone, the curse of Tomoshige. Huh? Wait, but wouldn't that mean? You're telling me that this Kipe Ikoma was killed 6 years ago by a curse wielded by Kipe Ikoma? I've heard of identity, but this is ridiculous, yeah. Oh, curse, it's this game. The current Ikoma is an imposter. The Kipe Ikoma you know, the company president, is a different man. He used his curse to kill the real one 6 years ago and assumed his identity. Yeah, right? He just casual time travel. Well, it's a good thing this game has a mature filter on, man. Can't have swearing in here. What, you're telling me he isn't the real Ikoma? I see, so that's how it is. In that case, just who is the man calling himself Kipe Ikoma now? I can't say, but he seems like quite the dangerous fellow. Good thing we managed to take his curse stone, I'd say. Yeah, at the very least, we shouldn't have to worry about him using his curse anymore. By the way, I believe you said that this Ikoma is Yoshiatsu Yamashina's apprentice? If that's the case, and Yamashina had someone working for him who had the curse stone, could Yamashina have been pulling the strings from behind the scenes? It's possible. We should get in touch with Detective Ide, and see if he can't take Yamashina in for questioning. With any luck, we'll be able to determine Ikoma as well. Is something wrong? We kind of already told Ikoma about the Forsaken Fish Curse Stone. He did help us out earlier after all, it only felt fair. I suppose we can only assume... suppose we can assume that information has reached Yamashina as well, then. True, that's the ultimate curse word. You can't be having that. Oh, right, he also asked us to look for a bronze mirror that's used to lift the curse of the raging waves. The still tide mirror, I think. Still tide mirror, eh? Just what could he be planning? Either way, it seems we'll have to keep an eye out for any movement on his end. True, gotta have that head mod to just exude pressure on all the other mods. Oh yes, we were hoping you could do us a little favor, Shershi. It seems you don't have a mermaid to be searching the area for anymore, so perhaps you can use that extra time to help us out. What do you think, Abby? Very well. Permission granted. How kind of you. I knew he was going to agree. Nothing strenuous, I assure you. We just want to find out Kipe Koma's current whereabouts, that's all. Oh, so just an ordinary chore then. We want to focus on getting the curse of the raging waves with us as soon as possible, you see. It would be a huge help if you could pin him down in the meantime. He's definitely up to something, and most importantly, you know what he looks like. We'll ask a detective from Mie police to look into things there too, but one can never be too cautious. Both his true identity and goal remain unclear. Be very careful when dealing with him. I guess that means we'll have to go back to the mainland for now. We do have some time left before the last ferry is set to sail, I suppose. Okay, then. I do want to find out what's going on too, so we'll see what we can do there. It seems we'll be helping you out with your work, and then, in that case, please do consider putting in a word on my behalf. Alright, I'll see what I can do. We appreciate the help. If you learn anything of note, leave a message at the station, okay, right? Got it. I suppose we should see about lifting the curse of the raging waves, then. Let's get in touch with Detective Ide first. We can find Wakamura after that and see if we can't get him to cooperate. And instead, let's be on our way then. Yeah, that was a chunky section. That's done. But yeah, what's I'm glad is that moves. Do I could just throw stuff away? No! Okay. You also need the flesh of Mermaid. You wouldn't happen to know where to find that, would you? Tough luck. I heard Yamashina's already got his hands on some. Come again? Rumor has it he came across a mermaid's dead body somewhere at sea. That's why I need the Tame Tobacco. If I gave that to him, he'd have no choice but to finally recognize my worth. Rather than a mermaid, could it be her? I need more. Yeah, right? Like, you think he's actually gonna, like, listen to you? Wait, this is gonna start. What? Random. Curse stones. Recruit curse stones. This idea, there ain't no, give it up. Okay, that's still that. So that's the same conversation as earlier. Human. The map. Don't worry about it. We've had a very hot pride take. Okay, that's right. Share the mirror. Simple curse. Oh. So this conversation just changes slightly. Looks around here was trying to compensate. Compensate. I thought we were lucky to this guy. Where's the local now? Slip away. Imagine. Okay, so that's still the same. Okay. The past Icona traveled through time. He transcended time and ended up in the present. What? To think such a thing was possible? Huh? That doesn't make sense at all. The current Kipe Icona is a different person from the one 6 years ago. No. I just got a bit confused. I suppose that would make circumstances quite different. Yeah, I just wonder what could be different here. Divers. Yeah, something like that. Or something different happens depending on if she's alive or dead, so... Well, we'll figure it out later. Forgot what triggers the conversation with the mirror. Oh, right there. Do the thing. You can't throw it until she goes well. What's left? Is this you supposed to like kind of bring up the Tama tobacco? Oh, there we go. So you actually have to like interact with your items. Okay, so we'll leave her alive for now. Right, we need to talk about the crystal. Complete it. Learn about Kipe. And that, so now she's alive for the route. And I don't assume, I guess because this is like faded, it's not gonna be, there's no way to... No way to start from her. Start from the ocean. Because I don't think you can wait it out. Like, you just have to use the curse. Because I don't think there's anything that's different. Oh, do I have to interact with the butterfly? It's just there forever. Gonna post on Blue Sky. Yeah, I literally think you don't get a choice. Like, there isn't any broken thing there, so... But I also wonder if there's going to be different options for when, if Kikako is alive or not. When we get to the story chart later, so... Or when we get to here, so... Yeah, we got some interesting things happening here. Like I said, I think this is where I'm going to end. Good old 7 hours of Paranormasight in the books. Thank you all for joining me. I'll be back tomorrow at the usual time for more of this. We'll see how many more streams we have left. If it's like one more or 2 more or whatever. But I'll be back tomorrow with this, and then probably back Tuesday with this. So this week I'm not going into the office suddenly. So be able to do tomorrow and Tuesday. So Tosa's spared from having to do extra Dragon Quest 7. Anyways, yeah, thank you all for joining. Already said all that. Anyone up? Anyone up? Anyone up? I guess I can send you over to Herali and Salty, who I haven't seen in a bit, but it's over there to go watch some La Mulana remake, so enjoy the rest of your night, and I will see you next time. Peace out, everyone.